Thank you very much, Ghetto Classics. I'd like us to just remain on our feet as we welcome Gladys Warogoro, who will be leading us in a word of prayer. Gladys?
Good morning, everyone. Let us bow our heads for a word of prayer. Our kind and loving Father, we before thy presence this morning. We want to thank you. We want to honor your holy name for the dad that you've been into our lives, oh God. Thank you, Lord, for the care that you've taken upon us, dear Lord, since morning, and even as we planned for this event. We are praying that, Lord, you may be with us. You may take us through the whole day, dear God, for the glory and honor of your holy name. This is our humble prayer in Jesus' name.
Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before you take your seats, I'm going to ask you to do something quite uncomfortable. So I want you to turn around. If there's somebody behind you, shake their hand, just find out who their name is, what do they do. Move around, say hi to somebody, introduce yourself if you can. Where do you go to school? What do you do when you're hanging out, when you're having a good time? Listen, you're in the presence of royalty in this auditorium this great morning into the afternoon. Heck, do it to somebody else on your left, on your right. You that is watching us all the way from home as well. If there's somebody seated next to you, feel free to do that. Take a picture, take a selfie if you can, so that we can officially get this party officially on the road. Once you do that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be inviting you to take your seat so that we can officially get this amazing and beautiful party on the road. Beautiful. Awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, because of that, I think you deserve a round of applause. Jipige makofi tafadhali. I think you're special for that. So that is activity number one as you're taking your seat. Activity number two, I'm going to ask you to take your phone, please. So just take your phone. I want you to take your phone, whatever phone you're using this great morning. All right, so I want you to go to the camera option of your phone. So go to the camera option. Beautiful. Once you go to the camera option, then there's usually circles depending on what phone you're using. Once you click on it, you should be able to see yourself. You're now on selfie mode. Are you on selfie mode? Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to take a beautiful selfie of yourself. Looking amazing. Looking all dapper. Yes, I love that enthusiasm. There we go. Take a beautiful selfie of yourself. Now, once you take that selfie, I'm going to give you 2 hashtags that I want you to follow or help me share your photo on today. So first hashtag is MindFest24. Second hashtag is Tufunguke. So MindFest24, and the second one is Tufunguke. Please make sure as you're sharing on all our platforms, you tag at Chiromo Hospital Group on all our socials. Please make sure you do that so that we can definitely be able to track and show the whole world that we are here celebrating this beautiful day. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Lotan. I will be your host this amazing morning into the afternoon. Ivix will be joining me a little bit later, but we have a star-studded set of panel discussions that you will be enjoying later on this morning into the afternoon. But ladies and gentlemen, just before we get this show on the road, if you need to use the bathrooms for your convenience, for most of us, just adjacent to where the lifts are, it's well marked. You should be able to turn left, and you should be able to use the bathrooms for your convenience. For the rest of us that are our distinguished guests, that will be communicated to you at your request when you'd want to use them as well. Ladies and gentlemen, today we'll be in 4 major facilities. One here, this is where it's going to happen plenary. We have an experiential area on the 5th floor. We have a live podcast area on the 4th floor, and we have support groups that will be happening as well in the 5th floor. I think that deserves a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, yeah? It is very comprehensive. It is focused on ensuring that we have the best time possible, and that is the one thing I want you to make sure that you have today, the best time possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, mental health is a wide subject, and today we will try as much as possible to cover all bases, but we will prioritize mental health in workspaces. And ladies and gentlemen, to further set today and contextualize what we need to experience or to expect today, please I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome the senior clinical psychologist and Digital Relations Manager. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Gathoni Mbogwa up on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Please a round of applause for her.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It doesn't sound like you are here for festivities. Good morning, everyone. Right. It's a pleasure. It's indeed such a pleasure to be standing here in front of you. First and foremost, I would like to thank God for bringing us here together, and everything and all the work that has gone into putting this day together and to see it come to fruition. I would like to welcome you to MindFest 2024. For those of you who are hearing about MindFest for the first time, MindFest was started in 2020, where we had the first virtual conference. This is an experience that brings together individuals with lived experience. We want to be able to try and showcase that there is so much more to an individual than their diagnosis. That even with a diagnosis, you can still be the best version of yourself. MindFest is an acronym. The MIND is an acronym that stands for Mental Illness is Not Disabling Festival. And as our MC has said, that we are not just going to be having panel conversations, but it will be a day full of dance and art and performances and inspiring conversation. For far too long, mental health issues have been swept under the rug, shrouded upon, and stigmatized. And that has made people to continue suffering in silence. This has made people to face a lot of rejection and a lot of judgment. But today we stand here in solidarity with those facing mental health challenges and say, you are not alone. It's time to end stigma. It is time to have open and honest conversations about our struggles and to listen with empathy and compassion. In a world where stress, anxiety, and depression and uncertainty are constant companions, the good news is there is hope. With awareness, understanding, support, mental health challenges can be managed and recovery is indeed possible. To anyone struggling right now, help is out there. And together we can create a world where mental health is valued, supported, and protected. And with those few remarks, I officially welcome you to MindFest 2024. Thank you, and let's continue this important conversation, not just today, but every day. Karibuni sana.
Please a round of applause for Daktari. Thank you very much. Please, kofi kwake tafadhali as she takes her seat. Thank you very much, Gathoni. Asante sana. So she's mentioned something that's very important today. So MindFest is not just MindFest, it's an acronym. So let's see if we can remember it together. What does it mean? Mental illness is not disabling. So ladies and gentlemen, that is why we're here today. And the first time, let me give you a story. When I met Gathoni, we were doing something else, mental wellness related, of course. And she asked me the first question when I met her, and I'd love you to ask someone next to you. She asked me, Lotan, how are you? Just that. So I want you to ask somebody, how are you today? Get a positive answer, get an answer. Yeah, just how are you? How's your day been? What did you do today? Just find out. Those are some of the conversations, ladies and gentlemen, that we'll be having today. I'm fine. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, or rather this amazing morning, has been made possible all courtesy of our partners who I will be celebrating shortly. But before I celebrate them, please let's put our hands together for our partners that have made this day possible. Makofi kwa tafadhali. Please let's put our hands together for our partners as we celebrate them specially. I'll be celebrating all our partners individually in the next couple of minutes. So get ready to celebrate them because these are the partners that believe in our future. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this particular juncture, I'd like to welcome a few of our partner remarks from our corporates that helped us make today possible. I will, in no particular order, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome Dr. Rosemary Ayeko, who's the country manager, Johnson & Johnson. Let's put our hands together for her as she comes to the front. Please, makofi kwake tafadhali. Please celebrate her as she comes up.
That was a surprise. Good morning, everyone. Just as he mentioned, my name is Rosemary Ayeko. I've always thought that I have a loud voice. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Rosemary Ayeko. I'm the country head for Johnson & Johnson Kenya. How many of you know Johnson & Johnson? Oh, wow. What do you know about Johnson & Johnson?
Wow. Diapers.
Thank you. Thank you. Diapers. I should not have asked that question at such an era. Yeah. Beyond Johnson & Johnson, what we call our consumer healthcare, there's more that supports Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson is a US-based company, one of the leading manufacturers. We have a couple of arms in Johnson & Johnson. I'll not tire you with what Johnson & Johnson is, but it's important as I bring down the context of mental health. So we have the consumer division, we have the pharmaceutical division, that's known as Janssen Pharmaceutical, which is the pharma division of Johnson & Johnson, and we also have a medical technology. I also would like to appreciate my colleague that I came with, who has played a key role in supporting Dr. Gathoni as part of the partners. Internally on the background, Larry, please wave to the crowd. Larry is in charge of our medical in Johnson & Johnson Kenya and has been the person behind all this great work together with Dr. Gathoni. So in Kenya in particular, we focus majorly with the particular disease areas. We do not focus with the consumer arm, which actually spring off from Johnson & Johnson globally. We have a couple of disease areas in immunology, oncology, and central nervous system, which is where mental health falls in. As a global company, we have values and behaviors that guide us in how we behave. And in our values, it's guided in what we call our credo. One of our credo responsibility is to the patients. And why am I saying this is because to us, patients come first, and everything that we do, we believe that our responsibility is to each and every person. Mental health is one of the focus areas in Johnson & Johnson Kenya as we partner with different people, as we partner with different players to support mental health. Mental health is gaining recognition as a significant disease burden in the country, not just globally, but in the country. I was sharing with Haru here when I met him today morning that before I joined Johnson & Johnson, I used to work in other pharma companies that never dealt with mental health. But when I joined Johnson & Johnson, it took me back to realize that it's such a neglected disease, but when you see patients recover, it's very, very rewarding. We have innovative products. Of course, I'll not go into that, but today I want to acknowledge, first and foremost, I want to acknowledge a very critical person who has played a pivotal role in developing and shaping mental health policies in the country. Dr. Frank Njenga, allow me to acknowledge you. Please, let's acknowledge him. Because when I first met Dr. Njenga about 20 years ago, a very young girl then. I think there were less than 20 psychiatrists in Kenya. And today they have become more than 100 psychiatrists, thanks to his mentorship and encouraging doctors to pursue other disciplinaries apart, like psychiatry, where it wasn't really recognized as a disease burden in the country. So very well done, Dr. Njenga, because today mental health has become part of priorities. Today I can see we are seated together with Dr. Karanja, the Director of Mental Health in Ministry of Health. It's a true testament, as well as the leader of Kenya Psychiatry, the President of Kenya Psychiatry. It clearly shows where the government and the whole country is placing mental health in supporting and prioritizing mental health in the country, which is really good, and I want to acknowledge the two people for driving that chapter. Chiromo Hospital Group, I don't know how many of you know Chiromo. What do you know about Chiromo? Ask me what I know about Chiromo. The first time I read the building of Chiromo Hospital Group, it says recovering with dignity. Imagine, whoever came up with this motto really thought. Why? Because I believe if today you are diagnosed as with any kind of mental disease, what comes into your mind? Stigma, right? And being judged. But Chiromo says that you can go to their hospital or any other hospital and recover in dignity, just to take yourself as any other patient who's suffering from either diabetes, suffering from any type of disease. It's really a good motto, and I want to, again, as I said, acknowledge what Chiromo did to ensure patients that it reduces stigma and empower patients to regain confidence and reduce the stigma that is associated with mental health. Today's event, I want to believe, marks a milestone in acknowledging the destigmatization of mental health conditions. And I would like to ask each and every one of us to be an advocate as far as mental health is concerned. Stigma is the large unmet need when it comes to mental health. And if all of us here today become an advocate to support our brothers, today it can be you, it can be your sister, it can be your brother, it can be your mother, it can be your father, it can be any other person. Let's all unite to combat and reduce the stigma that is associated with mental health diseases. And I believe that way we will reduce the high number of suicidal rates that are increasing in the country. Dr. Gadoni, thank you for planning this and ensuring that we have as much as young people in this crowd today, because this is where it all starts. If you look at how Gen Z was able to change this country a few months back, can we all unite here and change the narrative about stigma on mental health, right? So let's all take it as our responsibility to drive the change as far as mental health is concerned. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for Daktari. Thank you very much, Daktari, for those few words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll proceed on. Now, for most of us, when we spoke a little bit earlier, you told me you're students, one of the biggest pressure points is trying to get a job, like just trying to get a job. Right? Right, guys? Listen, man, so when you anticipate going into a room and then there's 5, 6, 7 individuals, none of them is smiling, they're just out here to make sure that you don't get that job, right? That sometimes comes with a lot of pressure. Now, this next speaker is somebody that is, let me put it loosely, in charge of all the HRs in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for the Executive Director, IHRM, Institute of Human Resource Management. Let's put our hands together for Quresha Ahmed as she shares with us this amazing makofi kwake tafadhali as we welcome her. Karibu sana Quresha.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Let me, first of all, appreciate everyone for showing up for yourself, and more so, Chiromo Hospital Group. Daktari, thank you so much. Just before I even introduce myself, I met Daktari exactly 3 years and 6 months ago. And then when I walked through his door, I asked him, I'm here for a profession which in my database I have about 19,000 members. They consider themselves caregivers. And I was looking for someone who can help them, because we take so much as HR professionals that we forget ourselves. And I never forgotten what he told me. He said, Kuresha, you're 40 years late. And he gave me the resources, experts, and we came up with a curriculum which we ran called Tufunguke HR. So thank you, Daktari. My name is Kuresha Abdullahi. Let's appreciate Daktari for showing up for us. My name is Kuresha Abdullahi. I'm a certified HR practitioner, and I'm the executive director of the Institute of Human Resource Management. It's the body that regulates the HR professionals. We have a table out there. Please come and learn more about the profession. As I reflected last night on what will I come and say in this room, especially when I heard it will be at the University of Nairobi Towers, then I knew I'm not just coming to speak with employers. There will be students, there'll also be employees in this room. And allow me to just tell you how our workplaces should look like. Before I joined IHRM, for 15 years I worked for international organizations. And every time we go for a mission, I will have to leave behind an envelope, because I was working in a civil war area affected areas, a proof of life envelope. And you know how heavy it is that you're going for a mission and you don't know whether you'll make it back home, whether you'll be kidnapped. And what impressed me in the international space is that you will be briefed before you go, and you get debriefed when you come back. And if you look at how international organizations function, the impact they make is visible. Now, bringing back that closer home, because I was in 8 different countries, I felt we're not investing in our people, more so on mental wellness. We like taking so much from our employees. Even our students, we don't develop that relationship with them. Yes, a class can have 400 students, but how conducive is that environment? And then remember, disparities in terms of the education system in this country. In this university, and I know the students here will tell me, you have someone from Turkana, from Takaba, Nairobi, who never had equal chances in terms of education and even the environment they grew up in. To the teachers, are we taking time to understand the diversity of our students? To the students, are we warming towards those students who are new to the city and just welcome them? Because I believe this, if you want to go far as a country, then the mental wellness issue comes first. There's also another misconception on issues about resilient. You know, we always assume the word resilience is how much I can take. And I was in a class earlier this morning, and the lecturer put it very simple. Resilience is the ability to bounce back. So whether you're a student, an employee, or an employer, you need to know your limits. Please do not take so much for anyone. Prioritize yourself and your mental wellness. And workplaces should be places where people thrive. And I think whoever came up with the structure, 8 to 5, knew that there are 24 hours in a day, and we just need to focus 8 hours. But COVID even took it further and said, those 8 hours, unless you're in essential services, cannot be continuous. And if you look around right now, when COVID came, there are companies who are thriving because of the strategies they've employed during that time, and others are still very rigid, and they've been left behind. Look at what is happening around us right now. And we also need to learn, and this is what, as HR professionals, I like to teach everyone, we need to see the next practice. We don't just think about today. You need to preempt. This is my population. Everybody knows, if you go to the Bureau of Statistics, the youth is growing. We've come up with equalization funds. We've said we need to devolve education, universities all over. So are we preempting and preparing these students that even it's no longer about the University of Nairobi or Kenyatta, now there is university everywhere. So how are we preparing them just to be employees or even entrepreneurs? So it all circles back to mental wellness. And believe me, and as every expert comes after you, when you invest in the mental wellness at the workplace, the ripple effect is felt. Because 8 hours within the workplace, and I know there are some who even work beyond, and if I can feel safe in that space, if I know there are employee assistance programs available for me, if I know there's someone who can tell Kuresha is not okay today and have that conversation with me, or tell me, hey, please don't forget, there's this card you can go to Chiromo group of hospitals to discuss with a specialist. So it all circles back. And in terms of the economy, I think the data is out there. For every $1 you spend on mental wellness, you get $4 out of it. We're also losing a lot because of mental wellness. Recently, it was a young doctor. And sometimes it pains me. We have the media here. We have the medical practitioners here. We exploit our employees, taking advantage that if you live here, there is no work. And I want to look straight at every young person in this room. First of all, you need to have faith. Today, if anyone were to ask me 15 years back, 20 years back when I was in Garissa, will you ever have dreamt to be the executive director of the institute, which is a state corporation, then I will never have had the answer at the time. But as faith will have it, I kept on pushing on, and you don't even have to be very explicit. Put yourself first, get the best out of your books, keep on writing on all those good things you are learning at the universities, be active in all the social medias for the positive reasons, and trust me, what is meant for you, it will not go to anyone else. So don't allow anyone to push you that this is an internship program. If you don't put extra hours, while those who are supposed to serve and earning the money are serving in their private facilities, and then you have to pay at their expense. I think we need to be ethical as employers. Also, those of us who are employed within the public sector, please let's be fair, and let's do this for every young person who is looking up to us. Don't make it look like just because I'm on attachment or internship, then I have to put the extra hours while you go earn a living for your family. And at the expense, I'm not even being paid for that service. This is a topic that is close to my heart, especially to the young people. Just show up for yourself. It's not selfish to take care of yourself. It's also not selfish to extend your hand to that person who you think she is not the same person she was yesterday. Thank you so much, Daktari, and I'm also proud to be part of this for the 4th year, and I'll keep on showing up for myself and for others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Kuresha Ahmed, Executive Director, IHRM. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call the next speaker this amazing morning. Please, let's put our hands together as we welcome the CEO and founder of Rayham Integrated Limited, Miss Karen Waithera Tafadhali, as she comes to the front. Please, a round of applause for her. Makofi kwake as she makes her way to the front. Please keep clapping. Please keep clapping. Thank you.
Thank you, Lawson. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Surely, please. Mindfest, it's a festival. Can we be happy? Good morning, everybody. Hapana, you're not convincing me. It's mmekula breakfast. Over the last 7 years, I've been writing speeches for people, from cabinet secretaries to CEOs. I didn't expect to write one today, and it only took me about 10 minutes, but I was very scared about this. But let's see what we have to say. First and foremost, I'm really amazed, and I'm really, really deeply honored to just stand here today and just see so many incredible souls gathered together, just united by a common purpose. And this purpose that just started as a mere spark from a point of passion, an idea that we held close to my heart, and today this idea has just blossomed into a reality that we could only have dreamed of, and it's all because of you people out here. I met Dr. Gathoni in March in a panel. This was for Kalasha Film Festival. We did a panel in mental health as well. And then I later approached her from my company, which is a community-based organization, Rayham Integrated. I later approached her around July, and I told her, why don't we do something for mental health and wellness in October? And she told me that we actually have something called Mindfest, although we just do it with our internal stakeholders and whatnot. And I told her, why let's do it for the community. Let's invite the community. Let's invite our corporates, our students, our CEOs, everybody and anybody. Because the thing about mental health, it doesn't choose. It doesn't come and say, you're a Gen Z, you're a CEO, you're 34. It can happen to literally anybody and anyone at any single time. And that's how we came up with doing Mindfest and opening it up to the community. First and foremost, I would really, really like to thank each and every one of you for just coming and showing up and just being here and being present. Thank you to all the partners and sponsors. I know we approached you a bit late. I know we've given you several calls over and over again, but thank you so much for coming, and I'm sure you can see people just coming in and just trying to be part of this. So thank you so much to all our partners and sponsors, and the next time, please come in bigger, better. Let's start this from January. Let's continue with our wellness. Let's continue with the conversations. And other than that, to the speakers and the panelists and the moderators, thank you as well for coming in and just doing this event and taking part of it. I encourage each and every one of you to actively learn something, because we don't want to just talk. We want to give solutions, day-to-day solutions. If I'm having an anxiety attack, if I'm going through menopause, if my family member has bipolar, ADHD, I don't even know, do you people know about the neurodivergent diseases? How many people know about ADHD, bipolar, OCD, autistic? How many people? You're really, really aware. That's a good number. Thank you. So please join the podcast sessions, listen to these conversations actively, and learn something. That way you can be able to extend grace to the next person and to yourself at most. Yeah? Once you understand all these things, trauma, a lot of times, a lot of us come from a place of trauma and whatnot. So once you understand these things, once you understand how to cope, then this is able to just bring up a better community. And that's why we really wanted this to be a community event. That way we can all extend grace to each and everyone. Yeah? So thank you so much for joining. Please visit our booth at Rayham Integrated. It's right outside. We want to do this quarterly. We want to be able to plan these events and have these events quarterly. Let's have a wellness festival. Let's do something fun, because you're not confined. You're not confined. You're not confined. You're not held back. It's just you, and we are here for you. We are here for each other, and everybody is here for each other. Yes. So thank you again so much for coming, and please, please, please make sure you go to the podcast area. Make sure you experience the exhibitions and the experiential area. And it was so lovely having you here. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. I think she deserves a better round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Beautiful. Thank you very much, Karen, for those brief words. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to wrap up on this part where some of our distinguished corporates will be speaking to us. This next one, please, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome the Human Resource Manager from the Kenya School of Government. Let's put our hands together for Florence Wangoko tafadhali. Please, makofi kwake as she comes. Please celebrate her as she takes to the stage. Tafadhali musichoke kumpigia makofi all the way up. Florence, karibu sana.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. The HR at the Kenya School of Government, and I'm here as one of the beneficiaries of what happens when you embrace mental wellness. I want to sincerely thank Chiromo Group of Hospitals because you have walked a great journey with the Kenya School of Government. From the HR practitioner, just like Madam Kuresha has said, she is my boss in the profession. Thank you, Madam. We try to embrace wellness because we know an employee who is disturbed, whose mind is not stable because of many reasons. We expect that, of course, all of us are coming from families. Sometimes you have issues when you're coming from our different homes, or sometimes it's about our inability to deliver at work. What do? We don't shut you down. We give you a listening ear. And out of experience of what I've seen as embraced at the Kenya School of Government, we have come up with many staff engagement forums. Just to give an example of what makes us tick or make living better there, every quarter we have forums we call Kikao. Kikao, like yesterday I was in one where we ended with dance and celebrating birthdays of all the quarter one babies. Quarter one is between those people born between July and end of September, and that's where also I fall. We do the dancing, we have clubs, and also one of the things also our council has done is to come up with policies and management on mental wellness, where we encourage that we speak out. Do not be afraid to share your issues. And to the young people here, because you're going to be joining employment soon, you're going to not to be dubbed that you have inability by saying that you have a challenge. One of the things that Chiromo has taught us, because you work closely with them when they come for our quarterly forums, you know, we even have the mental wellness forums, and Chiromo has been very active in that. They do the surveys, and we are able to also assess what is my level of stress, okay? Things like if there are others who are struggling with drug abuse, what are the options that are there? And that is a journey they have assisted us to even turn around situations, people who look like they are not going to be able to perform in their areas of, deliverable areas at work, or even losing families. People separate because of these issues. Chiromo, we thank you so much for the support you've given us. Like Madam Kuresha was saying, that self-awareness, self-care, it is not selfish. Because if I cannot take care of myself, if I do not know my weaknesses, who is going to help me? And then, of course, accepting that I need help. It's another very big step towards healing. So we thank you very much, Chiromo, for holding our hands, and also to all of us, because we are all candidates to these issues where people come claiming, I can't work, or someone doesn't show up. And when you call them, if they pick the phone, they are so intoxicated. What do you do after that? Instead of actually just thinking of how we are going to sack you, the government has encouraged us. Let us have alternative dispute resolutions where we can talk about it, and if you're willing that we give you support, we walk that journey and we embrace the mental wellness programs. So I want to wish you all very well. And thank you for showing up, and to know that it is never, don't feel shy to say that you need help. I can also confirm to you, for us as HRs, we go for debriefings. I met my psychologist here, and that is because we carry so much. So we cannot act like we are so super beings. We go and offload somewhere. Asanteni sana Chiromo and all those that are doing that great job. And I wish you a wonderful day today. And as we move on, let's embrace mental wellness so that we don't feel shy or feel like it is a way of being stigmatized when we say that we need help. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Madam Florence Wanguku, Human Resource Manager, Kenya School of Government. And happy birthday. Please, happy birthday to her. She mentioned that a little bit earlier. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to celebrate a special group of people. We're going to do it in two ways, or in two groups. We'll split them into half so that we can celebrate them as they need to be celebrated. So this is what I'm going to ask you to do. Once I mention a name, I just want you to give one clap, just one. Let's do one together. One. Perfect. You guys are great students. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to celebrate our partners that have made this year's festival possible. Ladies and gentlemen, in no particular order, I want us to celebrate Ministry of Health, Johnson & Johnson, Rayham Integrated, Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, The Retreat, Cradle Art, Mental 360, Hugs, AAR, Britam, IHRM, Fancied Story Networks, SPM Buzz, ZTech, the University of Nairobi, Brava, SD Kenya Forum, Rotary Mental Health Initiatives, Ghetto Classics, HealthX, Art and Flickr. Let's put our hands together for all of them. That is list number one. Thank you very much. Thank you for this amazing turnaround and to make sure that this day is a proper success. I still have one more list to read, and I'll be reading that shortly. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this next group that I want to introduce are very special to me. Personally, never been there. But I know somebody that's very close to me, that if it were not for them, I'm not too sure what would have happened. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome the Chiromo Hospital Group. The CEO was supposed to speak to us, Dr. Vincent Hongo, but he is ably represented by Gladys Warogoro, who's a corporate services manager. Let's put our hands together for Gladys Warogoro, tafadhali. Please tumpige makofi tafadhali as she comes. Makofi ya mwisho tafadhali.
Good morning once again. Yeah, I showed up for myself, and I'm showing up for the CEO, Dr. Vincent Hongo. All protocols observed. We have Dr. Rebecca Kirui, the Director, Curative Services, Ministry of Health, who is representing the PS Mutahi Kagwe in absentia. Dr. Karanja, Masi Karanja, Director, Division of... Sorry. Yeah, that tells you I knew Mutahi Kagwe. But anyway, sorry about that. Dr. Masi Karanja, Director, Division of Mental Health in MOH. Kuresha, IHRM's Director, Executive Director. We have Bishop Joseph Kirui. We have Dr. Joy Mugambi, Kenya Medical Association. Dr. Mutura Wamboi, Britam, Head of Mental Wellness. We have CHRP, Florence Wangoku, HRM, Kenya School of Government. Rosemary Ayeko, Country Manager, Janssen. All media personalities, colleagues, all partners present today, and all protocols observed. Good morning again. Thank you very much for honoring our invite today, and welcome to this great mental wellness conference and festival, aka Mindfest. On behalf of CEO Dr. Vincent Hongo, Chiromo Hospital Group welcomes you to our Mindfest today to celebrate with us and to put our minds together to know how to push this debate on mental wellness together, because all of us are affected. Just a brief on who Chiromo Hospital are. Chiromo Hospital is a natural modern specialized level 5 facility established in around 20 years ago, and we offer dignified quality mental health care services in Africa by adhering to evidence-based care. Our team provides recovery in dignity across our 6 branches located in Nairobi and Mombasa, Nyali. And Chiromo brand currently has a growing psychiatric care team of around 62 admitting psychiatrists and over 50 psychologists, clinical psychologists, in addition to the team of around 150 dedicated professionals. Over and above the evidence-based curative and rehabilitative, we offer dignified quality mental health services. Our team is largely committed to collaborative, promotive, and preventive approach to mental health care service delivery. This experiential conference and festival is designed by Chiromo Hospital Group in collaboration with various partners such as you to promote the holistic mental well-being of all our clients and the caregivers. We are highly honored and deeply humbled to host an essential team of CHG partners with extra unique experiences. Allow me at this hour to sincerely appreciate the brains behind this event, led by our own clinical psychologist, Gathoni Mbogwa, for organizing this event and to bring us together across the industry with the aim of taking care of our holistic mental well-being. Please, a clap for Gathoni, kindly. Yeah, we as Chiromo are keen on establishing and sustaining symbiotic partnership that fosters our shared mental well-being. We therefore are very delighted and humbled to have you today, and humbled by the choice that you made to take this and Chiromo Hospital Group as a safe space for your client and yourself. We hope that you have a fulfilling day and will empower your energy in doing what we do best in promoting mental health. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you once again on this day. Please feel free. It's a festival. You don't have to be that down. Guys, clap. Karibuni sana. On behalf of our CEO again, you're all welcome. Please feel free to interact with all of us from Chiromo Hospital Group. And maybe I could request all the Chiromo Hospital staff just to stand up and wave to the congregation. Chiromo Hospital Group staff. Yeah, I'm assuming most of them are outside, but you're all welcome. Karibuni sana.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Gladys once again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, that was on behalf of the CEO of Chiromo Hospital Group, Dr. Vincent Hongo. Pass our regards to him, tafadhali. Now, this next gentleman, I mean, everybody that has come here is short of superlatives to describe him. But I'll share, this is the first time I'm meeting him. But when I was in, I'm not as young as I look, hopefully, yeah? But this is a gentleman that started having the conversation about mental wellness back in the day, and he was, my mom used to watch him a lot on family TV, and he was always, every single time he would come there, he was like our local Dr. Phil, like he had a solution for everything. He would tell us everything that we needed to know. But when I knew I needed him is, I was in campus, and I lost a very dear friend to suicide. And I didn't know what to do and how to respond to it. Because I'm from the Maasai culture. Leto will tell you, watakwambia kangu bwana, maisha, just. But it was so close because I'd gone to school with this particular gentleman from nursery until campus. We're all in the same school. Imagine, it doesn't happen. It's wild for it to happen, once in a million. And then the night before he committed suicide, he called me. Akaniambia, niache kijana, twende sherehe. Nikamwambia mimi sherehe nimepunguza. We enjoy yourself. I said, fine. Then halfway into the night, he sends me a text. He says, tomorrow, I'm going on a journey. I'm not sure when I'll come back. It's middle of the semester. I'm like, what do you mean you're going on a journey in the middle of a semester? Young me, I told him, boss jibambe, man. I mean, just enjoy yourself, have a good time, knock yourself off, man, you know. Because he was a guy that used to live in Buruburu then. So next day, I go to class. It was a Monday. So I go to class, and then at around 7 p.m., we got a call from the mom. And the mom says, okay, Moas, he used to be called Moas. Something has happened to Moas, you need to come, because the mom knew we were very close. So that is how we went to Moas's house in Buruburu. The mom couldn't tell me over the phone, and Moas's body was there, lifeless. He'd hung himself. Why? We will never know, because he didn't leave anything for us behind. But in that time, in that space, then I had a voice from the dark talking to us about mental wellness, talking to us about how we need to check on our friends. And ladies and gentlemen, that's the next gentleman I would like us to introduce this great, great morning. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to put our hands together. Heck, I'd like us to stand up for this one, because this is a gentleman that deserves all the honor that we can celebrate and we can give this great morning. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor and privilege that I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome the chairman of the Chiromo Hospital Group. Let's put our hands together for the legendary Dr. Frank Njenga. Please celebrate him.
Ayagetini. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unfair. I think the organizers of this event will suffer the consequences of embarrassing me publicly, deliberately, and repeatedly. This event has absolutely nothing to do with me as an old man. This is a festival for young men and women who have custody and ownership of tomorrow. We, the elders, have done our humble and privileged best. We are now in the very happy position of being able to hand over the mantle of leadership into the future of mental health. And as all of you here present must be aware, the declaration that there is no health without mental health is firmly established in the world, not just in Kenya. Secondly, it is equally well established that if you have the capacity to comprehend the point in time in which to intervene in the field of mental health, it is in people usually under the age of 14. If you insist on being lazy and slow, you must do it by the age of 23 or 24. Why is that? The reason for that is as simple as it is clear. the returns on investment in the mental health of children and young people far outweigh any investment you can make in roads, railways, dams, airports, and all the infrastructural things that we occupy and preoccupy ourselves with for so long. Let me repeat myself. If you are one who is persuaded by methods of science, and if you are one who understands the concept of investing, you will apply your investment in the mental health of young people rather than all the other things that I have mentioned. Because investment is about returns. What do you get back after you have invested how much? And this investment in young men and women is really not complicated. And there is no new science that is required. And I am very, very happy, Gathoni, that this event is taking place at a university I have known for many, 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 many years. And I am confident and delighted that a lot of the science required to convince governments on how and when to invest in mental health has been done right here in this university. My excitement this morning is beyond measure, and is beyond measure for a number of reasons. The first reason is the fact that we are all here seemingly happy. Secondly, I am happy because of the variety of the people who have accepted after receiving the message on the importance of mental health. When we started talking about mental health in the years that the younger gentleman has mentioned here, we did it in shame, in whisper, and with fear and apology. Today, I don't see fear. I don't see apology. I see happiness, excitement, and commitment to the fact that we are doing the right thing at the right time. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no idea why you asked me to come and stand here. I have said what I wanted to say, and I thank you, and I hope we have a wonderful festival.
Please, a round of applause for Dr. Frank Jenga. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about to invite our chief guest of honor, which a little bit later I'll be asking Chair to help us invite the chief guest. But I want us to celebrate our second list of individuals or groups that have come together to ensure that this day is a huge success. The drill is the same. We clap. Can we do it together? Let's go. You guys are legends. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in no particular order as well, let us celebrate Banjuka, Kenya Medical Association, Art Vista, LVCT, Lost State of Mind, Kenya Film Commission, Wajibika, Drink IQ, Let's Talk 247, Psych Rescue, Pulse Cares, The Village Market, Ngoma, Stand Out for Mental Health, Esther Katiba Conversation, Wowzy, 91 Degrees, Blueprint, Drift Photography, Grey Apple, Tufunguke. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this amazing group of individuals. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, a special round of applause. Let's put our hands together for the Chiromo Hospital Group Tafadhali. They also made this day super special. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have also a couple of individuals that we want to celebrate especially. Let's put our hands together for Pendo Ochola. Where are you, Pendo Ochola? Celebrate you. Thank you very much. Adrian Adagi, where are you? Thank you very much, Adrian. Lucy Wanjohi. Where's Lucy Wanjohi? Asante Sana. And Gladys Warogoro as well. Let's please celebrate those individuals, ladies and gentlemen. They helped put this whole event together. Now, Daktari, with your permission, we want to dance a little bit. Right? With your permission. Hiyo ilikuwa the formal part. Sindio? Ladies and gentlemen, nataka tupigie Banjuka group makofi wako wapi tafadhali. They are going to be helping us. Just get ready. So please stand up. Tusimame tafadhali, tusimame tafadhali, tusimame tafadhali as we get ready. Kaende sana.
Hi everyone. The energy is a bit down, yeah? Hi everyone. If you can hear me, touch your nose. Touch your elbows. Touch your stomach. Touch your back. Touch your chin. Touch your shin. Hapo shini. All right. My name is Meshach, founder of Banjuka. I do dance as part of therapy for Chiromo Group of Hospital, yeah? And today I want us to try something very simple, okay? I know you've been sitting, and it's good at times to let go, let loose, have fun. Please bring the endorphins in the room, all right? Yeah, good. So we're going to start with a very simple move. I want everyone to put your hands to the front like this. 1, 2, all right? So to the front, chest. We good? 3, 2, everyone, here we go. Front, chest. Then you're going to take them round. Sawa sawa. Are we good? You know where I'm going with this. All right, let's go. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya maju. Right leg, left leg, drop it down, and hands up. Just simple. We good? DJ, please give me the music. All right, make sure you have some space. Songa kidogo away from your seat, all right? Aya, everyone, take your time, let's go. Side to side. Side to side, pole.
Cheki. Magi.
Hey.
Magi.
Aya, take your time, go.
Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya
Round.
Dance kishika unazungusha.
Right leg, left leg, drop.
Ini dance ya
Hands up, give me energy, let's go.
Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya maju. Dance kishika unazungusha mguu.
Right
to the left unazungushia
drop.
Ni dance ya
Hands
maju.
up.
Ini dance
One more time, let's
Dance ya
go.
kudonjo ni dance ya maju. Dance kishika unazungusha mguu.
Right leg,
to the left unazungushia
drop.
Ini dance ya
Hands
maju.
up.
Ini dance ya
Left side,
maju.
here we go.
Mita hey kuja straight Kilimani. Msupa liba
Left
mbika
side.
nikisema yeni mali na
Take your time.
ni form tuna kill. Ini doba
West,
safi na
everyone,
nipige
to the
imiti.
side, go.
Ingine real kishika mic mi mzii. Kola
up.
kusi yo free tukipopo na breeze.
Dance.
Wanakwanga wamedi wakijita wasanii.
Hands
Wanakwanga
up.
wamedi wakijita
Aya,
wasanii.
move to the back.
Maji hapo daily
Nyuma
Insta,
kidogo tu.
Snapchat,
Twende.
hadi kama kaitisha.
Ai.
Juu kuna time nilidate insist. Nafanana
I need you to engage your shoulders. Here we go.
kutofautisha wote wa Somali Halima na Hadija unapimanisha ukitumiwa mapicha but kitu real siwezi kuchanganyisha na kupigia Shakira dance la donjo ni dance ya majuu dance kishika unazungusha mguu right to the left unazungushia juu ni dance ya majuu ni dance ya majuu dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu dance kishika unazungusha mguu
Right leg,
to the left
left leg,
unazungushia juu
drop.
magesi
Hands up. Kuku dance, good.
nasaka formula nisonge wapi nende wapi ndo ni get mula jokina
Pole,
njeri
kwende.
masiwa mbona nitafuta na vile sherehe
You
tulipiga
all
jana
look good.
ikalipuka akiwa
Twende
line
side.
nilijipatanga stenje na kwenye mfuko ninachua ni nyuma
Go.
mbele na kila saa ati safari si
Go.
twende staki kumari mintajimada na madenge
To the
kwanza
side.
kidogo nina fever nichilike jani nikijimada na
Weka
FIFA
pinyo
weskuma
kidogo.
mimi ndacheza na
Twende.
mafiga kaime kuna isongeza volume kwenye speaker magi
hands
na
up.
niko bukla na cheki tu mabundanda na niko maganji makladi ni za Ulaya mi niko
Hands
ready
up.
ni wapi tunakutana tukazitoke
Last
na
one.
machaji
Pole,
zikitubamba
pole.
dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu dance ikishika unazungusha mguu right to the left
I
unazungushia
can't
juu
hear you
ni
guys
dance ya
singing.
majuu
Let's
ni
go.
dance ya
Bring it up.
majuu
Go.
dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu dance ikishika unazungusha mguu
Twende.
right to the left
All right,
unazungushia
DJ,
juu
give
ni
me the
dance ya
next
majuu
one.
ni dance
Good job, everyone. So if you think you cannot dance, you can dance because everyone can dance, all right? If you can walk, you can dance. That's the thing. All you need to do is just let go, let loose, be yourself, all right? You don't even have to think when you're dancing. You just need to feel when you're dancing, all right? Everyone do this. Me, sawa. Me, I can't dance. I need you to say that. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Me, I can't dance. Rotate, knock twice. We good? Twende kazi. 3, 2, 1, here we go. Surprisingly, you're doing it. DJ, give me an available. All right. The chorus. So, rotate, ja, ja. So, this is the last one. We good? Give me your energy. 3, 2, 1. Hold it. Rotate. Go. Wake up in your. Go. Hey. Move your hands. Go. Hands up. Go count. Let's go. Swing. Last one, you can dance. You can dance now, yeah? Let's go. Stop. Let's go. Where? Go. Go. Drop your hands. Let's go. Drop them. Check. One more time. Go. Drop it. Feel it. You need to feel it. Let's go. Aya. Let's go. Drop it down. Chest. Hands. Chest. Hands. Double to the side. Woo! 20. Drop. Go. Double. Let's go. Slow. Hands out. Pole. 20 up. Throw it up. Cut the height. Lock it. Wahala to the side, yeah? Let's go. Change. Go. To the back. Aye. Move forward, pole. Up. Hands out. Other side. Take your time. To the back. Slow. Step. Forward. All right, DJ. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him. Wapi makofi yake tafadhali. There we go. Yeah. Now make sure umerudi, please. Ama namna gani watu wangu? Please, you may have your seats. Put your hands together for him one more time, ladies and gentlemen. For the corporates that are here, give him all your money for your end year parties, man. Shout out to you, man. But I want us to celebrate somebody who's very special. Engineer, you need to start a TikTok account. Engineer is a proper dancer. Let's put our hands together for Engineer. My goodness. The moves, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we're just about to call our chief guest this amazing morning. But before we get there, I want if I could get somebody just to help me with this microphone, because I want to ask two people a question. Be beautiful. Thank you very much. All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, question number one. Very special, very special. What year or what edition is this particular festival? What edition? No, don't tell me. The lady with the microphone. Okay, Ivex will help you. Give me anybody. Anybody from the crowd.
The 4th edition.
Amepata ama hajapata? Makofi kwake tafadhali. Let's put our hands together for her. So, Ivex, we can come this other side. Now, I want somebody to help me unpack the acronym behind MindFest. What does mind mean? Remember we spoke about it here? Ama, you danced it off? Let me come. I got a lady. Can I get a guy? So at least I can balance it out a little bit, yeah? Okay, there's a guy at the back there.
Mental health is not disabled.
Huh?
Mental health, mental, mental health is not disabled. 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 Mental he illness is not disable.
98. Handwriting ndio mbaya. Okay.
Mental wellness in festival.
You're in the wrong exam room. Give me a lady now. I mean, nimejaribu bwana, nimejaribu. Zini ukweli? Okay, so I will come back.
Mental illness is not disabling.
Makofi kwake tafadhali. There we go. So please, we get something special for you just because you are with us this amazing morning into the afternoon. Now, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Village Market, we have special goodies for you. I'll be giving somebody something special from Village Market because I want you to pay attention to the next speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like us to put our hands together as we welcome our chairman to invite our next speaker at this particular time. Please, let's put our hands together for chairman as he gets ready to invite the Director of Creative Services from the Ministry of Health this amazing morning into the afternoon. Makofi kwake chairman tafadhali.
The Holy Bible is very clear on many things. One of the clearest things in the Holy Bible is that old people will be guided and taken to places they don't want to go to. Now that's exactly what you're doing with me today. Mara Keti, Mara Enda, Mara Rudi.
You among the youth, sir.
No? What kind of, anyway. So now I don't even know what I'm supposed to do because when people started complaining that I am not dancing, I explained to Mercy that there are two reasons old people don't dance. The first and very good reason old people don't dance is because one is born with a certain amount of dance moves that they must perform, and I exhausted all of mine at the age of 22. But the second more important reason is scientific, is that if an old man dances and breaks a leg, they will die. And they will not die because the leg is broken. They will die because they will be mobilized, they will catch pneumonia, then they will die of the pneumonia. Wapi huyo mtu anasema to dance? Anybody telling an old man to dance is trying to kill them. I've been asked to introduce my friend, my little sister, my student, and a lady who is now my president. Mercy Karanja is my president, not yours, my president. Because in addition to being the director of mental health in the Ministry of Health, she is the recently inaugurated president of all psychiatrists in the Republic of Kenya. Now, you don't know, but I do, that of all countries in the world probably, and certainly in Africa, Kenya holds a unique position in having established the Office of Director of Mental Health, which is the office that has steered the agenda of mental health in this republic in a way that no other country in Africa has done. Whether one is talking about the policies, the action plans, the policies that we have here today, whether you like government or you don't like government, I can tell you, Kenya is unique in the way we have done our work. And the reason we have done that work so well is because the job of director of men, don't look at me like that, is given to professional men and women chosen purely and singularly on merit. And I foresee that under the very wise leadership we now have in the Ministry of Health, and certainly in the Division of Mental Health under Mercy Karanja, this country and this agenda of mental health is going someplace far. Mercy, come. Talk to your people. Piga picha.
Makofi kwake Mercy tafadhali.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You know, Frank makes me feel so big, yet when I stand next to him, he's my teacher. He's like a giant in mental health, isn't it? But it's so humbling to be introduced by Frank in the manner that he has done. As he has said, I am Dr. Mercy Karanja. I am the president of Kenya Psychiatric Association and also the director of mental health at the Ministry of Health. And at this particular moment, I've been given a very simple assignment, which I want to accomplish first before I come and speak to you later on this topic that Gadoni felt fitted me well. Firstly, I am informed that there's a small video clip that you're going to watch from the former Cabinet Secretary for Health that has been captured, and it's aligned to this conference. And then after that, I'll have the distinct honor of introducing the chief guest. So allow us to first have the video, and then I'll introduce our chief guests. MC, are we having the video? Ama imekwama kwa tape? No, in our days, we used to have those, tulikuwa tunazungusha hivi. So I'm told someone is still working on it, and therefore, without much further ado, allow me to introduce the chief guest for today's event. She is here to represent the Principal Secretary, State Department for Medical Services, Dr. Rebecca Kiptui, the Director, Curative Services and Nursing Services at the Ministry of Health. Ladies and gentlemen, let's be upstanding and welcome our chief guest, Daktari Karibu Sana, to make your remarks.
Thank you. You may be seated. Good morning. When I got here, there were so many colorful things that I saw. I saw things to do with art, things to do with face painting. I think there was a poster saying, please go ahead and dance, something like that. And I was like, wow. Huh? And then I come in here, I look at the logo, full of many colors. So I think these are very colorful. It's a very colorful event. I'm here to represent our PS Medical Services. His name is Harry Kimtai. That's the person I am representing. And according to government protocol, once the boss talks, the rest of us will not be able to say anything after that. So I usually just want to, what can I say, speak something from myself and the things that I have observed. Number one, when I walked in, KSG was on the floor. And I said, wow, kumbe KSG munatujali as employees. And I was very, very touched. And I was thinking, for public service, I think it's very, very important to know that when your employees have a settled mind, their productivity is extremely high. You'll not have cases of absenteeism, discipline cases or something like that. No. Guys will just be productive. And I think that's why the chair talked about investment in mental health. The other thing that I thought about as I walked in here is a quote that I always think about. The quote says that Your feet cannot take you where your mind has not been, okay? Your mind has to take you there first before you can physically move to that place. And that goes to show how important a human mind is and how powerful that mind can be. It even affects patient outcomes for those ones who are ill in hospital, those ones who are ill at home. The fact that you either recover or not is dependent on your mind and the state of your mind. The other thing that really made me think was also something that came to mind is the issue about the lady who spoke my name. She said, I'm called Dr. Kirui, and she called our PS Mutahi Kagwe, and I watched her. I wanted to see what would happen. And her, what is it called? The way she handled it was so well. And the comment I wrote down was, love yourself, flaws and all, okay? Accept yourself. Don't finish yourself such that you cannot speak. She still stood here and spoke confidently, and I knew her mindset is good. And therefore, this is to all of you and to all human beings. The first thing you have to do is to love yourself. Accept yourself the way God has made you, so that you can then go and reach out to other people. Don't try and fit in. God made us all unique. So just love yourself. Be yourself, just like the dancer said, let go. There's nobody like you who is on this earth. And you cannot be somebody else. So the best thing that you can do on this earth is to be what? Yourself. There's nobody else who's going to be the leading actor of your life. It's only you. And then the MC talked about his friend who committed suicide. And there was a time I was going to work. There was a man alikuwa amepanda a very high building. You know, us Kenyans were very interesting, eh? And he said, I'm going to jump. Na Wakenya huku chini walisema nini? You see, even you. Waliambia yeye nini? Do you know what he did? Huh? Aliruka. And that was the end of? It was the end of him. And I was wondering, this is somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's son, somebody's uncle. But as Kenyans, because tulimwambia afanye nini? Aruke, that was the end of him. So as Kenyans, let us be a bit, what can I say, sensitive to one another. I wish there was somebody who would have gone and talked to this person. That was in the early 2000s. And I think by then we were not very aware about issues to do with mental health. And I was wondering, especially the men, do you have people to talk to? You don't? Somebody said no. Please open up. Culturally, you are told, as the MC said, ukuwa nini? Kuwa ngumu. Lakini tafadhali, get somebody to talk to. Do not bottle things up in your heart. It affects your mind and the way you perceive things. Some negative things can be so amplified that you feel that you're useless. That is not the case. So for each and every one of us, I hope we have people to debrief with, to speak and to open our hearts to. And then to the chair. The chair said that he's old and that he's ready to let others take the stage. That is good. At the ministry, we have a strategy on healthy aging. And one of the things that we advocate for is the role of the older people in our society. And I wrote down that the older people are there to guide us. They are there to consult. They are there to tell us what to do. And what I want to tell you, Chair, you are still a resource to Kenya. So even as you sit down, let people sit around you and listen to your wisdom so that we know where to go to, so that we don't go the wrong direction. The Chair also talked about the issue of investments. And he says it starts in childhood, isn't it? Me, I wrote there, it starts in utero. Every human being has the need to be loved, the need to be affirmed, the need to be accepted. So from conception, we know inside utero whether we are accepted or not. So it starts in utero. When we become parents, take time with your children. Look them in the eye so they know how to trust a human being. Spend time with them, even when they have not yet known how to talk. Teach them your values. Once you invest that way, Kenya will be a much, much better place. We'll have actually reduced the incidence of mental illness because you'll have told them that I love you, I accept you, I affirm that you are good. As you were dancing, and I also let go. By the way, I love dancing, and I really, really enjoyed it. Might we give a clap to the gentleman who... I said to myself, who am I after all my titles have been stripped away? I'm just Rebecca. Just Rebecca. So I ask you, who are you? When all your titles have been stripped away, will you still be so and so? Will you be somebody whom everybody likes, who has something to contribute to society? Just think about that. Who are you when everything has been stripped away? So thank you so much for that dancing session. And as Mercy was introduced, I said, hey, no people. I didn't know she was our president. I said, hey, I'm sitting next to our president. Huh? I know her as Mercy from mental health, so it's good to know people. Who are they? What do they do? Who knows? After some time, you'll meet them once again, and you'll have established a network. So I hope that as you are here, your network remarks, in accordance to what I've seen. And now I would like to read this speech for the Principal Secretary for Health, Medical Services during the Medical Wellness Conference hosted by Chiromo Hospital on the 24 under the theme Embrace, Empower, Evolve. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's still good morning. It's an honor to stand before you today as we continue to mark the World Mental Health Day, which is observed annually on the 10th of October. This day creates an opportunity to raise awareness about mental health issues and advocates for mental well-being. This year's theme, It's Time to Prioritize Mental Health at the Workplace, is very timely and serves as a powerful reminder of how mental health affects each and every one of us. I would like to reiterate here that even as a ministry, we have our own committee chaired by Mercy, and we are trying to see how we can make our workplace a better place. The theme of this Mindfest conference, Embrace, Empower, and Evolve, also resonates deeply as we reflect on the importance of mental wellness in various aspects of our lives, particularly in the workplace. It reminds us to embrace mental health as a key, empower all persons to be resilient, and change our strategies to accommodate the ever-rising challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, for many, the workplace extends beyond traditional offices to include our communities and homes. Mental health is a foundation upon which our well-being is built. According to the World Health Organization, mental health disorders affect 1 in 4 people at some point in their lives. In alignment with this year's theme, the Ministry of Health has implemented several policies aimed at enhancing mental wellness across various sectors. The Kenya Mental Health Policy emphasizes the importance of integrating mental health services into primary healthcare systems, ensuring that individuals have access to essential mental health resources. Additionally, the Mental Health Act provides a framework for protecting the rights of individuals with mental health conditions, promoting their dignity and access to care. The National Guidelines on the Workplace Mental Wellness, established by our government in September 2023, advocates for creating supportive work environments that prioritize employee well-being. These guidelines encourage organizations to implement comprehensive employee assistance programs that provide access to counseling services, stress management resources, and training for managers to recognize and support employee facing mental health challenges. They are designed to address the significant impact of mental health disorders on productivity. Ladies and gentlemen, mental health issues significantly affect the economy, which costs attributed to absenteeism, presenteeism, leading to substantial financial losses. The Kenya Mental Health Investment Case 2021 found that around 3.7 million workers in Kenya may be affected with mental health conditions, resulting in 0.6% loss of GDP due to reduced productivity. This highlights the need for organizations to recognize these economic implications and take proactive steps to mitigate them through supportive workplace practices. The Ministry of Health advocates for healthier work environments that support employee mental health, thus enhancing overall productivity and quality of life. We call upon all of us to embrace initiatives aimed at reducing stigma associated with mental health issues, as this is one of the biggest hindrances to mental wellness. Let us endeavor to break the stigma surrounding mental health together by investing in awareness campaigns, such as this conference, and training programs designed to foster open conversation about mental health in workplace and communities alike. As we celebrate World Mental Health Day in this MindFest Conference 2024, a platform dedicated to breaking stigma, we reaffirm our commitment to promoting mental well-being for all. We must create an environment where mental health is treated with the care and respect it deserves. In conclusion, I wish you all the best as you enjoy this day filled with activities aimed at enhancing our understanding of mental wellness. Together, we can make a difference by embracing each other's struggles, empowering one another through support and resources, and evolving into a society that prioritizes mental health as a fundamental component of overall well-being. And he says thank you. Those are the remarks of our PS, Harry Kimutai. He would have really, really wanted to be here, but currently he's working. He's in a meeting elsewhere. So he wishes you all the best. And as he has said, enjoy this day.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for Rebecca. Makofi kwake tafadhali. Thank you so much, madam. Asante sana. Please makofi kwake tafadhali one more time. Now, Madam Rebecca, as you take your seat, we will be requesting you a little bit later to just join us for a brief photo moment, flanked by Chairman in a little bit as well. Chairman, I'm sorry, this is the last time I'm calling you up on stage. Now, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to break protocol seriously, because like Madam Rebecca just mentioned that once the PS speaks, ordinarily we're supposed to be have finished. But because of a little bit of hitilafu kidogo ya mitambo, we please tafadhali musituseme, ni leo tu na tutafanya siku ingine. So allow us just to get one video. It's very short, by the former Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Health, Honorable Mutahi Kagwe. Please let's get that video.
Key stakeholders, policymakers, champions who have mental health lived experiences, and all other stakeholders, particularly advocates of improvement in mental health, welcome to Mindfest 2024. Mindfest provides a platform for those who have got mental health experience challenges, who know what it is all about, to share their experiences with others. They will share their experiences with those who are experiencing the same things, who are going through similar challenges, to know that even they can come out on top of the challenges that they are going through. It is also a good opportunity for those of us who have not necessarily gone through the experience to understand what our brothers and sisters are going through. And through appreciating that experience, we can talk to our employers, we can talk to government policymakers, we can talk to others to create space for the experiences that others are going through. I want to take this opportunity to particularly appreciate those globally who are in the mental health space, particularly those doctors such as Dr. Atori, such as Dr. Frank Jenga of Kenya, who have all had vast experiences of dealing with this problem, who have made it their lifetime commitments to resolve these matters. I want to appreciate the many nurses who deal with these issues, the many health workers, unappreciated, but who nonetheless commit themselves every day to working with others to ensure that our mental health space, our mental health patients are well taken care of. Of particular importance is for those in the global space to stop discrimination and stigmatization of our brothers and sisters just because of what they are going through. It is a disease like any other. Any person can go through it. And we want to take this opportunity of this World Mental Health Day to tell everybody to take their time to contribute towards resolving the problem, to contribute towards the reduction of discrimination, the elimination of stigmatization and discrimination on this issue. It's very important for employers to particularly understand that their employees could be going through this experience, and therefore to create the space and provide solutions rather than discriminate against those ones. As this World Mental Health Day comes to a close today, let us remember that it is because of the clean mental health states of those doctors and nurses. It is because of their mental states, because of their mental determination, that they can be able to help those with mental health challenges. Thank you, one and all.
Print, Drift Photography, Grey Apple, and Tufunguke, my Mental Health First initiative. So please, representatives from those particular departments, please can join us. I'd like somebody from the technical team to just help us take this lectern off. We might not need it for a while now, because after this we go into our first talk show, our first panel discussion. So somebody can just help me unplug this so that we can have everybody up on the stage together. Beautiful. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's celebrate our partners who are up on stage. Tupigeni makofi. Ngoja. Hey, bado. Bwana una siri bwana. Okay, let's just get it off stage so that we can get. So please, let's spread out. All of us will be in the frame together. All of us will be in the frame. Okay, let's all spread out. Let's spread out. Let us spread out so that we can all be on the frame together. Okay. All right, so I think we're ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I want you to help me count it from 3, 2, 1. Are we ready? If you're on stage, I want you to be smiling, please. It's a festival, guys. It's a festival. I want to see your best look on your face. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Mindfest 24 edition, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for these amazing individuals. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There we go. This is a special photograph right now. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Asante sana. Thank you so much to all our partners. Thank you so much, Dr. Rebecca Kiptui, on behalf of the PS. Asante sana. Thank you so much, our chairman. Thank you very much to our CEO in absentia. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's put our hands together for the men and women that made this amazing festival possible. Now, we'll ask you to just exit the stage as we proceed on. So thank you very much, Asante sana. Please make sure that if you see them around the corridors of this great festival, make sure you say hi to them and celebrate them, especially at this particular time. Beautiful. I have so many things in my hand, but it's fine. No, I don't think we're fine. I don't think we need it. Tukosa. Beautiful. Now, ladies and gentlemen, as we get our guests off stage, now at this particular juncture, we're going into yet another opportune moment for us to get entertained. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as we welcome Yida B. Mashage to come and give us a special song this amazing morning. Please, to begin, Yida makofi tafadhali as she comes on up. Please celebrate her as she makes her way to the front.
All protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Yida Bageni Machage. I am standing here today not to make a speech. Thank you, Dr. Frank Jenga. But I'm standing here today as a mental health survivor. And Dr. Frank Jenga happens to be my doctor. A few years ago, when I crashed, and I was institutionalized for some time. And when I came out, I was put on medication intervention for some time, about 3 to 4 years. I still go in when I'm feeling a bit crampy for some checkup and some servicing, as I call it. And when I was coming out of that dark place, because I went through some series of interventions. One of them was what we call ECT. The medical professionals here know what that is, where they pass some electric current through your brain to jumpstart you and to bring you back. That is how far I had gone. Besides the medication, psychiatric interventions, I was put on psychological interventions for some years. I was recently just off medication. But from time to time, when I'm feeling down, I go back for some checkup. And if the professionals feel that I need to be put back on some interventions, then that happens. So when I was coming out of that dark place, I was told to identify a few things that would actually connect me back. Because when you come out of the diagnosis, those diseases, you have to plug back into reality. You're somewhere, it's a bit difficult to explain, but the medical health professionals understand. And that is how I met what we call Rotary. I am a Rotarian. Thank you, and if you're a Rotarian in here, you can wave for all of us to see. Thank you so much for joining us today. And I belong to a committee called Rotary Action Group for Mental Health Initiative, which was only commenced in the year 2024. In Rotary, we are about 1.4 million community leaders, volunteers. We are not paid, but we do community service. We change the lives of the people and communities that we serve. So in that committee, we have a few people. We have Chiromo Group of Hospitals represented. We have Ministry of Health. We have the board members from the Rotary Action Group Mental Health Initiative, and I am the lead for that committee. And we are still toddling, but we are bringing hope to the people that we serve. So I would like to quickly, I am also a president of Rotary, the club that I serve in. And when I plugged back into reality, I took up singing, I took up dancing. I have seen my colleague here from Afro-Latin Dance Association of Kenya called Banjuka. I recently produced my song. I can see Kamvua here. Kamvua is my mantra. When I grow up, I want to be like her. So I want to sing a song that is familiar to you all. It's called Carry Your Candle. I know you know it all, most of us, yeah. So if you feel a bit gypsy and you'd like to join in when I'm singing, please feel free. At the end of it, we can stand and wave. You can carry your symbolic candle so that you can bring hope to the people that we serve. DJ, you can take it away. The DJ. Okay. Yes. Shh. I think I can simply proceed as we wait for the track.
Check. Here we go. So, I'm sorry for that, but what I think, I think we can stand up and we can sing it together, right? Right? So, shout outs to Kambo in the building. I hadn't seen her. How are you, Kambo? Good to see you. Now, don't look at your neighbor. Okay, you can look at your neighbor. Don't listen to how they sound. Yeah, don't listen to how they sound. Listen to the words. I think the message is the words.
The message is the word.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's stand up so that we can sing it together. If you can put your phone on, if you have a light at the back of your phone, that's our candle at this particular time. So put it on so that we can join Yida in this special dance. Yida, I'm not going to sing on the mic because mine is bad, but can we do that together? Awesome. Yida, take it away.
Right. There is a candle in every soul, some brightly burning, join in, some dark and cold. There is a spirit who brings a fire, ignites that candle, and makes his own. Carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the hopeless, confused and torn. Hold up your candles, for all to see it. Take your candles, go light your own. Take your candles, go light your own. Frustrated brother, see how he's tried to light his own candle some other way. See now, sister, she's been robbed and lied to, still holds a candle without a flame. So carry your candle, run to the darkness, seek out the hopeless, confused and torn. Hold up your candles for all to see it. Take your candle, go light your own. Take your candle, go light your own. 'Cause we're a family, yes, whose hearts are blazing. So let's raise our candles, light up the sky, run to our Father in the name of Jesus. Make us a beacon in darkest time. So carry your run to the darkness. Oh, place, confused and torn. Candle for all to see it. Take your candles, go light your world. One more time. So carry. Confused and torn, candle to see it. Take that candle and light your world. Candle, go light your world.
Ladies and gentlemen, a special celebration to Ida. I think she deserves a better round of applause. Wapi makofi yake. Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have your seats. Wow. I mean, I was standing next to Shiv and Shiv was on that. Yeah. Well done, Shiv Simani. Well done, man. Congratulations, man. Now, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you, today is... We're attacking it from all ends. We're finished, or we're just about to round out plenary. Then you have an opportunity to enjoy our podcasting, our live podcast in the fourth floor. Don't miss that for anything in the world. We have an exhibition that's outside. You also have an opportunity as well to enjoy the experiential zone. But right now, I am excited about this first panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the panel itself, distinguished. But the moderator, phenomenal. Ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together as we welcome the brand manager from Hot 96 FM. Right? Ladies and gentlemen, she is a communication strategist. But most importantly, she's an all-round amazing individual. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's welcome the lady with the golden voice. That's what I call her. Let's put our hands together as we welcome Cynthia Mwangi up on stage, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Cynthia as she comes up on stage. Makofi kwake tafadhali.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Oh my God, what? Have I missed something? The what? What is it? Like, what did I miss? Oh, okay. Goja wa decide kwenye wanataka nikae. I know. They're like, ati? Dotige kinya ikone jaragia. Mulaiga atia. O otire kero itaragia. Sorry, for guys who don't speak French, I was just saying that it's such a great day for us. Yeah? Those who understand French also understand it, right? Yeah, thank you. That's what I was just saying. So I'm waiting for them to tell me where I'm going to sit. Am I sitting here? This is where we're sitting? Yes? No? Lota nako wapi aniambia ya. Oh, ni hapa? Ah, thank you, sir. Okay, so thank you so much, Lawton, for having me, and thank you, MindFest. I couldn't have had a better way to be introduced, and more importantly, a better place to be and spend my Saturday than to be here in your presence. I am truly humbled. And now, the panel that I am inviting and having a conversation with today, some are my friends, others I have followed on the socials, and others I am meeting for the first time. But let me tell you, anything about mental health is actually exceptional. Sasa si munaona Lotan ako hapa kinidanganya. Mbele tu ya watu Lotan. You're going to pay for this though. Hapa? Yeah, thank you, thank you. Sasa tuko sawa kabisa. Hata mungejua hii short nikiria. Thank you. Picha hivi. Thanks. This is my good side, guys. It's definitely my good side. They know it's my good side. So just allow me to head over to the panel, who I am more than honored to have today. Allow me to introduce, for starters, okay guys, is this going to work, man? Yo! Victoria Macharia. Victoria Macharia is a counseling psychologist at Chiromo Hospital Group in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm hoping she's making her way. Is she around? Oh, fantastic. There we go. She has extensive experience in clinical setting. She skillfully reviews patients' intakes, performs psychometric assessments, and formulates tailored treatments. There we go. Tailored treatments, plans for individuals, families, and groups. Victoria collaborates closely with specialists, including psychiatrists, to provide a comprehensive care for all that come to her. Her commitment to mental health advocacy, particularly in the workplace, is noteworthy. Recently, she participated in a significant conference at the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, where she passionately addressed the importance of mental health in the professional environments. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Victoria. Those who are from the Morema, you know me saying remuneration has been a struggle, yeah? You saw it, but we thank God. And next on, allow me to introduce Dr. Joy Mugambi. She is the County Director of Health Administration and Planning for Nakuru County, as Vice President of the Commonwealth Medical Association for East, Central, and South Africa. She champions policies that enhance primary healthcare in rural and underserved areas. With over 23 years of experience as a family physician, Dr. Mugambi is dedicated to improving healthcare quality and accessibility for vulnerable populations. She also serves as part-time lecturer at Kabarak University, teaching family medicine residents about health policy and emergency medicine. A round of applause for Daktari. And of course, the man that I follow on the gram, Allow me to welcome Shiv Shiv Simani. Murimma is doing the thing. A leading fitness coach and wellness influencer and entrepreneur. And he prefers to refer to himself as a fitpreneur. He is the owner of a Rotator Wellness. Shiv has helped countless individuals on their journey to better health and fitness with over, wait for it, 230,000 people across social media. He uses his platform to inspire and educate on the importance of fitness and well-being. And of course, in addition to this venture, he is the co-host of the Unit podcast, where he shares insights on health, entrepreneurship, and lifestyle. Of course, a round of applause for Shiv. And of course, I am also honored to welcome with me Esther Katiba. She is a highly accomplished HR practitioner, mental health champion, and legal profession. Esther is a 2023 recipient of the WEF Exceptional Women of Excellence Award, HR Trendsetter of the Year, and the Gold Award for Global Sustainable Futures Network. That one is just a round of applause for that already. Thank you. As an author, motivational speaker, HR consultant, she is respected, and a very respected voice in her field. And of course, beyond her professional achievements, Esther is deeply committed to empowering entrepreneurs through her work with Breach for Billions and the DoorDash Accelerator. She mentors restaurant owners, helping them diversify revenue streams and secure funding. Someone needs to, I'm going to see you after this, yeah? Thanks. She also hosts the engaging series Conversations with Esther Katiba, where she continues to inspire and uplift more people. Please, again, a round of applause for Esther. And finally, the man who needs no introduction. This one is my friend and colleague, Stephen Latour. Is a senior journalist at Citizen TV. And of course, this is a part of Royal Media Services. As a respected political reporter, presenter, and commentator, his unique sign-off style has earned him a dedicated following across the country and, of course, the globe. Stephen Latour's highlights includes covering the significant events like the 2023 general election at KISS TV. He continues to excel in his role at Citizen TV. And in any case, if you were not aware, he's also the retired chairman of the men's conference that we all knew. We thank God. Okay, so allow me to just go straight to what our conversation today is about. It's about mental health in the workspace. And this is what it says. According to Gallup's 2020 burnout report, it highlighted that 76% of employees experience burnout, of up to 63% are likely to take sick offs, yet mental health days are frowned upon. And the question is, can we be able to change that? Is that something that we're looking forward to, or is it even possible? And I love that the panel that we have today are able to get us there. And some of this, but not some, all of us will be speaking from our points of experience. Now, allow me to start with Dr. Joy. From your experience, how can a company's culture promote or hinder open conversations about mental health and mental health wellness?
Thank you very much for the invite. Mine is to say, as employers, there is a lot that we can do, and it begins with the leadership. A good leader is one who's vulnerable, and being vulnerable, you're able to share your difficulties and your mental health challenges with your teams so that they are able to be open enough and discuss their issues. In workplaces where leaders don't talk about their own vulnerability, people are not open. And people are not able to talk about their own issues. So you find a workplace that's difficult to work in because the leader themselves is not able to speak about it and is not open. 2, stigma. Stigma is one of the big challenges that is posed within the culture of the workplace. And this is very African. We grew up knowing that you don't talk about mental health illness, you don't talk about the challenges that you're facing yourself. And growing up, I saw a number of people, even in the home states, hidden because they had mental health issues. And as families, you could not talk about even the mental health challenges that you had, because if you talk about that, you won't get married, and your home state will be stigmatized. So the same is at the workplace. If you talk about your mental health challenges, you could be stigmatized. But that's also based on culture. There are places where, good workplaces where people are able to talk about their mental health illness and they're able to be addressed. Let's come to the public space where I've worked for some time. And most of the cases we receive, even within the administration, are disciplinary. And unfortunately, they come in, either they are having addictions or they have mental health issues and have not been at work, and their supervisor thinks they've been absconding work. And because of the busy schedules, the number of clients that we handle, there is no time to have that discussion. So culture also continues on in that, well, it's usual for disciplinary issues to be handled, and so they are passed on, and by the time they are tackled, these are the same people who commit suicide, and we've seen that even in the healthcare space due to the pressure. So yes, culture plays a key role, and we need to address it at the workplace and be able to tackle it. Thank you.
Bouncing off what you just had, I'd like Victoria to share from your experience, what are the numbers like for people who are in the workforce and the kind of conversations they're having about mental health? For starters, are they having them? And then secondly, what do statistics currently say about stress, mental health in the workforce?
Thank you. So the conversations are happening, right? People have become more open about mental illnesses within the workplaces. And like my boss said recently in one of the conferences that we had, if you're still talking stigma where mental health is concerned, then you're doing it alone, right? Because the government, people are open to making inroads. There's even the policy or national guidelines about mental health within the workspaces. So the conversations are happening. Again, we say it has to be a top-to-bottom approach. Like what Joy has said, if management does not own the whole concept about mental health and mental illnesses within the organizations, then it is quite unlikely that we'll have the rest of the employees owning the whole concept. So how are they owning it up? We even have things like employee assistance programs, which are employer-based initiatives by the employer to support employees who may be struggling with issues to do with life, financial mismanagement, maybe they're suffering from depression as a result, and it's impacting on their productivity. So those conversations are happening. Now, the statistics in terms of what mental health challenges are within the work environment are very high, and we have depression and anxiety as the most prevalent mental illnesses within the work environment. And they cost the economy not less than US $1 trillion in managing, right? But again, because of the conversations, we already say that for every $1 you invest in mental health, you get a return of how many dollars? 4, right? So the conversations are happening and we can see the returns.
I love that you're saying that, because we have a HR practitioner amongst us. And of course, you knew it was coming. You knew, it was just going to go to you, yeah? So what Victoria has said is it's possible for organizations to create spaces for people to talk about mental health freely without the stigma, right? Now, from your perspective, both as a HR practitioner and a legal front as well, how does that look like in the day-to-day life, especially in 2024 with the way things are? Like the economy is, and sometimes it's, but then the question is, as an employer, how are you supposed to have a conversation, comfortable conversation with your employees about mental health to make them open enough to come to you and say, I am having a mental breakdown, I need some time out? And does that even Because that's the question a lot of people will ask. Do you include that as, we're giving you 5 days off, but in these 5 days, we're taking them off your leave days? You see, those are some of the questions that I'd love to hear from you.
Great. I will start with this. I want to demystify what people call the workplace. The workplace can be, SMEs have their own businesses, that's a workplace. Your house girl is in a workplace. Your security guard is in the workplace. Because sometimes we think that the workplace is where you rotate with a seat, and that's the photo we have. But as you're asking, it is very possible for us to support. And it's around managing the employee life cycle. You see, the employee life cycle begins with attracting the talent. How we recruit gives, and I know someone has talked about the culture, how you support the entire cycle, attraction of talent, recruitment, the development, talent development, all the way to the exit of an employee. Now, within an organization, we have policies and processes. Now, most organizations have beautiful documents, beautiful, well-bound, beautiful, and we make you sign when you come in. But how often do we even refresh your mind on what is in that document? That document covers your entry, it covers your sick leaves, it covers your promotion, it covers your performance management, it covers everything about you. So I think we go back to it and say that as a HR professionals, and I'm glad that my boss is here, Madam Kuresha, as HR professionals, it is our responsibility to make sure that employees at the point of entry understand the policies and processes. If they miss it at that point, if the recruitment is not done well, if the onboarding is not done well, you lose that employee at that point. There's this Peter Drucker says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. If you have a bad organizational culture, it doesn't matter what kind of a strategy document you have. Your employees will be stressed. I have seen organizations where you come in and you look like what the Gen Zs will call the oops baby, Like there's no laptop, there's no place to sit. And this professional is looking at you and saying, was I a mistake in this organization? That is the point where that employee leaves that organization. Mentally, they have left you. So their stress begins there. And answering that, I'll say there's a way we can structure it. Organizational culture has the elements of policies, processes, your branding. Employer branding is very important. There are organizations you apply to, and someone tells you join them at your own risk. Mentally, you will go there with the fear and ready to exit. So it's a way we structure everything around it. It's making sure that employees understand where we are going. The most unfortunate thing is that a bigger percentage of employees in places where the structures are not established don't even know where the organization is going. So clearly they also don't know where they're going. So that confusion will cause people to leave you. They get stressed and they begin to exit. So you lose talent. So the workplace becomes what the young people in the room call toxic. There's a lot of toxicity. Sometimes you can't put a finger on what toxic is, because toxic to me could be the boss. Toxic to him could be just the performance appraisals. Toxic to another person is something else. So it's our responsibility as not just HR professionals, and I want to put it back to you, managers, supervisors, and the top, to drive a positive work environment and culture.
That is such a wholesome answer that I am in awe of what you've said. Now, of course, from you, there's one more person that I believe should be included in this conversation, and that's Daktari Wambui Mutara. Daktari Wambui Mutara, karibu sana. She is the wellness manager at Britam. And it's very hard to have conversations about mental health and wellness if you do not have the people who actually take care of that in the wholesome aspect. Dr. thank you so much. Karibu sana to the panel. Now, allow me to throw this at Leto. Leto, you work in one of the most understated industries. And you cover so much, and not just you, people in your industry, myself included. We cover so much, but one of the things that we underplay is the kind of pressure that comes with a job. Can you talk about that from your experience and what that has done for your mental health?
Well, for us, it's true we work under very intense pressure. I don't know whether we will call it the way the Gen Zs were asking whether the pressure increases or decreases. I can assure you that where we work, there is never minimum pressure. We always have maximum pressure. And I believe this goes across the workplaces, like my co-panelist here said, including that mama who is your house help. But for my case, giving it from a media perspective, for instance, is we work on very strict timelines. That delivery of news, for instance, has to happen at exactly 7 o'clock. You never tell viewers that Wacha Leo News ianze 7:15 kwa sababu Leto alichelewa University of Nairobi. It has to be 7 o'clock, and for 9 o'clock, it has to be 9 o'clock. So with that time, the beating of timelines, it goes without saying that it really puts majority of us under lots of pressure. The sad bit is the supervisors or our editors do not want to know how you will get to the office or how that story will get on air at 7 o'clock. It has to be on air at 7 o'clock. You ask, you tell them, hata nilipata traffic nikitoka parliament hapo Nyayo, hiyo roundabout ilifungwa, president alikuwa anapita. They will ask you, wewe hauko unajua president anapita hapo, utoke mapema ufike. So we again get into layers and layers and layers of pressure that for us, sometimes in one way or another, if not well taken care of, can easily slide into what you've just called as a toxic working environment that later on generates into a very dangerous, way of, you'll term as mental instability in a workplace where I don't feel like I'm being appreciated to the work I'm doing. And most importantly, that is the time we employees start looking at the pressure being put on us versus the salary we are receiving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And before you put the mic down, the other thing that I know people do not have conversations about is covering of events like elections, then after that, especially in Kenya, post-election. How, from your experience, has that been for journalists?
Those are normally what we will call as special events, including what is ongoing right now in the country, a very, a lacuna kind of an exercise where you just want to see what is the end game. But the most important thing for us is what we go through when we are covering, starting with the very harsh time on the field. For instance, just recently, Gen Z-led protest, where you saw how we media practitioners were being clobbered by members of the police force. Sadly, even when I was clobbered, I know most of you saw that video, me crying, and I was really in pain. But my bosses still wanted a story on timelines. They did not even want to know how I was faring after that clobbering with the police. Then they want first the story so that later on you can say na ulikuwa sawa, tuliona mambo ilikuwa. So that is the kind of thing that happens. But sometimes we go through, in elections, for instance, we sleep like for 1 hour. You cover wapiga kura, you are told voting starts at 6 o'clock. But voters in places like Kisii, where in places like Western, where they are so much populated, they start coming in at 1 a.m. Some even sleep next to the polling stations. So that makes for us, we have to make sure we wake up early. So sometimes we lack what we'll call that personal time to go and relieve yourself. For example, you come from a very harsh election coverage outside. When you are called to Nairobi thinking that you are going to rest, you are told go to Bomas. You'll be working in shifts at Bomas because now whatever you've been doing at the field is now trickling into the Bomas of Kenya. So those are some of the things that in our career we see like they really push us to a corner. Without you, our viewers, leo tumesema leto enda off, leo hatutaki news. Nyinyi, when it gets to time for news, remote ndio hiyo, weka Citizen, you know. So that is how, but gladly, sometimes we have started seeing our HR policies changing from time to time. For my organization, for instance, nowadays, and I had one of the speakers here talk about birthdays. Nowadays, we see we are told June babies. At the end of the month, all June babies are being treated in the office. So I think such kind of HR, interventions really help to ease that pressure in the workplaces. We are also seeing a lot of triangle flexibility in terms of engaging. We are seeing bringing clinics inside and so closer to us. That really matters a lot for us in the employee sector. But sometimes the only thing that we still question the HR and the top HRs who are here is that some of the organizations who have 21 to 24 days maximum of leave every year, to us as employees, we are feeling like that is too little. That is too little, working from January all the way to December, and you only have 24 days or 21 days to rest. As for me, I think HR bosses who are in charge of our HRs just change that policy kidogo, increase because clearly we work, because a lot of employers will expect you to work beyond the 5 o'clock that is set out. For instance, for us, we have to leave our offices when we are done with the news, say at 9 or at 7. So we work more extra hours, but we are not being compensated at the leave level. So I think that is a policy you need to check, so that hata sisi tusikie vizuri as we go to interact with our families, because majority of us leave our families at the rural areas, but we hardly interact with them in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ni hapo kwa 21 days, ni kama hapo ndio umeshikia. Hapo kwa 24, hapo. Thank you. And I know Esther is waiting to just answer, but give me a minute and let me ask Shiv. Shiv, so Leto has come off his very long day or long week, and then he's come to you, he's like, nimechoka. Mentally, I'm exhausted. From your perspective, what does the physical fitness, psychology, and even the benefits of what you do to help alleviate stress, even enhance the mood, and give a better mental clarity of some of the people that come to you seeking help after such a long day?
So actually, many of my clients, or rather most of my clients, would be in his situation. It's not people like me who are already in the industry as coaches. So most of my clients are corporate clients who are journalists, who are directors, CEOs in companies, and it's high pressure jobs basically, making decisions that are difficult, and long working hours, and high travel, a lot of travel. So the first thing I always say is you have to first take care of yourself before you take care of anyone else. Yeah, you have to set out your time no matter what. And I know not every office may have this, but I think we should take it upon us to now make the time. I think we all have the time to either enter a gym or do something at the house or go out for a walk before or after work. I know he just said during the special events is only like 1 hour, but how about the 80 other % of the time when there's no special events? Are you in a position to try and, wake up earlier? Meaning if it's usually waking up at 5, how about you wake up at 4:30? And if meaning waking up at 4:30 means going to bed at 9:30, then also it's purposefully making yourself go to bed earlier. I know it's easier to sit on the couch and watch TV and binge, and also that's the time most of us are spending with our spouse or our family, but I think it becomes a habit when now you take it upon yourself to start putting the steps and basically what you call habit stacking. So you're starting with, all right, you're being intentional about how you'll handle your wellness. So I keep saying it's about the habit stacking where it's at night, I am putting my clothes aside on the side table. When I go to bed, I'm putting my phone in the bathroom on the highest alarm, so I have to wake up to go that side. And when I wake up, I'm going for my cold shower, and then my clothes are there, and now I'm out. So it's like just making things possible for you to succeed. And these small successes are also just building your confidence and your consistency into heading to another difficult thing. So it's basically trying to do this very many difficult things, from just waking up earlier than usual to maybe it's a cold shower, to just drinking a glass of water first thing in the morning, to actually getting to the gym. So we set very small goals that are extremely achievable for my clients. So it's like, if you're a first-time client, my goal for you is just to make it to the gym even twice a week. That is an achievement. You've never been to the gym before, or you've never worked out. So do things that are so easy for you to achieve that you start ticking off these boxes, and these boxes become so easy to achieve that now you're like, after a month, you're like, this was so simple, I think I can now step it up. And the stepping up is, all right, we haven't even touched your food yet. So now we're only asking you at breakfast to not take 4 teaspoons of sugar, but just take 2 teaspoons of sugar. So it's just making these very small changes that are goals and that you're achieving in the short term that lead to mid-term goals, and obviously there's an end term. End term meaning there's long-term goals, but at the same time, what I do is a lifestyle, and I think everyone should incorporate it within the lifestyle. Yeah.
Okay, great. I love that. And I am very appreciative of the things that you're doing, especially for people who are trying to get fit, both corporate and non-corporate, people who run their own businesses. But I am very humbled, of course, to be in the presence of Dr. Tari from Britain. And one of the questions I want to ask from your organization, right? What are some of the strategies, especially from Britain's wellness initiatives, that have promoted mental health wellness for your employees, so that even those who are here can learn a few things and a few tips that they can pick up, and if they're employees as well, they can go and suggest some of the things that have been successful at Britain.
All right, thank you. I'm honored to be in this audience. So I'll talk about what wellness at Britam does. So basically, the wellness department at Britam is all about preventive and promotive health. And today, being a mental health day, I'm pleased to talk about some of the initiatives, as you asked. So one, I'll talk about what I've noticed, that of all the clients, so I take care of the clients who are insured by Britam. So those are my customers. And out of 10 requests we get for wellness requests, so what can you do for us, doc? I'll say this, that currently 7 out of 10 will be related to mental health. And this was an obvious gap we noticed, and we thought about what can we do to actually improve the mental health and well-being of our people and make the program sustainable. So I'll talk about 3 things that we are currently doing and we've implemented. So one of them is getting staff in the conversation. So traditionally, what usually happens as me as the payer, so usually we operate, let's say, in a triad. So
We have Britam as the payer. We have one of our strategic partners, say Chiromo, in mental health. And then we have the organization. So the organization will come to us and tell us, Doc, I think the HR will tell us, Doc, I think we should bring on board someone, talk to our people about work-life balance. But what we noticed is this was a gap because this was only coming from the HR department. Have we included the people to know, actually, what is ailing them? What would they want to hear about? So one of the things that we've come on board is through doing surveys in organizations and ensuring that we're actually getting opinions of the people in these organizations. So probably we are thinking they'd want to hear about work-life balance, but people are stressed, so probably they'd want to hear about stress management. So that is first getting the people in the conversation. Two is also bringing on board, moving with the moving time. So with this, what do I mean? That the way the society was structured 10 years ago is very different from the way it's structured today. Today, different issues, people are facing different issues. Like people, I'll say an example would be issues around co-parenting, issues around work-life balance, boundaries, issues around midlife crisis. So also bringing on board newer conversations that were not there in the past, that someone might be at the workplace, but they're probably co-parenting with a partner and they're struggling with that. So it does not matter the number of conversations we have around stress management. This person, we are really not addressing what exactly is ailing them. And the third thing I'll talk about is a program we came up with. Of course, as the pair will come up with a program, but the HR department, and that's why I say we operate in a very close-knit triad, whereby we really have to rely on the HR and the leadership of organizations to actually help us implement a program. So we came up with a program that is just aimed at having sustainable mental health at the workplace. So what is the aim of this program? One will be around creating awareness. So what we realized is, for the people in this hall, I'll say they know a lot about mental health. You know when probably you're going through burnout, you know this person is having anxiety. But what you realize, outside there, people might not be aware of this. So what do we first aim to do is to create awareness. And creation of awareness is through things like self-assessments. Go through a certain questionnaire that is standardized. A questionnaire on anxiety. Look at it. Assess yourself. At the end of the questionnaire, you'll get your results, and it will tell you your score is 10, and this is what, this is what you should go through. Then with this program, then we also bring in what I'm talking about, the continuous education, through, of course, getting opinion of the people in an organization to know what would you want to hear about. And then finally also is what we are proactively doing now is training people within organizations who we are calling mental wellness champions, so that in an organization, people are aware that is actually someone who is trained, and whenever you're going through an issue, you could go to them and they can refer you appropriately. Or this person is able to identify when someone is going through an issue and probably reach out to them, see what the issue might be, and they're able to refer them appropriately to the support that they require. So basically that's what I'd talk about what we're doing. It's a journey, as I'm saying. It's something that we need to really create awareness, demystify a lot of myths and misconceptions regarding mental health, remove all the stigma through conversations such as this, and just keep the conversations going. Yeah.
You're doing quite a lot. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I'm going to be asking Esther one more question, but there are things called echo chambers. Who knows what an echo chamber is? Anybody? Anybody? Yes. It's okay, you can shout. You're in yellow. Fantastic. So when I run panels, I try not to have echo chambers. So what I'm going to do is, I want you guys to, how many minutes do I have? I know it reads 0, you people don't know me. That's it? Okay, give me 4 questions. But you need to 4. I get 4 questions. Where's Lotan so I can smile nicely at him? 4? So I'm getting, no, actually, I'm getting 1, 2, 6 questions. That's it. 1 per person, and then we're done. And it'll be quick, and then we're done. Because then again, it beats the purpose of having an entire conversation that we do not involve the people for which we are here for. Does that make sense? We agree? Oh, I love it. Y'all are waiting for me, my God. I love because the kulipo mjue ni nini. Okay, so I'm going to give 6 questions, and of course it's going to be directed to any of our panelists. If a panelist are ready to answer the question, kindly, I would appreciate if you ask a different person that question. Yes? We're together? We're together? Together? Thank you. So, first, actually only set of 6 questions. Hands up. I saw a question. 1, 2, 3, 4. Where? Oh, 5. Hi. Okay, so let's start. Go. Again, clear, straight to the point, so that we get a straight answer as well. Yes?
Thank you.
Fantastic. Go.
Thank you very much. My name is Gilbert Nalwa. I'm a very young person at heart, by mind, and by age. And my question is directed to all of you and any person who will be able to answer me. Now, more than 50% of the population here are young people. And also, myself being a young person and having just left university recently, I've had a privilege of working around in the spaces of some of very high profile persons, cabinet secretaries. And one of the most problems and challenges that we face as young people is something I would call intimidation, and by the senior staffs. And now, I really want to ask you to advise us, what are we supposed to be doing as young people in the spaces of employment, and to many young people here who are looking up to being employed? Because many people will look at a young person like myself as not being fit to access opportunities and even go ahead to interact with other senior people, CEOs, just to say so. And I know you understand what I say. So how will you advise us? Because we want to grow and we want to learn. And we cannot learn if we are not being given access to those senior spaces. Thank you.
Yes. Esther, do you want to answer that?
Good. I think I would want those senior people to hang around Dr. Frank Jenga. He's such a good example. I discovered that he has nothing much to say. He carries the vision and he lets everyone else drive it. But that kind of insecurity, calling it what it is very unfortunate, because then it kills the business continuity. You see, when you're insecure about competent people, and I've seen it, let's face the fact. People feel like you're too sharp, una kierere. You know what they call kierere is not kierere. Sometimes they're trying to say in another word, tone down, or you're too sharp. So they put blocks for you. But I think as an individual, when you know how to position yourself and you know your worth, I tell people you must first craft your personal values, because your personal values will tell you where to go, which organization to work for, which people to hang around with. Don't be intimidated by anybody. Don't be pushed back. Don't tone down and do nothing, because the unfortunate thing is when people are insecure, they almost don't give you any tasks. The easiest way to frustrate employees is to withdraw a task. And it's very unfortunate. But if you position yourself, you understand who you are, you know what you're worth, you will still make it. Nobody should pin you down. So position yourself. And I want to be honest, I know everyone needs a job, but I say there's no amount of money that is worth your mental health. So some of the jobs you go for and they push you down, you can't move, you almost can't breathe. I think planning your exit is still a strategy, but the people that are older like myself in the room, I think we need to style up, for lack of a better word, bring in the younger people because they have energy, they have innovation, they have everything a business needs to survive these times. Yeah.
We had another question. Where is it? Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for thank you for the organizing of the event. So today I come wearing two hats. My name is Gina, and I'm a psychologist and an upcoming fitness professional. So my question is directed to Shiv. When clients come to you at the end of the day, they're coming with a lot of from their workplace. Let's say comes from maandamano, amechukua picha karibu achapo na tear gas, and then he comes bringing all the baggage. Someone else comes to you, let's say there's a police who was among the guys defending the Gen Z. I don't know who the police were defending. So they come to you bringing you another set of issues, yeah? And you have your own issues. So as a personal trainer, how do you debrief? Do you have like a fitness? I heard the HRs have a Tufunguke HR community. Is there a Tufunguke for trainers where they can debrief themselves? Because it's like a counselor's job, yeah? People come and lay their baggage on you, and you have to remove it. So
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ship?
Hi, thanks for the question. So yes, we have communities amongst coaches and trainers, but also I think even before you take yourself to the community, you have to go with the right kind of energy. So that means that you also have to work on yourself. And yes, our job is more psychological, if anything, than it is physical, because you have to get into a client's mind before you actually get them to do a burpee. You have to understand that psychology, even during their workouts, and you have a group of people who you have to understand each of their psyches as they're working out. So I'd say, yes, I speak on my behalf. I set aside certain things that are non-negotiables for me to kind of fill my cup before I go and approach, because that's my work and I have to give my very best during that period. So I set aside things like going for walks, which are as non-negotiables. I walk with my dog, I have a dog, and that helps me a lot. I have reading, which I do every single day. Either it's reading a physical book or I prefer audiobooks, which I have to do every day. And I also do breath work. So I do a number of things every single day. I also do showers, cold showers in the morning. So I make sure I am ticking off these boxes every single day, because I know, yes, I may not feel like doing them every day, but they add up, and the consistency builds, one, my mental health, it builds my confidence, it builds just me as a person, so that I'm able to now go out to other people to help them build them. So it starts with you making sure you have your non-negotiables, you have your time. And I have a family, I have a wife, I have 2 kids, I have a dog, but I have to make sure everyone in the house knows that this is my time for this, you also have your time for this, and we make it very clear that everyone should fill their cups before coming and dumping on someone else. And even before dumping on someone, you have to make sure that they are available for that. So always fill your cup, have your non-negotiables, then go out to help others.
Okay, a great answer. Where's the other question? We're doing this very, very fast. Again, straight to the point, and we're going to have our panelists also answer it straight to the point. There was a roaming microphone somewhere. I'm checking to see whether they're about to pull me off the stage, guys, yeah?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Wangeshi. I am a certified counseling psychologist, and I'm really happy to be here. My question is directed to either Dr. Wambui or Esther can answer, because I'm really all for mental health in the workplace. So Dr. Wambui said, Britam, you have a triad system where you work you, and then your clients, and then the organization itself. And then maybe I can ask Esther, you said, the HR department, there's the process from, the training for the employees. So I'm wondering if you have special departments or platforms where you involve psychologists, because I feel like some of the issues in the workplace, like you said, the culture, it can be the problem. So luckily for clients who are with Britam, they work together with the organization. So what about those employees or clients who don't belong to a specific insurance company that doesn't really work together with the organization to address maybe some of the cultures and the policies that might be affecting, you know, the wellness, rather the mental health of the employees? Thank you.
Briefly, now they really want to throw me out.
Okay, so as you're saying, I think for Britam, I think our triad works with the partners, say Chiromo Hospital Group, ourselves, and the organization. And as you're saying that, what about those people who are left out in terms of they don't have maybe a medical insurance, but they're still at the workplace and they still require this support. So I think the onus is on the HR, because remember, there is no health without mental health, and each and every one of us requires this service. So the onus is on the HR team to figure out creative ways of how they can help their people through their mental health struggles. And of course, as you're saying, bringing in even private consultants. I say for leadership to support mental health, they have to put money in it, and they have to put, you have to put money where your mouth is. You can't keep talking about mental health at workplace, but you really don't want to invest. So the onus is on the HR, and I think on the regulator also, to ensure that we're also looking out for the people who do not have the private insurance where they can get support through certain partners. What are these people deliberately doing to support these people, and make it a sort of a regulation that there has to be, let's say, a policy or programs within these organizations that are supporting these people, so that we don't leave out any, we bring in a lot of inclusivity, we don't bring out those groups of people just because they don't have that privilege of the private insurance. Yeah.
Okay. You answered? Umamba uliza HR.
I want to agree with Daktari. It's on HR, but I want to also throw it back up. I think it starts with where the strategy is. You see, we formulate strategies towards the customer and forget the employee. Now, if you focus 100% on the customer and neglect the employee is the one bringing in the money. It's a return on investment. So from the top, there needs to be a budget for the mental health of employees. You see, it has to be very intentional for a business and an organization to take care of its people. It just can't be, we are waiting for you to drop, then we figure out how to pick you. It's got to be preventive. You know, and I'm seeing Gathoni is my name. Gathoni is my psychologist, by the way, my personal psychologist, and the family psychologist. So even HRs go for that. But it's very important to be intentional as a business, as an employer, to take care of the mental health of your people. Organize programs, conversations with psychologists and maybe insurance companies or people that will come and talk to your people. Not because your people are suffering. It could even not be the person that's working for you. It could be a person in their house, because it flows from work. The toxicity at work or the pressure will go home, or from home to the workplace. So learn to take care of your people. Don't wait for them to crash for you to dash to the psychologist. Be intentional about taking care of them. Yeah.
So a round of applause for the wonderful answers that have been given. I've been told if I continue, they will just zima my mic. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on the panel today. If you kindly be upstanding, I believe there should be a photo at some point. A round of applause for our panelists today. They've done a great job, haven't they? And I'm sure all of them are available within the course of the day to answer any questions that they may have. Remember, niwapatie happy socks. And other happier socks. And even more happy socks. So, nifanye ile kitu venye inakaa ni kama ya agenda. But kama mtu anapenda ya black, nikuuliza tu. Tuiache tu hivyo. Okay, so this is a gift from the team, and allow me to give it first, then we can all take our photos. Ni kama hivyo ndio nimedirectiwa. Hivyo. Alafu hizi zingine ni za happiness. Whomst are you? Thank you. Whomst are you? Ah, fantastic. Whomst are you? Even better. Wadau mimi nimepata ile hapia. Thank you very much. So allow us to take a photo, Candy. Just go in front, kidogo. There you go. Then we can all take a photo as, of course, we appreciate the wonderful job that Chiromo Group and the entire of all our partners have done to put this together. Thank you very, very much. And I believe I can hand over the mic back to Lowton. You can leave. Oh, he has. Oh, okay. Mutaniebe, munataka nipatie nani hii mic kama niedere? It's okay. Thank you so much, bro. It has been an absolute pleasure to be your moderator today. My name is Cynthia Monkey. I am head of radio, Hot 96. I also host a show on Saturday mornings that I absolutely sacrificed for all of you, called The Morning After, that I absolutely enjoy. So when you do have time, follow us on the social medias. Hot96 on Twitter, we're at hot_96x, and all the other platforms as well. It's where Jeff Koinange just is not doing or reading news, but having a really great time with one fellow called Patrick Igunza. So when you do have time, listen to us as well. With that said, it has been a great pleasure, and allow me to walk off the stage.
Cynthia, that was amazing. Thank you so much. She speaks very well, right? A big hand for Cynthia and her panel, guys. That was amazing. Thank you so very much. All right, my name is not Lawton. Clearly, right? My name is Ivix DQA. I am a corporate and fashion MC. I will be taking over from Lawton henceforth, or rather for this better part of the afternoon. Sawa sawa? Okay? Are you ready for this next part of the program? Mko sawa? Hey, you guys. See, tuli dance hapa sana. Where's the energy? Cynthia was exciting. The panel was good. I hoped to be seeing some smiles. Bu smile rafiki yako. Just smile. Just smile. Ask them, how are you feeling? How are you feeling? Have they answered? What did they say? Give me random answers. Wamesema nini? Happy. What? Oh, hungry. Oh my God. Oh, thank you. Sijui kama unajua size yangu ya mguu. Thank you very much. All right, great. So we are moving on. And up next, we're going to be having partner remarks from an amazing lady that we have already met with over 15 years experience in mental health. Please help me welcome to the stage Dr. Karanja. A big hand for Dr. Karanja as she comes. She's going to be telling us a bit about in-depth insights into the national guidelines on workplace mental wellness. A big hand once again.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. I don't know whether people have carried lunch and they are eating or they are still hungry. Are you hungry? Okay, I don't have food. I'm not offering that. I want to ask the MC, how long do I have? You know, I could speak for like 1 hour, if I please. All right. 5 minutes. Wow. Okay, goodbye. I have been asked to just give some additional insights on what we have at the Ministry of Health in relation to workplace mental wellness. So majority of you may not be aware that we do have national guidelines focusing on workplace mental wellness. They are called the National Guidelines on Workplace Mental Wellness. These guidelines were launched last year in September, and it would be unfair for me to speak about them without mentioning the role that Dr. Frank Jenga played towards achieving this milestone in Kenya. you may be aware that in 2019, a task force on mental health was formed by the president at that time because he was concerned about the rising cases of mental health conditions in the country. And Dr. Frank Jenga and a couple of eminent Kenyans were tasked to go to the ground and find out what is causing Kenyans to be sad, to have all these mental health conditions, to have rising issues related to suicide and suicidal behavior. And the report that came from the task force in the year 2020 indicated, amongst many other things, that Kenyans were not happy in their workplaces because their mental wellness was not being taken care of. And one of the recommendations by that Frank Njenga-led task force was that we need to establish workplace wellness programs. Now, moving forward, COVID-19 came just after they released their reports. And we all know what happened during COVID, that we were all affected. You could not go to your regular job, and even if you're working from home, it was not the same, all right? And that is the time people had a lot of exposure towards what mental health can really be if it's not well taken care of, all right? And therefore, the ministry, we developed some mental health and psychosocial interventions, especially focusing on healthcare workers who are offering service to persons who are affected by COVID, because we realized their mental well-being was actually at risk. Beside the risk of getting COVID, they were also having severe mental health issues, and the same with the general population. So we developed that. Then we decided to find out what is really the cost of mental illness for Kenya. And as today morning was stated by Dr. Rebecca when she was reading the statement from the Principal Secretary, in 2021, the Kenyan investment case found that we lose close to 0.6% of our GDP towards mental illness. And this is not from people getting treated. It's not from money out of pocket or insurance being paid for service. Actually, majority of that is what we call absenteeism and presenteeism. Absenteeism is when you're not able to go to work because you're feeling down, you're feeling cannot cope with the day-to-day pressures. And presenteeism is when you actually show up at work, but you have zero productivity. Then there was the percentage that comes from the accrued costs of actually giving getting mental health care. So out of all these realizations, we decided that as a country, we needed a guidance on how to address employee wellness, their mental wellness at the workplace. And that is a journey that led to the development of these guidelines in 2023. I felt that that background was important so you can know where was it prioritized. And we are in the process of implementing those guidelines, and they're not just targeting public institutions. They are actually aimed for both state and non-state actors, private sectors, NGO, formal and informal sectors. Because somebody said here that we assume that the workplace is just an office space where you go and sit and you have a swing chair and a computer. But even that matatu driver who drove you to work today, the cab guy, the house help you left in your house, the teacher who is lecturing you every day, is also in a workspace. So they target everybody. And as we are aware, the definition of mental health by WHO, it is a state of well-being that enables us to cope with the stresses of life, realize our abilities, work well, and contribute to our community. So working well is very important, contributing to our community. So that is why mental health is very critical at the workplace, because it completes that definition. So why did you have these guidelines? What do these guidelines aim to do? So these guidelines give a general overview of what we expect employers, organizations, and individuals to do in order to ensure and secure their well-being mentally. Number one, we talk about promotion of mental illness. So it's not just about treating. When you talk about mental health, most people are looking at the disease aspect, isn't it? you look at somebody who is sick. But when you talk about mental health, it's about first the wellness before we go to mental illness. So the guidelines aim to ensure there are three things that are taken care of. One is promotion of wellness. And this is putting in place initiatives that allow employees to increase control over their mental health and improve their well-being. I have heard several people speak here saying what they do for their own self-care. So those self-care routines that are encouraged so that you do not get to a space where you're encountering mental health problems. The second thing is prevention of mental health conditions. And by these, we are aiming at minimizing the burden of mental health problems and associated risk factors. Remember, the definition of mental health emphasizes that we are encouraged to be able to cope with the day-to-day stresses of life. Stress ni lazima, hawezi epuka stress. Si ni kweli? Hatuwezi epuka. But mental health is when you aim to ensuring that you are able to have coping mechanisms to deal with those day-to-day stresses. So we also focus on prevention of mental health conditions. And the third thing that these guidelines aim at is providing mechanisms for supporting persons who are already affected by mental health conditions, so that there is a way you can screen for people who have mental health conditions, you can provide access to care and support recovery, both in the workplace and in the community. So by providing mechanisms for support, we are encouraging employers to make sure there is, for instance, financing for mental health conditions, flexible working hours for those who are affected by mental health conditions, being linked to support groups even in the workplace, and making the environment safe for them to even be able to disclose that they have mental health conditions and be able to comfortably say, boss, I'm taking some few days off because I have been diagnosed with depression, but not hiding behind and saying, boss, I want some days off because I have back pain. Okay? I like the young people these days. At the workplace, they are not afraid to say, I want to take my mental health day off. Sisi watu wengine wa hiyo generation hatutajangi, tunasemanga ni backache, ni headache. We hide behind other things. But it's so good to hear people openly saying, boss, I am going to see my therapist, and that is why I'm taking the day off. So we want to ensure that workplaces promote a culture where people are supported to seek help and even recover with dignity. And this role is not left just to the organization. So if you go through the guidelines, you'll find that there are responsibilities that are placed on the individual because it has to start with you. We may say for you to promote your well-being, you need to have coping skills, you have to do some exercise, eat well. Your manager will not come and do those things for you. It is you to do it for yourself. So there are responsibilities for prevention, promotion, and support that are placed on the individual. There are those that are placed on the managers and supervisors, and there are those that are placed on the organization itself. So the guideline breaks it down very well on who plays what role to secure that mental well-being in the workplace. And in the process of developing these guidelines, we actually ensured that we have given specific step-by-step approach for having a sustainable structure for wellness. One of the things that happens a lot of times is that when we say that May is Mental Wellness Month, you'll see all organizations having staff retreats, team building activities. In October also you'll hear people saying, oh, because it's October 10th, mental wellness, we'll have someone coming to speak to us about mental wellness. But what we're encouraging is having a structure that promotes sustainability of these interventions, but not just necessarily a knee-jerk reaction. And therefore, what we advise or what we put in the guideline is that, number one, and I know somebody spoke about it here, you must have the leadership support. At the top level of the organization, have a buy-in, and let the leadership be the one that actually owns that this is a necessity for our employees because we need them to be productive. So the first step is obtaining leadership support. Remember, you'll also need money to develop this, to actualize the programs. The second step is appoint a team that is responsible for delivering on this, so that you can hold them accountable and they can be the ones that actually drive this. So appointment of Workplace Wellness Committee is very important because this team will oversee the initiatives. I know in some spaces it may not be practical, especially in the informal sector, but there is still a way you can find that. Even in the, among the mamambogas, you know, they are very organized. They have the chairmas. So even themselves, they can say, this is a group that is going to take care of our well-being. And these are the people who will be following up. Then the third step is develop a policy. I know we've been told that most of our policies are very nice. We just put a signature, tuck them in our HR files, and we go away. But if you have this committee, they are the ones who will ensure that this policy is actually being implemented. Fourth step, have a work plan, costed. Have now the leadership that you started with, provide a budget for that, so that now you're able to actually implement effectively. And one of the things that we add on top of appointing the committee, among the committee members, you must also have mental health champions. These champions do not necessarily have to be trained mental health experts. They could be employees who just have they are attracted to mental wellness, or people who have lived experience, or people who are professionals in the mental health space. But you should have some volunteers who actually say, I will be a champion for mental health, and they'll be part of that committee. So after you develop the work plan, then operationalize that program. So have specific interventions that are targeting different groups. Make sure there's a care referral pathway for those who are ill. Make sure there's an insurance cover, or at least financing for those who are going to be able to, who need support. Make sure there are activities that are promoting wellness and they are scheduled and predictable, so people can even look forward to them, all right? And then finally, ensure that you monitor and evaluate the impact of that employee wellness program so that you can adjust. Get your staff to give you feedback. Is it working? What do we need to improve on? What are the new strategies that we can adopt? So don't just put a program and say, pala ndio kuna kuanga kwa wellness, ukienda, it is still the same 10 years down the line. So monitor and evaluate so that you can also start seeing, is it adding value to the organization? Does it help us? So in conclusion, what I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, some of us maybe are not in a working space, but regardless, when you get into that working space, you will spend about 90,000 hours of your life at the workplace. That's the reality. When you wake up, the first thing in the morning is you think, what am I going to do? Actually, the first organ you engage in your body before you engage anything else is your brain. Isn't it? When you're at work, your brain is fully at work. It is the one thing that must be constantly engaged. So it is very important that you ensure your mental well-being is taken care of by yourself, by your supervisor, and by your organization. Be the first mental health champion that will leave this place going to promote mental well-being in their workplace. The government has put a very, very good document, but we may not be able to force organizations to implement, but we are available to support implementations even in the private sectors. As government, several organizations are already approaching us, and we have supported them to implement this guideline. I know Chiromo Hospital also has a very good program where they support organizations to develop employee wellness programs for mental health. So go and talk to your HR, tell them, serikali iko na kitu, na ni kitu mzuri. Can we be supported to implement? Thank you so much, and wishing you a mentally healthy day.
A big hand for Dr. Karanja. Thank you so much. What have you taken out of her very nice speech? Just one thing. One thing. I know you said you're hungry. Lakini to communicate to. We only have 5 more things to do before we break out for lunch. Can we work with that? Only 5. Sinisawa? All right, one thing you've taken away from Dr. Karanja's speech. Moja tu. Yes? Gava iko na do. Sindio? Gava iko na kitu. I don't know kama alisema do. But Gava iko na kitu. Sindio? Ama ni kakitu. Kakiru. All right, great. I have one request. Do you remember the hashtags? Do you? What are the hashtags? And hashtag tufunguke. Please take a picture, take a video, especially of what's going to be coming on stage next, and post it on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Use those hashtags. It's very important to keep spreading the word. So, coming up, just for 5 minutes, siniliwambia tunasonga mbio mbio. We're going to be having an entertainment break, and this is about trauma healing through dance and song. Please help me welcome to the front Dagoretti Children Care Center with a dance performance. A big hand as they come to stage. Natokea upande gani? Just gonna help me put this down. Dakika moja tu kidogo. All right, thank you. All right, here they come. They're looking nice. Makofi hao wakija kwenye stage, working very nicely. I wonder what they've prepared for us. Shall we go? Ready? Right.
If you died today, what talents, what voice, what stories will die with you?
We choose to dance.
When I bless the love for the cat and soul to the world, you know. When around, the outside guardian, the angel talking about the phone. Yo, big, let's go.
Sometimes the things are hard, I can't imagine. Yes, a lot isn't easy, nothing is changing. Color job and more you want Facebook pretending. Oh, dopa.
What me say business is agenda, then I'm a tender. You wanna play you with another fella. Just to you woman pepela.
But don't you worry, trust in him, cause he's a lot of grace and mercy. Blessings and honor are all in his name, and I honor, una your pity away.
Young Fortune. Dunda, 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 dunda. Vicky Bandas. Tuna dunda na na na. Tuna dunda na Yesu. Tuna dunda na na na. Tuna dunda na Yesu. Tuna dunda, 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 dunda.
Everybody sing.
Dunda, 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 dunda. Tuna dunda na na na. Tuna dunda na Yesu. Tuna dunda na na na. Tuna dunda na Yesu. Tuna dunda, 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 dunda.
Everybody sing.
Dunda, 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 dunda. Nikikumbuka nitoka Yesu atambe kote, kuwa ya baraka wacha itambe kote. Tangu niokoke Buda, hiyo ndiyo siri na la nyama, sidishi matoke. Menitoa chini down na kanivalisha crown, kanifunza neno lake sando habari ya town, kusafisha kungarisha, yani mambo ni bamba, ni tam tam. Tunadunda na na na, tunadunda na Yesu. Tunadunda na na na, tunadunda na Yesu.
Give me this now, I'm up in the air. As I plant you, they give me the rain. You know you tell me where I for them. Bye-bye, thank you. Therefore, not laughing, we love you today. Heaven is how you, they shower your grace. Like I like to, they show me the way. Bye-bye, thank you. Lord, you are great, you are greatly to be praised. Cause he did happen as you talk on. Bye-bye, thank you. Lord, you are great. Lord, you are great, you are greatly to be praised. Cause he did happen as you talk on. Bye-bye, thank you. Jehovah, who hold on, can you be my activity? Cause he did happen as you talk on. Bye-bye, thank you. Jehovah, who hold on, can you be my activity? Cause he did happen as you talk on. Bye-bye, thank you.
Me no fit to deny you. All of my blessings are divine, oh. When I look around, oh, all I see now your hand, oh.
My daddy, oh, when it's sour, you dey make them sweet, oh. This your grace, oh, in loud, oh, you dey speak for me, oh. Your grace, they overflow from my head down to my toes.
If you died today, what talents, what voice,
A big,
what
big hand.
will guide you?
A big hand as they leave the stage. All right. Yes, sir, you're saying something. Oh, you want to say something? So we are pressed for time. I'll give you 1 minute. Only if you promise to keep it in 1 minute. Hi.
Hi, my name is Barry Wandera from Dagoretti Corner Child Care Program. Those children, they don't have parents, they don't have anyone who can support them. Problem we are facing about for water and food, those things is very, very tough for us. And we love you so much, and may God bless you.
You kept it under a minute. Thank you. Please let's have this back up because next we're going to be having a keynote address from somebody we all know. Any guesses? Somebody we've all seen for years. Anybody? Simnipatia guesses, jamani. Yes? Yes. Kambua, that's one. Miss Joanna Kambua the whole of today. Sijui mmetoa wapi, but that's a nice guess. Somebody else. Prof who? All right, we are having somebody special to us, somebody who has gone through the journey of mental health, publicly has spoken about it, and they are the best person to give us a keynote address about bouncing back when life lives. Please help me welcome to the stage none other than, say it with me, Kambua Mathu. A big hand. She's looking amazing. Eish. Makofi yake mtu amevaa hivi jamani. Karibu sana Kambua. You're welcome.
Hi everybody. It's so good to see all of you coming out today. I'll move away from the podium because I'm not very tall, so I'll stand. Is this okay? Can everyone see me? Okay. I have a few minutes to tell you a little bit about myself and my life. I'm really passionate about the conversation around mental health because it hit home for me about a decade ago. So 10 years ago, the man who was my rock, my pillar, my life, my everything, my father, Professor Manundu, rested. And it completely kicked me and hit me off balance. I was hosting a show on national television at the time, and I remember still having to show up every Sunday morning. You guys used to watch Rauka. Do you still watch it? You should. So I was hosting a Sunday morning show, and I'd still have to get up every Sunday morning and be, good morning, welcome to Rauka. We're so happy that you're here, but I was falling apart inside. And 2 years into losing my father and walking that journey of grief, I remember a friend of mine telling me, Kambua, I think you need to get some help. And I always thought that people who get help with their mental wellness, I always thought it was people who are like, I don't even know what I imagined it was. I never imagined that I would be that person who needed help. So in 2016, I, for the very first time, walked into a therapist office to get help. And it wasn't anything that I imagined. It began for me a whole journey, and I always say up until now, even in the days where I feel well and I feel that I'm thriving, I say that everybody needs therapy. Everybody needs somebody to talk to and to help you navigate the issues of life. A few years into that, I went through a very long, almost decade of battling infertility very publicly. And in my journey of infertility, I had a miscarriage. That was a private struggle. People didn't know about it. But I still remember that first Sunday when I had to stand in front of people and I thought, my world is falling apart. How do I keep it together when everybody expects me to be okay or to seem okay? And I found myself again in a place where I had to navigate something that was so new, so foreign. I never knew, because we imagine, as younger girls, we imagine that when I'm ready to get pregnant, I'll get pregnant and then I'll have a child. I want 2 children. I'll have my girl and I'll have my boy. We all have those pictures or images in our head. My dream, my vision, my idea of what parenthood would be for me was completely different from how it turned out to be. So I was introduced to motherhood through a miscarriage. A little while after that, 2 years after that, I had my son, Nathaniel, who is at home, and he is 5 years old. He is handsome, and he's amazing. And I remember Nathaniel being born at 34 weeks. He was seriously underweight, the smallest baby I have ever seen. He was 1.65 kilograms. And going through that season again challenged me so much mentally. And I wasn't sure where to turn to, who to talk to, who will understand. You know, when your friends have babies, they send you a text message. Praise God, we got a baby, 4.0 kilograms. You get those messages, right? What do you tell people when your baby is 1.65 kg? And guys are like kama mkate, alafu uongeze juu kidogo, hivyo. And even as a preemie mom, I remember having, conversations with other preemie moms, and they're like, oh, your baby is big. Mine was 800 grams. It threw me into another world that I had never known about. And then a year after that, in the heart of COVID, God blessed me with a beautiful boy called Malachi, who we got to keep for 2 days, and he went to heaven. And the passing of Malachi rocked me to my core, hit me to my core. And I remember wondering in that moment, how do you get up from this place? How do I rise up from this pain? How do I even find the strength to say that everything is okay, that everything I had believed, because I am a believer? How do I tell people that this is what I believe, but this is how my life has turned out? So I stand before you now, 3 years after Malachi passed, knowing that every day when I get up, I'm honoring the life of my son. Because I remembered, because I went back to a therapist, and this time I was seeking grief therapy. And my therapist would ask me questions like, Kambua, if Malachi was here today, how would you like him to remember you? Or what would you like him to see? And I said, I want him to see how happy I am. I want him to see me thriving. I want him to see me dressed up and doing the things that I love. And for me, that became a place where I could pull from. That I wanted my son's legacy not to be one of pain and devastation, but to be the place where I pulled up my greatest strength from. So today, as a mother of 3, because God did bless us with another girl called Natalie, who is 2 years old, as I live my life, as I advocate for women, thank you, you can clap for her, she's beautiful. As I live my life, I'm advocating for women like me and girls like me who find themselves sometimes in situations that you just never anticipated. But I want to leave you with 3 things that have helped me over the course of my life. Number 1 has been leaning into my faith, because my faith is my anchor and it's been everything. Number 2 has been my community, that I've never walked life alone. I have had a community, I've had a village of sisters, I've had my parents, I've had people who have lifted me when I couldn't get up. And I want to tell you today, because I know the auditorium is full of, as we have said, a lot of young people. And many times when we go through the issues of life, we feel like we are alone. You are never alone. There's always somebody that you can reach out to, somebody that you can talk to, somebody who can help pick you up from that place. And number 3, for me, has been leaning into therapy and making it a normal part of my life. That sometimes it's not even that serious as my child has passed or whatever. Sometimes it's a decision that I just can't seem to wrap my head around. And it helps when I sit through those sessions and my therapist is able to help me work things out and figure out what to do from here. So for me, those have been 3 key anchors. But to remind you that that place where you feel like you have fallen so deep, you will get up from that place and you will move forward, and you'll move forward stronger. We listened to this beautiful young lady in red singing. Didn't she sing so well? She did. And when you hear her story and you see her singing, it's almost like 2 different people. So there's no place that you will get to that is so dark. There's nothing that can break you so much that you cannot rise up from. So that is all I came to tell you here today. Thank you so much for listening to me. MC.
A big hand for Kambua, guys. What a story. What a story, sindio? We all see Kambua, or we all saw Kambua on TV smiling every week, sindio? But she's just told us what was happening, right? Yes? That's why when Dr. Karanja left, she said, be the mental health advocate at your workplace. Ask your friend, your colleague, how they are doing, sindio? Because people could be going through a lot, and maybe your encouragement would be what they need on that day. Sindio? A bigger hand for Kambua. That was good. Thank you. All right. I told you we only have 5 activities. Sindio? Mbili zishaenda, moja tumeshikanisha. So we have how many? 2 remaining. Ati 1, jamani. 2 remaining, yes? And as we set up behind for a short panel conversation, please, tulisema hashtags kuna Mindfest 24, and tufunguke, sindio? Please, just do a photo, a picture with Kambua, ukitembea tembea huko nje, alafu irushe pale kwenye mtandao, sindio? Remember, on the 4th floor, we have podcast recording that's happening. We are talking about ADHD. We are talking about work phases, that's the lows and highs of workplaces. On the 5th floor, we are tackling GBV, both male and female, by the way. ADHD, again, bipolar, caregivers, grief. Alafu hapa tuko na nini? The live plenary. Sawa sawa? We are ready, so I want to call up to a stage an amazing lady once again. She's a senior clinical psychologist and will be taking us through this panel. Tuko ready, sio? Help me welcome to the stage, Gathoni Mbugua. Makofi. Have you guys noticed how the ladies are dressed today? Amaniju, 2 days ago was Day of the Girl Child. A big hand for her dress code.
Good afternoon once again. I'm so happy and honored to be introducing the next panel, which is titled Bouncing Back When Life Lives. Allow me to briefly take you through. The first panelist, we have Engineer Lena Dithao, who is the Executive Director of Quebec Limited. Sorry, I'm still taking instructions. Thank you. Engineer, I can see him coming down. He's currently the Executive Director of Quebec Limited. He holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Civil Engineering from the University of Nairobi. and a Master's of Science degree in Construction Management from the University of Birmingham, England. He is a registered engineer with the Engineers Board of Kenya. Engineer Idhau has served in different leadership roles in the Board of Governors at the Current Technical Institute of the Deaf, and as an independent director of KRA and the district governor of Rotary International District 9212. And he was just recently this morning crowned the king of TikTok. Did you hear that? Or was I the only one who heard that? Right? So karibu sana, engineer. I'm happy to have you here. The next person on my panel, we have Maureen Waititu. Yes. She's a proud mother of 2 boys, and she embodies a spirit of empowerment and advocates for healing through stories. With a background in law, she passionately champions mental health awareness, women's economic empowerment, and child safety. She is driven by the belief that stories can ignite change. Maureen fosters a compassionate community dedicated to creating a brighter future for all. And before I forget, she is also a TV host and media personality, where she facilitates meaningful conversation, giving a voice to the issues that matter the most. Let's welcome Maureen Waititu. The next person in my panel, I don't know whether this was intentional. We have men on that side and women on this side. But we do have Eugene Geshaga, who is a solutions architect at Nation Media Group. He's widely known by his artistic name, EXGX, NXGX, CXGX. He'll be telling us about that today. He's an accomplished artist, DJ, music producer, and digital strategist with a unique ability to fuse his passion for music with cutting-edge digital solutions, and host of the 47 Frequency podcast. Eugene has led numerous projects that align business objective with creative execution. And last but not least of the gentlemen, before we go to our psychologists here today, please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Willis Raburu, who is currently working for Cape Media, driving digital for TV47 and Radio 47, Kenya's fastest growing stations. Cape Media is the fastest growing media house in Kenya, where they pride themselves on transforming lives by producing and broadcasting the untold stories of the nation. Willis has 13 years of media experience, where he has been a creative lead and digital strategist, plus a reporter, a news anchor, TV presenter, in the current affair desk. He has also covered human interest stories and features, and had the opportunity to report in Somalia during Kenya's military excursion in the region and conflict in South Sudan. Excellent, wow. Willis is a strategic comms specialist and has vast experience in public relations, social media marketing, and strategy. Let's give a round of applause for Willis. And last but not least of the ladies, we have Nasim Katha, who is a psychologist. She's passionate about helping individuals heal from trauma and navigate life's challenges. With over 8 years of experience, she offers trauma-focused therapy, relationship therapy, life coaching, wellness therapy, personal development, and transition. And she is the psychologist for this panel today. Please, let's clap for our panelists today. So that we can hear from each one of them, I'm going to start from my far right. And Willis, this panel specifically is titled Bouncing Back When Life Lives. And I'm sure we can all resonate with that. And as we listen to our panelists today, I want you all to reflect on your own stories of when lifes, all right? So what does bouncing back mean to you?
All right. Good afternoon. It would be weird for me not to start by saying "Wabebe." So thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to be here. I think for me, bouncing back means just first going back to yourself and then realizing who you really are, because I think you can't bounce back without knowing who you really are. It also means acknowledging your role in what you have to bounce back from. So, for me, when we were having this conversation earlier with Maureen, I think when you are in the limelight, you sort of live life. I normally say people live life in an aquarium. Yeah, so where just the same way you would see fish move, you see what would be our downfalls, you see what would be our ups and downs, you see when we are happy, you see when we are sad. So for me, bouncing back means, yes, this is what has happened to me, this is the role I had to play in it, hata kama nilikosewa ama na mimi nilikosa wapi. And then now, once you realize who you are, then it gives you the psyche or the motivation to then go back and do it again.
Right. Thank you. I love that. You've said that you're also called Wabebe.
No, well,
right? Or
yeah,
Bazu.
Bazu.
Yes.
Yes.
And you've made quite tremendous strides in your career. And as we get into this conversation, I just want you, while you're still there, to just briefly share with us some of the pitfalls that you have experienced or gone through briefly. Before we get back to how you were able to bounce back.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so where do I start? Well, I think the two major ones that I've gone through in my life and my career was, one, I went through divorce and also child loss. The most excruciating and painful, both are very painful and both happened almost actually at the same time. So for me, those were the lowest moments of my life. I always say it's nobody ever gets married to get a divorce. And once you go through it, you realize that even if you do have enemies, I don't think you wish that on your enemy, just because of the way lives are normally so intertwined. So before you de-link from a person, remember, love is not a switch like these lights. You can't just wake up one day and say, okay, I don't love you anymore. You can't do that. And same thing with child loss. Even as late as last week, I do have children now, but even as late as last week, I still had a moment where I thought about my late daughter, Adana, and I broke down. And it happens. So for me, those two moments were extremely painful for me. And I had to go back, of course, with something like death, you really don't have a role in it. It happened. But for something like divorce, you have to then think about what was my role in it. Whether it was something you did, whether you created the enabling environment for it to go that way. So I thought about those things. And it now started seeping into my work, but very weird, because I was hosting a show called 10 over 10. Now this is an entertainment and a music show. So there is no way I can go and say, hi, good morning, wabebe, we are happy, let's go. You have to have energy all the time. You know, you have to be, once the camera goes on, you have to be up, dance, shout, scream, host people. So doing that while going through pain it's almost like having a crutch, and you know you're unwell. You know you can't, this leg can't support your weight because it's broken. But you have to, for the sake of that 1 hour, 2 hours, leave the crutch, forget your pain, and entertain and make other people happy at your own expense. Because again, I even had a time when one of my bosses, since forgiven, at the time when I was going through my child loss, called me after 2 weeks and said, by the way, unajua uko tu na 2 weeks to grieve, huwezi kuwa lazima urudi kazini. So that moment, those two moments, I think, because you said be brief, those are the ones that I can say really wrenched and you know, the same way Gachagua alisema alipata coffers dilapidated. It dilapidated my heart. I didn't even know that after that I will have the capacity to love again, the capacity to, and I was just on autopilot. Everything I was doing was autopilot until I started going for therapy. But before that, everything was autopilot. It's like muscle memory. I know that when the camera comes on, I have to speak. I know that I have to say hello to everybody. I know that I have to be good. Yeah. So those two moments were the pitfalls. And of course, also with my weight back then. So you're going through all that, and then again, there is, you know, you have some weight on you. So you have the weight of pain and physical weight. Because at some point I was 164 kgs, because again I stress eat. So because of the stress, I eat more. So at that point, again, being cyberbullied because of weight online and seeing the comments people are making and having to wake up. So you wake up and you look at yourself in the mirror, and I know, you know, mostly it's very few people, I don't know if you're being honest yourselves in this room, apart from really, unless you are very confident in yourself, very few people like to look at themselves in their birthday suit, in the mirror. It's very few people like, oh wow, look at that, ooh. You know, it's very few people who want to do that. Now imagine by the time somebody's coming to tell you you're fat, punguza, etc., you live with this body, you wake up with this body every morning. You don't like to look at yourself in the mirror, let alone in your birthday suit. You know that you've bought sizes, you know, you used to wear a size 15, now you're at 18. You used to wear a size 40, now your waist is 55. And these are real figures. So it was very painful for me already. I would feel it going up the stairs, you feel tired. So already I would feel all these things around my weight, and knowing I need to do something about it, and even try to do something about it. Go to the gym, lose some kgs, come back and stress eat in a Rudi. You go to the gym for 30 minutes, eat a full bucket of KFC. You go to the gym for 30 minutes, chapati ni ngapi. Yeah, so those were moments for me, the weight loss, child loss, and marriage loss. Right. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Willis, for that. And I really hope that this conversation today inspires you. I can only imagine going through all that, and also bearing in mind that you're a public figure and the public scrutiny that comes into that. And while I'm there, Maureen, you're also in the public space and a big personality. How has your journey been? If you would share with us some of the life pitfalls that you have been through. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Hi, guys. My sons are there. Thank you so much, Gathoni, for this forum and for everybody who is here, because mental health awareness is something that is gaining very good momentum, and everybody needs a bit of therapy. That's what I always say. And there's a lot to unpack and debunk. My story is very similar to Willis. It's a good thing, actually, that he spoke just before me. I spoke just after him. Mine was also loss, public loss. And I'm trying to be so careful. I don't say things that will put me in trouble. But of course, I got into this, quote unquote marriage. It wasn't a marriage; it was a come we stay. We got beautiful baby boys. Before I knew it, I had lost myself, and I could tell there was a lot of emotional abuse, financial abuse, and many things that still come to me. And being in the public, for the longest time, I was social media, Nairobi's sweetheart. I could do no wrong until one day, the one person who I trusted with my innermost secrets decided to put them out on social media. And my, oh my, did it rain. And the insults, that were hurled at me. I still get a bit of trauma thinking about them. And I slipped into depression to a point where I was suicidal. And I remember I lived in Westlands that time, and I used to pass outside Chiromo Lane. And I used to look at the gate, and I'm seeing depression, schizophrenia, on the gate. And thank you, Chiromo Group, for the dignity you brought to everybody who goes through mental health issues. And one day I just found myself there, and I realized something was wrong because of the same thing, being on autopilot. I would go park my car at Westgate, and I just leave it open, and I go, and I'm like, oh, how did I do that? I would find security guards there. And then one day, that particular day, when I knew completely it's over, I don't know what's next, I found myself at Chiromo, the one, what do you call the one at Chiromo Lane? Yes, the Chiromo Lane. And I think I encountered, I don't know if it was Dr. Frank Jenga, you may not remember. And I entered, and they sat me down, and I couldn't speak. I just started crying. And they told me it's okay. And then they called Gathoni for me. And we sat, I think we spoke for 2-3 hours. And but I never paid that day. I never paid. They just, and you could tell Chiromo is all about your well-being. And I was comforted. I started therapy. Of course, it was on and off. You're still processing all these things because on social media, when you think it's over, it starts again. And I was like, okay, what do I do? I had to keep going. I had 2 little boys I had to take care of. And eventually, the one that now completely finished me, I didn't go back to Chiromo. I went back to a private practitioner who is at Chiromo. And I remember when I entered and he did assessment on me, he told me, welcome to the rest of your life. If I tell you 5 years ago, exactly this month, I could have been 6 feet under, you better believe me. My intention when I was going to Dr. Njuguna, I can say the name here, Dr. Eric Njuguna, I was going to go to Wayakiwe and wait for a trailer, and I would just drive into the road so that the trailer can hit my car. And immediately I just saw my kids' faces. My youngest one was 1 at that time. My older one was 3. And the youngest one had just learned how to say mommy. And I was like, oh no, I can't. So I went, saw Dr. Njuguna. And 5 years later, I think there's something I told Gathoni, Chiromo Hospital raised me. They've been raising me in the last 5 years. And thank you. And I didn't realize that I would be a champion. Every time I try to run from it, because people will come to my DMs with all these questions, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what to answer. And Dr. Njuguna told me, hey, anytime they come to you, tell them to come to me. And it's so powerful because I get even messages from people living in the diaspora, and they have their sessions. How amazing is that? And did I overcome the depression and the anxiety? Yes, hallelujah. And I'm stronger than ever, but what I did is I just kept going. And of course, there's an element where I told God, okay, I'm in this, just give me grace. And grace he gave me. And with it, I carried so many people with me, both men and women, and I meet them every day and they say, if it wasn't for you, I would still be in that place. I would be dead. I would be broken. I would be this. And honestly, where I'm seated, I've been trying to look for my life's purpose, and I realized that it's in what we're doing. So soon I'm enrolling for my master's in psychology. And also mediation for young families, because there's a lot of brokenness around young families. People separate. They think punishing the other person is not going to hurt, especially if they have children. So do pray for me so that I can keep on championing for mental health for both men and women, and also young people. And well done for such a forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen, for just giving us insight into your personal life. I truly appreciate that. And I'm glad that your boys are here to also look at you and see you share your story of resilience. Allow me to bring into this conversation a gentleman by the name Engineer Leonard. You also have, you did think you're the gentleman. Right. You've also had quite a story of your life. Please give us some insight into your pitfalls in terms of losing your job, and we'll get into the entrepreneurial journey later into this conversation as we also get into resilience. So the pitfalls in your life, personal and professional. Yes.
Thank you, Gathoni. Good afternoon, everyone. Coming here today, I realized that apart from Dr. Jenga, everyone here is so young and so energetic and so good looking. Dr. Jenga confirmed that we should be at home. But here I am. I'm here because I have found that it's important that we share our stories. No matter how important, how high, how low it is. I've been through many pitfalls, as you can imagine, in 63 years. It's many ups and many downs. Because of time, I think I'll just touch on one pitfall. And I can see my elder sister here, Grace, is there, so can I have permission to speak? I'm the fourth of 6 children of my late parents. We are 3 girls and 3 boys. And so I am number 4. Number 4 is a happy and safe position, is it not? You just have to be there. Now my story is long, and so I'll try and cut it. Looking back and preparing for this panel made me reflect that my life seems to be one of choices. Choices that I make or choices that are made for me. When I was born, was that my choice? When I found I was number 4, was that my choice? Did I choose my primary school? But when I went to school, did I choose whether I'd be at the front or the back of the class? Every parent tells their children, I was first in class, don't they? Yes. I was actually last because I was a very happy-go-lucky boy until standard 3, when my mother called me aside and she told me, my dear son, Leo, my name was Leonard Full, but when I was a young man, I was called Leo. Leo, why don't you try and work a bit harder and less playing? Fortunately, I listened to her. I used to sit at the back of the class having a good time with my friends. I decided to come to the front over here like I've sat this morning. And I always sit in front now. And slowly, I started understanding the foreign language that was going on in mathematics, Kiswahili, this, that. Suddenly, I was aware. And by that end of the year, I went from the last to number 6. A choice that I made. And so my life has been going through these choices that are seemingly like doors. I could wake up and find I'm number 4 and decide I'm not happy with that. I could find I'm a boy and I'd rather be with a girl, be a girl. And so in life, we're always faced with things that we have choices in, or they have already been made and we have to go with it. And I've found that for each of those choices, whether made for me or by me, it's how I adapt from that choice, how I learn from that choice once I've adapted to it, and then how do I lead. And mental health plays a very strong part in this, because I might refuse to adapt, because every time when you step into a choice and there's a new door, it's like a new world. When you enter a new office, it's new. The first thing you have to do is to decide, am I going to adapt or not? Let me fast forward. You heard about all my degrees in engineering and everything. I have a consultancy firm, and which I started more than 27 years ago, which has grown, it's big, done a lot of fascinating projects in this country and this region. When I visit Chiromo Hospital, Dr. Jenga, I'm just looking at the construction, the cracks, what's going on. And so, as I went through my life, marriage, children, as I was approaching 50, that is the pinnacle of one's really professionalism, especially in Kenya. And just as I was turning 50, at the height of my career, family, 2 wonderful children, a wife, I became ill, big ill. An illness that stopped me, absolutely. Stopped work, stopped everything for more than 2 years. All that workload, I had to drop it and give it away. Stay mostly at home, do physio and everything. I was devastated. The body was hurt, the body was being treated, but more importantly, I had to seek treatment and strength for my mind. And so I received the best treatment in all forms, physical, mental, over those years. And here I was now at square zero. It's like I had gone back to that standard 1 I was telling you about. Got 0 career, 0 everything, and I was starting from new. I could decide to give up. Dr. Jenga and I spoke that most of our age mates are not here with us at all. They've gone. They've left us. I could decide to leave, and everyone would say, I did enough. So I decided to adapt with the support that I've been given for my body and my mind. And I decided I'm going to do it differently. I am going to touch the lives of not just my family, my friends, and those near me. I'm going to try and touch lives, if possible, all over the world. And so I learned about service through Rotary, and I joined it in 2014 as an ordinary member. We have many Rotarians and Rotaractors here. And in that time, I took the effort to learn the organization, to learn how it runs, because I wanted to ensure that my effort would be of value and use to many people. And so in those 10 years since I began, I've risen from that ordinary member to be the district governor of Rotary, covering Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan, Eritrea, which I completed last year. And so this engineer, this person doing different things, has started a whole new thing from a pitfall. From a pitfall, it has been turned to an advantage. I spend time talking like I am with you today. I'll stop there, Gathoni.
Thank you so much, Engineer. I hope you can all see why we needed him in this panel today. And we've had all the setbacks from health, going back to square one, and having to work through that step by step. But before we get into the snapping back, which he briefly touched on, I want to hear from Eugene. Being a young person in the workplace, what are some of the pitfalls you have negotiated that space?
Okay, hello. Okay, cool. So my name is Eugene Geshaga, and I'm going to start off by saying I'm neurodivergent. So I have ADHD. And I want to thank Dr. Frank Jenga for actually diagnosing me, which is like maybe a month ago, right? And he was so shocked when he told me about my diagnosis is that I walked out of his office smiling. It's because my life actually finally made sense. And I'm going to contextualize a lot of things. So one, I'm actually an alumni of University of Nairobi. I studied economics and statistics. So I love numbers. I love math. And I lost my mom when I was 15 years old. So you can imagine as an adolescent boy, you're growing up without your mother. So this is someone who's supposed to tell you, you're the best, you're the smartest, you can do everything you put your mind to, which is everything she had already told me. And now with my diagnosis, I'm understanding why she used to take me for common math, so advanced math classes. She used to take me for golf, tennis, to expose me to so many different things, yet she didn't know about my diagnosis. I'm finding out now. So I think my story and my journey is kind of like, I'm not gonna glorify like drug use or anything. I'm just gonna speak on how it affected me and how I thought I am managing my condition. So it ends up being, I have a lot of thoughts that rush. I'm not patient, so even, and I'm sorry, doctor, but I was even starting to tap my legs. It's something that happens, is I lose patience quickly. I feel like maybe I've had this conversation before, but humility is able to let me sit. The treatment I'm getting now allows me to kind of like sit through and be able to organize my thoughts a bit better. There's a lot of stigma around you being diagnosed with anything. And then there's a stigma around now you have to be on treatment. I love it. I take my medication every day in the morning. I see my psychiatrist and therapist once a week at Chiromo. And it's been the most beautiful experience ever. And I think for me, because life finally makes sense. So a lot of these things, maybe as young people, we do, you think maybe you're dealing, you're treating yourself. From my bio, when I was listening back, is, and not to brag, but from the bio, you can imagine I've done all those things without knowing I have ADHD. So with now, I'm able to understand my music is self-taught. I never went to school. It's just I used to sit in front of a computer, I go to YouTube, and just do it. Because I remember my mom used to tell me, as long as you put your mind to it, you can do it. So I think for us, it's even as young people, don't be scared of doing like an assessment. Don't be scared of going to find out, am I really struggling with something? Everything is a symptom. From if you overdrink, if you oversmoke, everything that you do is kind of like something that you're trying to mask and kind of like trying to deal with. And I'm not here to be like holier than thou. I think it's just to say, imagine just go to Chiromo and ask someone to check you and ask for help. Just say this is what you're going through. We all have something. I think mine is to say it's ADHD, you're just a completely normal human being. It's just your brain is wired differently. The medication I take is just to kind of like help me deal with my impatience. Previously, I'd already have started counting all the seats inside of here, how many people are sitting here, how long it's taken because of my impatience in my brain. And I can see him already clapping and everything. That used to be me. You know what I mean? It's just, your brain is different, and you need to accept that you're different. And don't run away from it. Don't be shy of it. Stigma is going to be there. I'm also having to deal with my family, explaining. And one thing my psychiatrist told me, Dr. Juliet, is I can't control the world. I can't wait for the world to accept me for what I have or what it is that I'm trying to navigate. But the best thing I can do is navigate me and just be able to figure out, bouncing back from losing my mother, now to fast forward to now, I'm being able to understand certain pieces are moved by God. And that's something I fundamentally hold on to, is you never really understand why certain things are there and why you are the way you are. Yeah. But when it makes sense, it kind of like makes sense. Yeah, I think for me that's...
Wow. Thank you so much, Eugene. Just hearing him speak has just really reminded me of why we are here and what MindFest is actually about. Because the acronym means mental illness is not disabling. And I hope by hearing all these stories from all this stellar line of panelists, you can get to see that you are not defined by the things that you have gone through in life. Or rather, we do have the ability to be able to bounce back. Let's talk about resilience, because that is what has heavily been demonstrated here today by our panelists. And allow me to welcome the psychologist on the panel to talk to us about what does resilience mean, and are there components of it, just very, very briefly.
Hi, everyone. First of all, we're talking about mental health, and I feel like we need to define certain words. Today, I had us interchange certain words, so allow me to do that. I know, Gadon, you told me not to teach. I'll try not to teach. So mental health, most of us interchange mental health with mental illness. Mental health, we all have mental health. It's like physical health, right? And then mental illness is the disorders associated with mental health. And mental wellness is what we're talking about today. The exercises or the things that we do to keep our mental health fit. So with that said, resilience is the ability to bounce back, literally from the topic of today. So all of you, I feel like you're champions, and I feel like resilience needs to stem from mindset. Our mindset are very different. I emphasize on every time I have a client, they've gone through something, there's always that feeling of a victim. And I feel like that's what drains us or drags us down. So instead of thinking yourself as a victim, think yourself as a survivor. So once you think yourself as a survivor and you're like, despite XYZ, I was able to bounce back, I was able to do this and that, that's where resilience literally starts from. So some of the components of resilience is self-compassion. I know for a fact that all of us are very mean to ourselves and very kind to our friends. So in that, when your friend is going through something, you'll use nice words, you'll be kind to them and everything. But when you're going through it, you'll be like, what is wrong with me? How dumb am I? How, you know? So start by having that self-compassion. I normally give the easiest way to do it is think about it as if my best friend was going through this, what would I tell them? What would be my response to them and everything? And do that to yourself. Other than that is self-awareness. The whole concept of self-awareness is knowing your triggers, knowing your response to the set triggers. In psychology, there's something called a cognitive triangle. It states your thoughts affect your feelings affect your behavior. So these thoughts are as a response or an interpretation of a trigger. So if you don't know your triggers and you don't know how you respond to them, then you'll always be that person that says, "Mikuwaga tu hivi," like, I don't know what's wrong with me, but this just happened. So understanding your triggers and understanding how you react to them goes a long way into building resilience. Other than that, the other thing that I would really, really like to emphasize is kindness. Just learn how to be kind to yourself. Understand that these things happen. You'll realize that one time you'll be moving on so well, you've gotten over it, in quotes, and then something happens and it takes you all the way back to square one. And then you're like, what's the whole point of this? You need to understand, let me use the term that Gen Zs wanaelewa, stress ni constant. So in the sense that you will face stresses throughout your life. The only difference is how you relate to this stress and how you interact with it and how you respond to it. So understanding that today I'm good, but tomorrow might be a little bit challenging, helps you have that, I normally call it contingency plan, of knowing this might happen again, so what do I need to do? In the spirit of that, I would tell you to have a toolbox, a mental wellness toolbox. The same way you have a toolbox for your car and everything else, have a mental wellness toolbox in the sense that you know, niko stressed, if it's relationship and everything, I need my safe space, my friends, my whatnot, to just rant, vent, it will take me through it. If it's work stresses, then I need XYZ to help me do this and that. So what I'll say, because I'm seeing time is going, what I'll say is, one, have that toolbox, understand your triggers, and be intentional. The word is intentional, because again, we can have self-awareness. I know you've heard of people saying, that's just who I am, even though Mimi to Nico. So they do know what they're doing wrong, they do know what's happening with them, but they're not willing or they're not intentional trying to change or get better. So with everything we've said today, take home intentionality. Whatever it is that you do, I like what you said in terms of intentionality. Being intentional and putting yourself out there. So yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Nasim. Intentionality. We said resilience is like a rubber band. Yeah? No matter how much you're stretched, you're able to snap back. And before I get into the Q&A, just allow me to briefly ask Maureen. One of the things that I always hear about Maureen is how gentle she is when she speaks. Did you hear how she speaks? Yes. So please, I want our panelists to briefly just leave us with a few takeaways. Let's start with self-compassion. How do you, how has that helped you in your journey of bouncing back?
Wow, thank you for that question. And I love how it's flowing because it's coming from the same thing. Like we're so kind to others, but we're not kind to ourselves. So I noticed a pattern, and I usually say I'm a very, very good student of life because I pay attention to patterns, I pay attention to things that happen. And first, Eugene, big up. I do have also a neurodivergent child. He's over there. I've never said this publicly. He's a genius, by the way. Very good artist. He's autistic. Lexi. Yeah, he's so good in art. It looks like somebody printed it out, yeah? And I'm setting him up for a good life. And the other one is a chef. He's a budding chef and a taekwondo champion. He has a yellow belt at age 6. Yes, that's you, Kai. Yeah. He's in shock. And what I notice is that every time I'm not okay, they would not be okay, especially my firstborn son. He would, and I never even realized it. And every time I'm not able to control my emotions, or when I have my triggers, or when I'm going down low, because it used to happen so often, my child would lose it. Then actually my friends told me, have you ever noticed when you're not okay, he's not okay? It doesn't matter whether we're together or I'm away from him. So I decided to work on myself. And true to what I expected, every time I've been in a very constant happy space in my life. And I'm able to fight anything that comes, the triggers. I've figured that out. It's something I don't take for granted. And I have seen these boys thrive because of that. So I can say self-compassion, self-awareness, and practicing. And when I'm not okay, Dr. Eric told me, always come and see me. So we have a rule. I go see him every 3 months just to say hi. And he tells me I'm his success story. Because when I walked into his office, I don't think a lot of people are aware of what depression can do to your body. My hair was literally falling off. He wanted to admit me. I told him, Doc, I have 2 kids and I have work to do. Can you keep me alive? That's the only thing I asked him. Then we can talk about admission later. And again, self-awareness. Please, if you feel like something is not right, walk in. Whether it's at Chiromo, there's so many resources online. You can journal, you can write, and the minute you know what is going on with you, be ready to allow yourself to learn And when you do that, be consistent. And when you're consistent, everything else will fall into place. Because like engineer said, you can get the best help for your physical body. Why is it that when you break your arm, you get treated? Make your mind as well. And without good mental health, nothing else works. I promise you that. So, yeah.
Wow, thank you so much, Maureen. It's okay not to be okay. And one of the things that I always say, in line with what Maureen has talked about, is you are the most important piece of your world's puzzle. If you're not okay, nothing around you is going to be okay. It's going to be like a domino effect. Willis, please briefly share with us how you are able to deal with all the pitfalls you shared today in terms of your job, the divorce, weight. How are you able to deal with that with public scrutiny, as well?
Okay. Wabe tena? Just in case manalala. Well, I think for me, different aspects, because I remember there were a lot of moments. I think I went through almost the same kind of moment with the Leo. Yes, the young man Leo. But it's that realization when you are so devastated, where you think, one of the worst things that could happen to somebody who's in the limelight is to be trolled online, because for those few days, it feels like your life is over, it's on display. Like everything you've ever done means nothing apart from those 2 to 3 days you're trending and people are talking about you. People who you don't even know are sending you threads in your DM, talking about, some even, it would be scary because sometimes I would be just going around my day and then somebody sends me a picture of me that they caught. Like there's a time I was at a petrol station and somebody sent me a picture and said, I saw you, but I didn't do anything. Next time I see you, chungana, because of what you've done, So sometimes it's all fun and games until it becomes sort of real. And so for me, when I was going through those things, so you are being trolled, you're also going through your loss. For me specifically, child loss was, because I'm a Christian, so I didn't understand how, from the moment we found out that we are pregnant, and this is actually the second time. The first one we lost at about 3-4 months, then now the second one. So from the moment we found out, we would pray, we would go for service, speak to your baby. I speak to the baby, lay your hands on the stomach, or I lay my hands on stomach. Do all these things, and you're praying every day, and then it was not connecting in my mind that if God so loves me so much, why? Even Jesus had the chance to be born. His own son was actually born and came, and that's why we are Christians. So how come my child didn't make it? So it didn't make sense to me. And then being in the room when, the mother was screaming and the child came and calling out the name of the child, and the child is not responding, and the baby is cold, and then being, now having to take the baby to what would be like the morgue. It made, I think it's just probably this year that, like how in supermarkets there's the cold aisle where there are the yogurts, the juices, etc. Every time I would pass there, sometimes I would start shaking because it reminds me of that. I think just probably this year is the year since it happened that I've been able to comfortably walk through. Still think about it sometimes, but So for me, going through all that moment, and then going through a point when I sat down one day, I was just sitting alone, because again, I had moved. I was a typical Luo man. When I started over, I just had a television and a mattress. So I was seated in my mattress, and I was just thinking, okay, so if I want to see my daughter, where is my daughter? In heaven. So the only way to see my daughter is to cross over. So I remember I thought, same way Maureen said she had a plan, because I used to live on the 9th floor. So I walked out to the balcony, and I was getting ready. I was like, so in my mind, I was like, I haven't told my mother or my parents or to see, but anyway, they'll find out. Breaking news, blah, blah, blah. So I thought about it. I looked, and actually, it's like, I don't know if Dr. Frank or the psychologist were here. It's like inaanza kukuita. It's like you hear voices, things telling you it's okay, yes, come, this is it, this is the solution, you've been a burden, it's going to be easier for everybody when you're gone and all that. And I just remember one of the reasons why I think, and I like to tell this story, because when I got there, I also had a therapist. And you know how the therapists in the beginning, if any of you have gone to therapy, they say everything you say here is confidential until either you want to harm somebody or you want to harm yourself. That's when we can involve another party. So for me, I think it was just a brief moment, and that's why I really sympathize with families and people who've lost people through suicide, because it's such a brief moment that it could flip. Like for same thing for Maureen, if she would have driven through, if there was nothing to hold her back, just it's a moment, and some people unfortunately don't get that moment. So for me, it was just a moment where I thought, and when I thought, it's like the weight of everything that had happened to me came back, and so I broke down and I started crying. I literally started shaking. I stepped away from the balcony. I lost strength in my legs, and I was just weeping uncontrollably, shaking, sweating. I didn't even understand what was going on. I literally was moving by, you know how the military move when, you know, they are crawling or something like that. That's how I was moving back to the sitting room. And I was just like, I literally just said, Jesus, help me. That's all I had. That's all I had in me at the point. And that's what I said. And I felt calm after that. And this is for anybody in any religion, God, universe, whatever you subscribe to. Yeah, I believe that there is a God-shaped hole in everybody, and that he's the only one who can feel it. And at that point, I called my therapist and like, you wouldn't believe what almost happened. And so she had to call the office, and then the office now, they were actually checking on me. They sent somebody, my friend, who they didn't tell me. But then later on, all of a sudden, watu office wananipigia after every 1 hour, uko sawa? You're good, uko sawa? So I realized later that they were informed. But for me, after that, it's just, because at that point, everything I was living for, in terms of the way you are programmed, you go to school, get a job, get married, have children. So everything that the view of the way I've been programmed was okay. I've gone to school, I have a job, I got married, I wanted to get a child, I've lost my marriage, and now I've lost my baby girl. So there was nothing that was keeping me here anymore. But then after that, as I was going through it, I came through a quote online. I don't even know who said it, but I just came through it as I was scrolling through. And it said, the purpose of life is not to be happy. The purpose of life is to feel. And because even chaos is beautiful when it is pure. So I thought to myself then, okay, so because happiness can come and go. Happiness is an emotion, right? But if you're feeling, you can feel, okay, I'm happy today, okay, I'm sad today, and then you can deal with it at that point. So the number one thing that helped me, I would say, was therapy. I went through therapy, and again, when you're in the limelight, again, you're imagining, sasa nikiambia Dr. Frank shida zangu, see, I'll be conversation at dinner table. Atasema, you would not believe what happened today. Willis came, anapitia, anakapitia sana. You know, you would think that before you realize, and I remember now my wife now telling me, she was my friend then, telling me that, you know, the same way if today, Stephen Leto was here, right? If you wake up Stephen Leto, if you wake up me in the middle of the night, 3 a.m., umwambie Gachagua amekuwa impeached, end alive. Unapoona hapa nyuma yangu, it comes naturally, right? So she has read for this. Dr. Frank has read for this. They have years of experience. They are very professional. The same way I have things that, you know, I can't do as a media personality, you know, right of reply, posting dead bodies, etc., etc. There's also the set of rules and regulations for that, the professional life that is psychiatrists and psychology. So you have to allow them to also help you because that's what they've trained for. And in fact, my dad always makes a joke and says that, yani mtu anaweza kuwa amesoma miaka yote, alafu akudiscuss wewe, yenyewe unaona wewe ni mkubwa sana. So, therapy was one of them. Number 2 was I surrounded myself with, again, when you go through problems, you'll know who your friends are. And if there are 10, yenyewe wewe unakaribia Jesus, yeye alikuwa na 12 na moja kambetray. I think you'll realize that it narrows down to probably 3 or 4. And those friends kept checking in on me. I also had other friends. One was called Joanna Mtembezi, aka Johnny Walker. Another one was James's son. So all those friends were participating in this in this moment. But gladly the others fell off and I remained with the human ones. And because you can also get into such a cycle, and I didn't even know at some point that I actually became an alcoholic. When I was in campus, I struggled a lot with cigarette smoking. I would do like 2 packs of cigarettes a day in campus. And then now after this, and remember, you are from a Bible preaching, Jesus centered church, but but you're used to another kind of spirit, not the holy one. So it just gives you such an opportunity to look in the mirror. That's what I learned in therapy, that you really have to look in the mirror. You have to be comfortable with your weaknesses, which I had a lot, still do. Nobody's perfect. You have to be comfortable with the people around you, knowing that you have to tell them, guys, you need to have a sort of a safe space around me. 3 or 4 people who they can realize that, oh, this is an episode, or this is a trigger, and Willis needs then to be spoken to this way, and then this is the kind of help he needs now, or take him away from people, or take that away from him now, or it's fine if he's akifika past shot number 5, smamishe, and people who can be real with you and tell you, okay, this ended, but this was your mistake, and stuff like that. So that's why I started really being a champion of mental health. And even when I was going through my weight, I had done gym. I mean, I know all the fitness people. In the fitness world now, I know what Alvin Lee, Shiv, who was here, Vinita, Ival, all these people tried to help me. And I would lose 10, 20 kgs and I go back. Lose 10, 20 kgs and I go back. And so for me, I finally decided, let me just do the bariatric surgery. So I did the bariatric surgery. And at that point, again, people would do it and would be in hush tones about it. Unauliza mse, hey, how did you lose that? Maze, ni God na gym. Ni God, maze. Gym videos, uko tu hapo. But I thought one of the ways to deal with this, because it's again a system. We're in a system that wants you to work hard, but then when you do attain success that comes with working hard, doesn't want to celebrate you for working hard. We're in a system that gives you options, but if you decide to take the option that does not relate to them, that is maybe slightly what not everybody has access to, they become offended. Apart from asking, because they don't even know, ndio surgery ilikuwa 800, 900,000. But I always say, if you can save for a trip, or even buy alcohol every weekend, then you can definitely save for something that will change your life. Because if you do not know what to do, be good to yourself.
Yeah.
So, and I think the greatest investment you can make is in yourself. So for weight, that's how I dealt with it. And I was vocal about it because, first of all, I want insurance companies, if they're here, your friends there, to stop making it cosmetic, because it's life-changing. It's a life-changing surgery, because I had the unfortunate occurrence. There's a point, and I've never spoken about this publicly, but there's a point where I had 3 blood clots in my brain, and I was in HDU for like a week. And when I was there, all these machines were attached to me, and I had a lot of moments. I think the closest I've spoken to Meongea na Mungu regularly is 1 when I was in Somalia, 2 when I was going through this loss. We do speak regularly now. And then at that point, because you'll have visitors around you, but around 1 a.m. when you wake up and it's only the sounds of the beeping instruments, and you're looking at the ceiling, and you realize that I'm alone. And again, your own blood thinners, yes, but what if a clot escapes and makes it to your lungs, or if something happens, or it becomes worse, or you get a stroke because of it, or how severe was it, and are they not telling me the truth, and all that stuff. You realize the importance of life. You realize again that, remember those friends I was telling you? I think only 3 of my friends knew. That's when I realized that, so these are the inner circle, the ones that you feel comfortable telling when you're really in dire need. Those people came, and it gave me perspective in life. After I left hospital, the bill of that 1 week to 1 week and some 3 days, but the 1 week in HDU, the bill was nothing compared to what the surgery was going to cost. So I just thought to myself, if I have a lifestyle disease and I spend 1 week in hospital, I will spend so much more money. So why not spend that money now to something that can change my life? And again, you'll get assessed if you are a candidate for it or not. If you're not, it's okay. If, by the way, you're very disciplined and you can go to the gym and you get results because our body types are different, by all means do it. So for the weight, that's how I dealt with it. For career, I just kept going. One of the things that my mentors have taught me is to just keep going. Just keep showing up. And sometimes you always perform for the audience of one. If you're a Christian, you'll say the audience of two, that is you and God. Because there's a song by an artist, it's a reggae song, an artist called Positive. It says, rolling in my two-man army, my Jesus and I. But always know that, first of all, the person, Michael Njenga and Johnson Mwakazi taught me something. They said when you're in the media, for example, you have 4 people. You have the audience who's going to watch, you have your boss, you have your future boss, and most importantly, you have yourself. Are you happy with the work that you're doing and where you are? Yeah. So I would say to you, who wants to bounce back, who is in that process, you're in transition, maybe you were dumped yesterday, maybe you are going to be dumped today. Maybe there's a problem you're going through that you've not shared with anybody. I always say this, number one, successful people look like you. That is to say, when you look in the mirror, that is how success looks like. It's not dressed in any other way. That is success. And then most importantly, number 2, and I get in trouble for saying this, especially in church, is that God loves you and that will never change. Whether today morning you woke up from a brothel, whether you woke up from the wrong bed, whether you came here staggering drunk, whether you're high right now, it doesn't matter. Because God loves you and that will never change. If God is proud of the masterpiece that is you, look in the mirror and be proud of yourself.
Wow, thank you so much. The greatest investment you can make is in yourself. And there is so much beauty that can come out of chaos. I know you're all hungry. I want to open this conversation to a Q&A. I need somebody with a mic to go around. And please feel free to ask Eugene, Leonard, and Nassim some of those questions so they can get into a mic. There are 2 hands there. 2 hands up. Any other hand? There is a hand behind there. I cannot see the mic. Let's start with the gentleman. Thank you so much.
Mine isn't, I'll keep it quick. It's just a public declaration attitude. You guys are doing the most for us, and we're of you guys. And we're hoping in the future we'll also be bouncing back to the pitfalls we go through.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. There was another hand here.
Thank you so much. My name is Brian, a rotor actor from Nyeri. Thanks so much, DG. And thanks to all panelists. I'd like to ask Nassim, you said about a toolkit. Maybe if you'd give us something that you can be able to look at and say, okay, when I'm at this stage, this is probably what I'd look for. And to DG, I've been in Rotary and Rotaract for 7 years. I've never known this part of you. I'm so glad that I get to know it today here. Yeah.
All right. As we answer those 2 questions, I want 2 ladies because we did have 2 men right here. So Nassim, please go ahead and answer that, and DG. And then we get 2 more questions from 2 ladies, please.
So for the toolkit, like I said, understand yourself. I'll give an example. If you know you have anxiety, and one of the symptoms to anxiety is you're not able to breathe well, palpitations and whatnot, then what you need is deep breathing exercises. And for deep breathing exercises, there's so many out there. So you pick one that works for you. And what you say, just because a coping mechanism works for one person doesn't necessarily mean it will work for you. And doesn't mean that there's something wrong with you. So it's just a matter of figuring out what works best for you. And just allow me to give example of how to breathe, because I realized you'll tell people go do deep breathing exercise, and then they'll come back and say it didn't work, what was wrong with me and everything. So when you're breathing, when you're doing a deep breathing exercise, I know we all breathe and it comes natural, but when you're doing it, always remember your stomach needs to go outside when you're doing a deep breathing exercise. So if you're taking in a deep breath, your stomach goes outside. If you're breathing out, it should go inside. Just science. Diaphragm inaenda chini, put air inside and space and everything, and you push it out. So yes, that can be one of them. The other is meditation, mindfulness exercises, and all that. Figure out what works for you.
All right, thank you, Nasim, for that. And we do have psychologists around, so if you would want a practical session on that, please feel free to also see Nasim as well as the other psychologists. DG, yes.
I spoke about choices, and in our lives, difficult choices are always going to be made for us. So how can we respond? My response has been to try and increase the number of choices that I make. Choices to join organizations like Rotary to Serve. Choices to learn new things, like at 60, I, together with my siblings, decided to learn farming. Our parents never taught us how to farm, so we decided we start. And now we have a farm, a small one, that my parents had that is used as a demonstration farm. After just 4 years, I have decided to keep my mind active and engaged by doing new things, choices that are made by me. This week I started doing a professional DJ course at Homeboys Institute. So my challenge to you, what are the choices that you are making for yourself?
Right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much
Excuse me.
for that.
Excuse
yes,
me, please.
question.
I'm sorry for this. Two gents and the ladies, kindly allow me to share this. My name is Victor Hamisi.
Yes,
I champion mental health for men. It's called Check on a Man. And Check on a Man means it's all about creating a safe space where men can be able to open up and share what they go through. Personally, as Victor, I lost my parents when I was a young man. I used to live with an uncle who drug and raped me for more than 3 months. And then I became a street boy for 5 years. I feed and clothe street families every Saturdays in the morning. That's where I was coming from to come here. Please, I want to share this. I'm the young man that ulisaidia kwenda Man Cave last year. That's me. Yeah. And I'm the one that writes Man Cave, by the way. Nilikuwa chini your time. Yeah. So I'd want to say this. If you're a man in this room and you're going through mental issues, please, it's okay not to be okay, but it's not okay for you to keep quiet and die silently. Number 2 is learn to embrace talking as a therapy. Yep. And my question is, kindly to Willis and engineer, thank you so much, Prof, because you're a father to all of these people that are here, except engineer. What can we do? What can we do in our society so that men will have a safe space where they can able to open up and share what they go through? Because let me tell you, kuzaliwa mwanaume ishakuwa ngumu tayari na kuface life ni ngumu tayari. And as I sit down, please, I've been able to school 4 street families for the last 10 years. There's a young man that graduated from USIU 3 years ago. He's working with the Red Cross. There's a young man, alimaliza, from Alliance Boys High School. Ako saizi ako inje. There's a young girl in Alliance Girls saizi, Form 3. And there's a young man ako grade 5. Please, you can support me by donating clothes from toddlers to grown-up. Drop them at NTV as his workplace at the reception. Or you can call me. And secondly, mukuja na masocks. Muna nikipia na socks for free. But the rest you can buy, if you're willing, please, a plate of food for the families, 100 shillings. Na hizo ni socks nimebeba hapa. If you're willing to buy a happy socks, a plain socks, and Uncle Soft links to support my street feeding, thank you so much. And I'll finish by saying this. Kama ni mwanaume umeoa, I'm a dad of 2 and a guardian of 4. Please, kama ni mwanaume umeoa na unapenda wasichana wa shule, nunulie bibi yako school uniform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Victor, for that, and being a champion for men. I actually loved when Willis specifically said that the other day you thought about your child and it made you emotional, and that's really powerful because a lot of times we don't share those really intimate moments that happen behind closed doors. And you know, as public figures, it means people are just going to judge you based on what they see on the surface. So I really do appreciate you for sharing that. There was a question to you, but allow me just to take that lady, her hand has been up for such a long time. And that's the last question that we are going to have for this session. But our panelists are still here as we go out for lunch. And you can continue to interact with them. I'm waiting for the mic to get to the lady there. It's Tana's. Okay. So, ameteta sana. I hear you. Yes,
Okay.
Let's go.
Hi, my name is Harriet Nzola, and I'm a student at JKUAT. I'm also pursuing civil engineering, and I'm also a Rotaract, so engineer is a huge inspiration. My question is, my friends usually tell me I have some signs of ADHD, but okay, I'm not diagnosed yet. My question now is, how does one become consistent in whatever they do? Because sometimes I usually tell myself I'm going to lock in, and then kesho in Abako, and then I watch a TED Talk, I get inspired kidogo, and then oops, I keep failing on consistency, and I keep trying, but I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for that question, and definitely Nasim is going to take that question. Please ask your question, and then we close this panel after we hear those answers. Please go ahead.
What are some of the coping skills that you have as a person living with ADHD? And what can you tell parents who are in denial when their children are diagnosed with ADHD, and it's because probably they think their child starting to take medicine as young as 6 or 8, they're very much afraid, basically that. More so, coping skills. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I will allow Eugene to go first, then DG, and I think Willis, right? Yes, very, 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 very briefly. Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you for the question. I think coping is, I look at it, I have to build in routines that I stick to. So I find it easy. I might start a thought in the morning and then I pick up something else. I don't complete my thoughts fully, but I have to build in things that I note down. So every day in the morning, I have to wake up and do my Bible study. Then I have to go for my 7-kilometer run, and then I have to come back and shower. I have to set alarms for when to eat, because again, you might just forget to eat. So there are things I have to put in my phone, and I like a digital watch, so I'm able to keep track of my things. And I set my watch 7 minutes ahead, because also I might get late. There's something in ADHD called time blindness. So time is so relative. You might do something and you think it's going to take you 10 minutes, but then you find it's taken an hour, or it's taken 3 hours. So you get frustrated because you thought you're going to do it in an hour. I think what I've tried to do is getting comfortable in timing my tasks now. So the first time I do something, for example, if I'm going to do a pitch deck for work, I time how long it takes me to do it the first time. And then now the game becomes, can I shorten the time every time I do it? Because with ADHD, things get boring. Like mundane things, now you get tired of doing the same thing every single time. And that's why I encourage you to kind of like make games out of the tasks that seem mundane to you. Again, if it's how long does it take you to cook your oats in the morning? Today it took me 10 minutes, oh cool, maybe tomorrow it's gonna take me 8 minutes. Just try and make a game out of the things that you do. Try and better yourself every single day, because that's how I end up getting challenged, and just maybe getting into the wrong things is because I got bored of doing the same thing every single time. COVID kind of helped for my work or my employer to see that we can work remotely, because you can imagine you get to work, you finish your work by midday, but you have to sit until 5 p.m. Doesn't make sense, but you sit there. But just figure out how to challenge yourself, time yourself really well. And I think if it's your kids and everything, you care about your children. Look at me, I'm not gonna say my age, but look at me now, and I was diagnosed maybe a month ago. My mom could see the signs of what it is maybe I had. If you're being able to see it now, I would advocate, talk to a psychiatrist. Again, I'm not being paid to say this, but Chiroma is an amazing place. The recovery in dignity is amazing. Just go there, they'll be able to figure out what works for you. That's what I'd say.
Thank you, Eugene. Let's go to Nasim. Please, 20 seconds.
So the simplest thing I can tell you on motivation is small deliverable tasks. You don't need to do everything all at once. You can structure it into small deliverable tasks. And when you say ustamwa goals, ni kuachieve your goal. So the minute you achieve one, you'll be motivated to achieve another, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much. DG? Willis? Briefly?
Yes. Briefly. Okay, so you talked about men and just basically why men, encouraging men to speak up the more. I think the way to encourage other men to speak is also for men to speak. Yeah, so that's why I'm very passionate about mental health. And sometimes if you go to my stories, you might think, wow, today is Hadaka Day. But I share that also just to debunk the myth that, you know, especially on social media where people in the limelight, they don't go through things and you're supposed to be a certain way, etc. But also just to, because even when I was going through what I was going through and I was also semi-public about it, a lot of men would DM me and say, I'm going through this as well, whether it's weight, child loss, and they would say things like, especially in child loss, they would say many people tend to look at what the lady is going through, and rightly so. She felt the kicks, the pains, and everything, even after you still have milk coming out because your body doesn't understand what's happened, having to stop that, and the pain you're going through knowing you still don't have a baby. So rightful so, every lady who's gone through child loss, definitely a painful thing. But also for the men, because you also invested in there, and you had your minds, your thoughts, your dreams, your aspirations, and your emotions were also in there. And then you're wired as a man to protect, right? So the first thing you don't think about yourself. So for a while it's the baby and the mother, the baby and the mother, the baby and the mother, until you realize that if you're not okay, you can't also be there for them. So to every man who's here, it's been said, it's almost cliche, but it is okay not to be okay. And the other thing is, growing up, I was afraid of the dark. To be honest, I still sleep with some lights on. But, that is what men, I think, are always afraid of. That unknown space where you don't know how I'll be treated. Not realizing that when you drink, when you smoke, when you take drugs, you're just putting a pause button. Basically, umeenda tumepause, umeenda. When you come back, as you're nursing your hangover, or when you're good the next day, you press play again. Life continues. And even when you sleep, it's like a pause. So the more you get comfortable in the darkness, there's something called shadow work. Don't have the time to go into it, but you can Google it or see the good people at Chiroma, they'll tell you about it as well. It's just dealing with the parts of you that you feel are uncomfortable, and being really honest with yourself. Like, it's okay to be real with yourself. Do you know why? And this is one of my favorite quotes, that don't be afraid of the darkness, because that's how you see the stars.
Wow.
So, and you are a star. You man who's listening, you're a star. You are born to be a star. You're born with greatness. There's greatness inside of you. So sometimes it is, sometimes it is the going inside that shows you just how bright and just how great of a person you are. Because for you to bounce back, even when life is lifing, is to be, again, like I said at the beginning, be honest with yourself. And remember, once again, that successful people look exactly, not like somebody else, exactly like you. And finally, my favorite scripture is 1 John 4:8. It says, God is love. It doesn't say God is like love, because if it would have said that, it basically means that, by basing on that scripture, it means that the synonym for love is God. So, for example, if you tell a lady, I am in love with you, you're telling her, I am in God with you, which means everything God says about you, I agree with, and I'll treat you the way He wants me to treat you. So, the best thing... So then, the best thing then to do, now imagine if you love you, I'm in love with Willis. It means, once again, I'm in God with Willis, and therefore if God says He has not given me a spirit of fear, but of power, and it ends with, there is no here, a sound mind. Yeah, so it's very important. It's in the Bible. So you need to get to the place where you have a sound mind. And even if you're not a Christian, still, the basis of religion is love, giving of self for somebody else. So as somebody said here, we are so good to she said, we are so good to people, you treat them so well, but how are you treating yourself? So be good to yourself, because you're all you have. You're all you have. And remember, you are a star. Wasabi was star.
Yes,
Star.
Wow, thank you so much for that. This brings us to the end of our Bouncing Back When Life Lives panel. Allow me just to tell you something small as I have the gifts come up on stage. The golf ball and the tennis ball were having a great argument. And the golf ball pushed the tennis ball off the cliff. And the golf ball said, "Tennis, are you okay?" And then tennis said, "Of course I'm okay. I always bounce back." All right? So the greatest success is not in failing, but in the number of times that you rise up, like we have heard from this stellar line of panelists today. We have to agree about life matters and life issues. These are not conversations that we can actually even finish here today. We can literally have a specific seminar just for this. But please stand up. Let's have a photo. We have some gifts for you. Wabebe, in the real essence. Yes, to take home with you. We really do appreciate all your insights. We have sipped from your cup of wisdom and are so happy that you made the time. Actually, a lot of people have been asking me, how much are you paying the panelists? And I want to say openly, and you can ask the panelists, everybody who came here today came in kind. Imagine that. Such a blessing. So thank you so much. Please come to the front. Let's have a photo op as we welcome Victoria Macharia to say a word of prayer, and I'll hand over as well to the MC to do that.
I don't see any smiles, guys. Thank you very much, panelists. That was amazing. A big hand for the panelists. I said we had how many things remaining? It was 2, right? So 1 is gone. Sindio? So we have 1 more. Sindio, walk with me, guys. I'm keeping my word. Sindio? Yes, you smile at me. It's not me. It's you guys who came late. In the morning. Anyhow, we have one thing, and then we're going to call Meshach to take us to lunch with an amazing dance. Do you remember tulidance asubuhi? Yes? Sinipo tukitoka hivyo kwenda lunch? Yes? So for now, for 5 minutes, please help me welcome Mercy Musisi to the stage. She's a clinical coordinator at the retreat. Please help me welcome Mercy with a big clap as she comes to the front. Makofi ya Mercy. You can keep clapping till Mercy is right here. Makofi has to stop, tafadhali. This side, you guys. Makofi too. Thank you. Is this mic audible? Mnaisikia poa? Okay.
For lunch. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. Hey, huyo kwani ameshakula? All right. My name, as you've heard, is Mercy Musisi. I'm the Clinical Services Coordinator for the Retreat Treatment and Rehabilitation Center. So I want to ask us, When we hear rehabilitation, what comes to mind? Ati? Drugs, alcohol. Na drugs ni gani? Yeah? Bangi. Pombe. Ati? Well, the reason I'm asking this is because currently we are, as a society, there is a lot that is going on in terms of changes and uncertainties, and we are seeing people being thrown into spaces that is testing their mental capacity, their mental wellness. We've just heard from the panel that was here, the things that are in the society, the things that we are going through in the society. And as this is happening, you will find that a number of us, we will find or try to find coping mechanisms. And some of these coping mechanisms will be drugs and alcohol. And then there are other addictive disorders that we have not really mentioned today. Aviator. Ati? Yes. Some of us, you find that we have started doing gambling, whereby now we have all those apps in our phones, trying to see if we can make that extra 1 shilling and to help us with our financial situations, also social issues. Some of us, you find that we are doing kuchukua sheria mkononi, kunyonga monkey. Some of us, we have turned to pornography and masturbation as a way of coping with whatever it is that we are undergoing. And that is why we are saying today, as an institution, the retreat was started to cater for persons with substance use issues and other occurring disorders, and particularly the addictive disorders that are mentioned, among many other. And you will find that when this particular program that we run, or the services we offer, are to help us cope, to help us cope with our addictions, as well as other matters that are part and parcel of our lives. As I have said, some of us today are seated here. I think someone mentioned earlier on that some of us are seated here and are struggling. When you're seated there, you're just remembering uligongewa. And some others bado tuko kwa School of Character Development, and we are struggling to come to terms with some of these things. And we are seated here, probably even seated here planning from this meeting how you're going to cross that Huru Highway or University Way, and as well as we've had these stories. So we are there to offer support, to help with counseling. Some of us, we are unsure about our mental conditions or status. I think I heard someone mention that friends have mentioned that they have conditions, or they have an ADHD condition. I think that is what I heard. And we are saying we are there, Chiromo is there, the retreat is there, and you can get that clarity by undergoing the various assessments. As also, as the contemporary world, or recovery in the contemporary world, we also need to acknowledge that there's teletherapy, there's online communities that are at our disposal for us to get materials, resources. There are several apps that can help us to manage, to track, to check on our moods and etc. Some of us, we are still struggling with stigma and discrimination. We are not sure where we want. We are still not very comfortable walking into a physical space and sitting down with an actual physical counselor or doctor. And we are saying that we have online a facility whereby you can join, you can come in and get the necessary support. Then we're still saying that in the contemporary, we still have the advantage. We still have the advantage of communities. We have several communities that are online. For guys who are struggling with bipolar, there are online apps or WhatsApp groups and among many others that you can enroll or join, whereby you can get the needed, you can have a fellowship, you can have a group of people that understand you, who can work with you. Those among us who are struggling with substance use, they are Alcoholic Anonymous, Narcotic Anonymous, and just people recovering from substance use online, where you can be able to interact and learn from each other. As we are also doing that, someone mentioned that personal growth. Personal growth, and under personal growth, I want to highlight something: empowerment. Personal empowerment under personal growth. It has to start with you. You need to want to do things differently, to want to do better, and when that happens, it becomes easier for you to seek this necessary support that is out here. There is also the toolkits that were talked about in the contemporary recovery, in the contemporary world. I talked about online resources. Still, we have toolkits under the online resources, as well as the physical interactions, whereby you can be able to get skills enhancement. In the present today, there are questions we need to ask ourselves. How does my happiness look like? What do I need to do to be able to stir the happiness that I require? Do I need to run to the substances and the things that we've talked about for me to enjoy happiness? Are there things I can do differently? For those of us who are in recovery, again, there's also that question: have I curated my environment? Where do I go? Where do I spend time? Who are my support system? How much have I involved my family, my community, the people that I call friends into this? And I know when it comes to some of us, friends is a very interesting area, because we're not very sure who lies where, especially in this Nairobi, where situationship is a big deal. So as I come to the end of my 5 minutes, I need us to remember that mental health issues are real. They are here with us, and there is no shame. We are hoping that one day we'll be able to get to a point whereby I can say, as someone said earlier on, I need to check out because I have my psychiatrist appointment or my psychologist appointment in the next 1 hour. The same way we hear someone say, Nina meet my dietitian in the next 1 hour. I am meeting my physician in the next 2 hours. I am hoping that we'll get there, but I want to accept or acknowledge that we've made a lot of strides, especially in the world of addictive disorder. When I started personally, these were conversations we were not having. Back then, ilikuwa story ya chini ya maji. Even for us who are the professional, you could not tell people, ulikuwa unaambia watu, no, niko tu kwa mental health matters, but you are not saying specifically what you are dealing with. So remember, mental health is your personal responsibility. No one will know how to help you if you do not ask for the help. We have a tent outside here for those who want further clarification, further information. You can meet us at the retreat desk outside here. Thank you.
Asante sana Mercy. I will not take more of your time. I will invite Victoria to come pray for lunch, and then Meshach stay on standby. Udensi tupeleke lunch.
Half an hour? Okay. Tusimame si wote. See, you've had a good time. You don't have to say thank you to God. So if you don't all pray together, there is no lunch. So please let us all stand so that we can pray for the food. There'll be an usher to show us exactly where the lunch is happening. And then I've been told that lunch is strictly 30 minutes. So let us do a prayer that we all did when we were in I think, nursery school or pre-unit, those ones. How many of us used to sing a prayer for lunch? Which one was it? Yes, no, let us be loud. But we used to sing, we didn't used to say it. But we used to say a different one. For health and strength. Okay, fine. Gen Zs, eh? Okay, so that one is outdated. Pardon me. So please, very loudly, let us close our eyes and say that prayer together. The one for Gen Z. Please come, Gen Z. You can even jump over here. You're strong enough. So I want us to say the prayer together. So please guide us in that prayer.
Thank you. So in the prayer, there is this food. Now we are not saying it, but we will just say this food because we believe it's there. So, oh God, bless this food before we eat. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
We can close our eyes. Even you're opening your eyes very wide. Eh? But you believe the food has been blessed. So, MC over to, who is the usher? Or we first have Meshach. Eh? All right, so the ushers are outside. I think we'll have Meshach as we proceed for the lunch venue. Kindly allow our elders to... Gladys, please see Dr. Jenga off. So thank you.
Meshach, the stage is yours. Remember, we have an amazing panel session just after lunch with your favorite influencers, your favorite content creators will be in the next panel. See you after lunch. Densi sasa.
My name is Joanne Nyakombo. I teach at Grandma Joy Pre and Primary School located at Quadringa Ward in Embakasi South. And I am a teacher here under the Teach for Kenya organization. Today we are having the launch of At Vista organization. At Vista is coloring minds, nurturing talents. Use art as a therapy in mental wellness, in which learners and other people can express their views through art. And today we had face painting activities in our school. Face painting made the children have joy. As they see other people with the face painted, they become happy.
Are you happy about the project? Yes.
Na bado kwa hii gari iko na ngoma. Unaweza ama ticha yote anaweza bluetooth, anasikiza ngoma kwa nyumba. Unaona hiyo naimba? Unaweza imba the same hapa. Ama tutafanya tuone kama maji. Nona iko poa ama si poa?
The theme of this year's International Women's Day is Inspire Inclusion. On inspiring inclusion, I usually use art. Art is the language that the deaf can hear and the blind can see, and it encourages each and every learner despite of their learning level.
Today we are just basically introducing the program and teaching the kids using their talents as a way of curbing mental issues, because we have so many mental issues related with domestic violence, a lot of negative energy that comes from the slum. So art, we use it as a therapy to curb all those things.
Hello. Hi, everybody. Are we doing good? Where are my ladies at? Where are my gentlemen at? That's what's up. Okay, thank you so much, Ivix, for that amazing introduction. As he said, my name is Michelle Nkathan Talami, and actually the talk I'll be giving today is not on digital innovation and wellness, but it's actually titled, He Will Keep You in Perfect Peace. Okay? Yes, I wanted to bring a God angle, a Christ angle to this conversation, because we know that life is spiritual and everything actually starts from God. Amen? Great. So today I'm standing here before you as a very different Michelle, probably from the one that you used to know. And today I'm standing here before you as a reborn Michelle. Hallelujah. Yes. And I just want to share with you guys my story, how this Michelle came about. It also really surprised me, I'll tell you that. I never thought in a million. I've done many talks, guys, many. I'm actually a global speaker. And I have never done a talk like this, where I'm actually putting God at the center of the conversation. It's always business, entrepreneurship, life, money, wealth, success, but never one that I'm actually putting God at the center. And when I was asked to come for this talk, I was like, you know what? Because I am, for anybody who has gone through mental health challenges, can I just see those hands up? Can I see anyone who's ever been in a dark space mentally? Boldly, guys. Here we are not afraid, exactly. And I'm putting my hand up as well because I have been through that too, okay? So I will just share briefly about my story with you guys. And then after that, I'm sure you guys can pick up a few gems. So I don't know how many of us have their Bible with us today, or are you guys in fact, it's digital. Are you guys the digital age where your Bible is on your phone? Awesome. So if we just go to Isaiah chapter 26, verse 3, I just want to read that verse very clearly because that's what's going to inform this talk. The Lord says, "You will keep in perfect peace all who trust in you and all whose thoughts or minds are fixed on you." Okay? And what is God giving us? He's literally giving us the key to mental wellness. Now, I didn't just come up with this. Before this talk, I actually prayed to God, and I asked God, "Lord, what do you want me to tell your children today?" I actually prayed over it. I even mentioned that to Idera. And I'm like, I just don't want to come and talk about the usual, business, what. We're all going to be successful. I claim it. Yeah? But we need our mental health, first and foremost, to be great. Okay, so I prayed over this, and this is the verse that the Lord led me to speak to you guys, and a scripture that I'll share in time. Okay, so just when you read that Bible verse, what does it tell you? What does it tell you? It says that the Lord will keep you in perfect peace. And as I was going through that, I realized, so there must be something like imperfect peace, right? Or unfinished peace, or, like joy and happiness. You know the difference between joy and happiness, right? Happiness is circumstantial. It's based on your circumstances. In the very next minute, you could be sad again, or just apathetic, indifferent. But joy comes from within, okay? And this is what the Lord promises us. So it got me thinking that means that there's peace that's not perfect or that's not complete. And that's very true, because before I was in Christ, I can tell you guys, I thought I had peace. I thought I had everything. And when I tell you I had everything, I had everything, okay? But what I realized is this world doesn't give you peace. It only gives you the calm before the next storm. Isn't that true? Yeah. You're always just waiting for, it's almost like a window period. It's like a grace period for how long you can stay until the next crisis happens. So you're always sort of playing cat and mouse with life. And that's not what the Lord promises us. The Lord promises us that he will keep you in perfect peace. Now, a bit about my story, because as I'm standing here today, Michelle is in perfect peace. Okay? And I can tell you that from my heart, I have never known peace until I came to the Lord. But let me tell you how all of this happened, because it didn't just happen, So I began my business career many years ago. I've been an entrepreneur since I was 25. First of all, I am a proud alumni of University of Nairobi. Yes, thank you so much. I studied here a few years ago. I won't tell you guys because you'll start calculating my age. But anyway, I was a student here, and I was in ADD, Architecture, Design and Development. How many know that faculty for architecture? Yes, exactly, SCAD, School of Art and Design. And I started my business, my entrepreneurship career at the age of 25, right? How many are above? Thank you. How many are above 25? Hands up. Good. How many? Okay, I guess the rest are below. Yes, so while I was your age, I started my business. And first I started with a branding agency. And then I moved to Marini Naturals, which I'm sure you guys know today. And a brief sort of synopsis about that time. I lost my dad at when I was 30 years old. And that grief, I don't know who in the room has lost, we've all lost someone, right? We've all through death. What I'm talking about, grief is death. We've all lost someone through death, and I'm sure we can agree it can take a very heavy, heavy toll on you. And I recall that just before I lost my dad, he had blessed Marini, and he had even blessed the name, literally put his hand on my head and said, I bless you and I bless the company. And then I went to do my master's in Italy, and I would come back on a flight home to bury my dad because I lost him when I was in Italy. Now that really took a toll on me. So what I decided to do, unknowingly, I think unconsciously, of course we buried him. I thought I dealt with the grief. Because sometimes when you lose somebody, you can't really show people you're grieving, right? Do you guys feel me? Do you feel me? Like sometimes you feel like it's too much. You don't want it to be the story that your closest people always see, your friends. So you sort of deal with it by yourself. And that's what I did. So I really began to high function. And at that time, I am blessed the Lord has given me some intellectual brains, I'd say. I actually graduated with a first-class honors from University of Nairobi. Thank you so much. And what I decided to do is focus all my attention on building this brand, on building Marini, because it was actually started through the loss of my dad. I wanted women and men to live healthier, more naturally, so I put all my efforts in that. I said, right now, I am not going to get into anything. I don't want to date. I just want to feel the pain I'm feeling and focus on business. And I did that. And within that time period, Marini grew and grew and grew. What started as a business, literally from my bathroom, mixing butters and oils to create curling butters, shampoos, conditioners that you guys probably use or have used, started from my bathroom. And I said, I'm going to make this the biggest natural hair care line in East Africa. And within a couple of years, Marini was from a tent. We started now selling across different cities, Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, then regional-wide, East Africa, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, then Africa-wide, West Africa, Congo, then internationally, and today now we're in 12 African countries. I went ahead, thank you so much. I went ahead to win several awards. You guys can list all the awards that you've seen. Top 40, Top 100, Forbes Africa, all of that, which was amazing. It was so, so amazing. And I'm not here to discredit that. But what I can tell you guys is all that amounted to nothing without knowing Jesus. And that is just the absolute truth. Knowing Jesus Christ, all of that amounted to nothing. And let me tell you, the world is going to, congratulate you. Whenever you are succeeding in something or, just doing well for yourself, everybody will want a piece of you. Everybody, from friendships to relationships to partners, investors, business. I can't tell you guys how many opportunities I've had just because of my growth and my success. And what that led to, at some point, are some very bad decisions, some very bad decisions that I ended up making in my personal life, not in my business life, in my personal life, because I am not anchored in Christ, Did I know God? Of course. I've never been atheist, for anybody who's wondering. I knew God, but I grew up as a Catholic. And that's just my story. So for any Catholic in the room, I love you. God loves you. We all love you. this is just my story. I grew up as a Catholic, and being a Catholic, the way my parents raised us is Christ was not necessarily at the core of our faith. Yeah, he wasn't necessarily the anchor of everything. It was God. Michelle prays to God. Okay, so I would never even pray in Jesus. Did I know Jesus? Yes, I did, but not in the way I know him now. In fact, I've gone to Catholic schools all my life. I went to Loreto Convent Valley Road, and then Consolata Primary School down here in Westlands, and then Loreto Limuru, Quartet, the ones who wear red, and then University of Nairobi, and even to Italy to study for my master's, because my dad felt that it is Catholic and you'll go see the Vatican and you can even be more deeply rooted in your Catholic faith, right? So even when I was in high school and throughout my life, I always used to see Christians, Protestants, right? And I would think that they have it wrong. I would think that they have it twisted. Like, Catholic is, for me, was the faith, right? And I remember, even during altar calls in school, in high school, I would never feel like it's for me because I'm fine with my God. This is just how I used to see it. And because of that, I drifted away from Christ. Not from God, from Christ. Now, Jesus tells us, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Nobody comes to the Father except through me. We all know that, right? So obviously, what's going to happen if I do my life without Christ? I won't know God, right? Do you guys agree? Okay, and just by a show of hands, I just want to know how many people are truly born again in the room. I just want to know how many people are truly, lift up your hands for the Lord, lift up your hands for Christ. Amen, good. And so I'm speaking to both those born again and those not born again, okay? This is just a message. Take what applies for you. If you feel it doesn't apply for you, that's okay. I'm here to be very authentic, very honest, and just share my story in the most realest, raw, vulnerable way possible. So this message is for all of you, yeah? Believers, non-believers, or those struggling to understand their faith and whatnot. So based off of that, at some point I made these really bad decisions in my personal life. Some of you might know about them. But the Bible tells us that bad company corrupts good morals, okay? And at this point, everybody wants a piece of Michelle. Everybody, because of her success, she's this new shiny thing, and everything's just going perfect for her, award after award, and now the world wants you. And now the enemy starts to use his deception to come and get you to work for his kingdom. Even if you are not aware that the enemy is using you, he is. The enemy has been, the devil, when I say the enemy is the devil has been around for many years, guys. Literally before Adam and Eve were created. Therefore, we can't outsmart him. Even the Bible tells us, flee from the devil and from sexual immorality. It doesn't tell us debate with the devil, have a conversation with the devil. It tells us flee. Okay? So in this time, everything is being thrown at me, everybody. And I made some terrible decisions, guys. I got into some wrong company. I dated some wrong people, some people I shouldn't have dated. And that really, really drew me back. And that's when my mental health started declining. That's when everything that I had worked so hard for in the past, almost at the time, 6-7 years, Marini is going to be 10 next year, but everything I had worked for just started failing. Not because of anything, just because of bad company, bad relationships, friends, lovers. My friends, my people, be very wary about your friends. Are you hearing me? Be very careful about who you decide to share your life with, about who you decide to let close into your heart. Be very careful about who you date.
Sometimes we think like as long as I have a good job, I'm making money, you can just move from one relationship to another. But did you know that sex outside of marriage is a covenant? Did you know that sex outside of marriage is a spiritual covenant you have made with God, whether you know it or not? Okay? And based off of that, you are exchanging your spiritual forces between you and that person. You think you're just having a good time. You think you're just dating. You think you're just coming off from the club. You just really need to unwind because you're so stressed. So you're just going to go and indulge. But did you know that every time that you have sex before marriage, you are actually exchanging even dark spirits between two people? And most of the times you'll see that it's around the people that you let very close in your life that your mental health and your peace starts declining. Maybe you're the most gifted woman or student in class. Maybe you are such an intellectual young man. Maybe you have a first-class honors as well, or you will graduate with that. Maybe you are Employee of the Year. Maybe you are Forbes Africa recognized. But let me tell you what will bring you down if you're not careful is your closest people, including family. Including family. It's not all of us who have that rooting in the Lord, that rooting in Christ. So we start letting our hearts, giving our love and our hearts to people, friends, lovers, and thinking that this has no effect on me. This is just, it does. It really, really does. And for me, throughout my life, just looking back with the grief that I was going through and some of the terrible decisions I made, it was because of human connections. At no one point did Marini ever break my heart. At no one point did my accomplishments ever break my heart, or my financial gain, or my money, or my sex. No, it's the people we let in. And I really want to encourage you guys today because you are all still so young and so beautiful and so handsome, and I do not want you guys to make those same mistakes as I made. And anybody who is round about my age can tell you that looking back, there's some things we would not have done. There's some paths we would not have trodden. There's some friendships we would not have allowed in our space. And let me tell you guys, even if it's so painful to sever that relationship, to sever that friendship, please do. The Lord is going to speak to you. And if you are, for those of you who are in Christ, you have the gift of the Holy Spirit. And the Holy Spirit can tell you, can guide you, and tell you this person is not for you. I want you to distance yourself. And even if you hold on to that relationship, believe me, the Lord will break it up. The Lord has a very, I don't know how he does it. He'll just cause issues between you and that friend, you and that boyfriend, that girlfriend, that sibling, that colleague. And you're just going to feel like this is disturbing my spirit. I'm urging you to listen, okay? Listen to that. Now, just as I was praying over this, the Lord also led me to the story of Peter walking on water. Yeah? We all know that story? Yes, of Peter walking on water in the book of Matthew, as God was talking to me about what it means to keep someone in perfect peace. So, briefly, there's a storm. Jesus' disciples are there. They're afraid. They're in real danger. They see Jesus walking on water. Peter calls out to the Lord. They think he's a ghost, right? And Peter tells Christ, if it's really you, tell me to come walking on water. And let me tell you why this story, this real life story that happened is so important, and why it has everything to do with your mental wellness, and even what steps. I don't know, for those of you who are writing or who have a notebook, feel free, because I'll just share with you 6 things that the Lord impressed on my heart to share with you about managing your mental wellness
the godly way. And I absolutely love, honor, and respect psychiatrists, psychologists, doctors, yeah? And they have their place, but there's also the godly way. Amen? So I'll just share with you 6 things that came to my spirit. The first thing is, number 1, acknowledge your fear. Acknowledge your pain. Acknowledge what you're going through. Don't deny it. Don't deny it. You're heartbroken? Acknowledge it. Umechapa character development? Imagine just accept it. Or you yourself umechapa mwingine character, whatever it is, your grief, your loss, whatever it is that you're hurting from, acknowledge it. And that's very important from the Bible. Why? Because in Matthew chapter 14, for those of you who have your Bible with you, in Matthew chapter 14, it tells us, it tells us, that the disciples, speaking about Peter, he was terrified, okay? And it says, but Jesus spoke to them at once. Do not be afraid, he said. Take courage, I am here. Jesus did not get upset with them that they're afraid. He knew that they were afraid, and he said, do not be afraid. And it even says that the disciples were terrified. The second thing is acknowledge your storm. So there's acknowledging how you feel and acknowledging that you are actually indeed in a pickle. Okay, so it's very important because in Matthew it tells us, meanwhile, the disciples were in trouble far away from the land, for a strong wind had risen and they were fighting heavy waves. Guys, what is your heavy wave? What is that situation you're in? I know each and every one of us, we're human. We're going through something right now. Yeah? It is impossible for us to go through a struggle-free life. It is impossible. It's possible to have victory in Christ, but life storms just hit you, don't they? Whatever it may be, it hits you. Challenges about money, finances, bills, rent, relationships, family. So what is your storm, guys? Write it down. Write it down. Write down your storms. Because this story, the Lord wants to show you guys that it's not just about the ocean and the waves. And you say, oh, that's a nice story. That's a cool story, bro. That's not what the Lord is saying. The Lord is telling you guys to write down your storms. Acknowledge them. What is your situation? Okay? So we said acknowledge your fears, your pains, and acknowledge your storm. Do not deny. Do not bury your head under the sand. Don't do that. I tried to do that, and let me tell you, I suffered terribly. So don't do that. The third thing is fix your mind on Jesus. Or for those who are not born again, at least fix your mind on the solution. Fix your mind on the solution. Just going back to Isaiah, it tells us, you will keep in perfect peace all who trust in you and whose minds are fixed on you. At the very least, God is telling us to fix our minds on the solution. Okay, you're pregnant, for instance. You don't know who's the father. It's okay. You've messed up. Okay? But wallowing about that and, beating yourself down does not help you, my dear sister. It won't help you. It's fixing your eyes on Jesus or fixing your eyes on the solution. Call somebody you trust. That mother you think will throw you out, or father, maybe they won't. A sister, but that you trust. Okay? So you just have to learn to fix your thoughts on the solution. The Bible tells us that worrying does not add another day to your life, right? And I can tell you it didn't add to mine. So that's very important. The fourth thing that I want to let you guys know is, and just on that fixing your mind on Jesus or the solution, just reading from Matthew, it says, but when he saw the strong wind and the waves, he was terrified and began to sink. Are you seeing that? Yeah? When he saw the strong winds and the waves, he was terrified and began to sink. When you fix your eyes on the problem, guys, you will be terrified and you will begin to sink. Do you see the parallels? Do you see the parallels in this? Absolutely. And I'm sure you can all attest, every time that you focus your mind on the problem, on your pain, that's when you begin to go crazy. That's when you begin to lose it, right? That's when your mental health really, really fails. So do not drown, guys. Fix your eyes on the problem or on Jesus, yeah? And the fourth thing, the biblical way to handle this is you need to trust God fully, okay? To have perfect peace, you must have faith. And I can tell you guys, it takes faith. It takes the same energy to have fear and the same energy to have faith. What are you going to choose? It takes the same. Having fear or putting your feeling like, the worst is going to happen, that's faith. That's also faith. You're just putting your faith in what's going to go wrong. Why don't you transfer that and put your faith in what could go right and trust God fully? You will not get perfect peace until you trust God fully. I can attest to that. As I said, today I'm standing here with perfect peace because no matter how things go in my life, I trust God 100%. And just to reiterate on that, Jesus did not reprimand Peter for having fear. He reprimanded him for not having faith. He said, "You have so little faith." He didn't say, "You have so much fear." Do you get what I'm saying? He didn't say, what's wrong with you? Why you're afraid? He said, "Why do you have little faith?" What does that tell you? It's okay to be afraid and still have faith in God. Isn't that true? It's okay to be afraid and still have faith in the Lord. Jesus said, "Why did you doubt me?" Okay, that's from Matthew. And then a message for those who know Jesus, those who put up their hands, those who are in Christ, those who are born again, the children of God, of the kingdom. Yeah? First of all, congratulations. Give yourselves a round of applause. Honestly, I don't think we realize how big a deal it is to know Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm not a pastor or anything, but me, just what the Lord has done for me. I was even telling my daughter, I'm not going to come here and not talk about Christ. I will come here and talk about Christ. So for those of you who are in Christ, you already have an advantage. And what I'll tell you is call on the name of the Lord. Call on Jesus. Peter said, "Save me, Lord," he shouted. Jesus immediately reached out and grabbed him. But everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved. And that's in Acts, right? Chapter 2, verse 21. And finally, for those who do not know Jesus, I would ask you to come to Christ and know him. Know the Lord. Know Jesus. And if we just look at the same story, the disciples knew Jesus, right? Yeah? Everybody who was on that boat knew Jesus. And Peter knew Jesus. And what I can tell you guys is Jesus is the king above all storms. There is no name on this planet, on this universe, that is above anything that you're going, that is above the Lord, that is above Jesus. So whatever you're going through, whatever pains you're going through, struggles you're going through, I want to encourage you guys to come to Christ, to know Jesus, and at the very least, pick the gems that I've shared with you so you can really conquer your mind, because there's a way to live healthily, mentally healthy in Christ. Thank you so much, guys. I love you all.
Thank you. A bigger hand for Michelle, guys. A bigger hand for Michelle. That was amazing, was it not? One thing you have taken out, just one thing. One thing? Yes. Always put God first. Fantastic. This side, one thing. Jesus what? No, Tom, Jesus what? Oh, no Jesus. Fantastic. Thank you, Michelle. That was amazing. It's time for the next sessions. Tulisema, this time around we're going faster, right? Yes? And what did I tell you when we were going out for lunch? Who's going to be coming in? What will the panel be about? Do you remember? Yes? What? Yamani, it's conversational. Who's coming up next? What are we having? Simniambie. I can't hear. Hey guys. Digital what? Digital innovation. Okay, ninaona mko mnanisikiza lakini it's all right. Okay, as they set up hapa nyuma, we're going to be having an amazing panel discussion. And by the way, I'm going to be moderating this, and it has to be the best. So what you're going to do is take out your phones, take pictures, post it on what hashtags? And the other hashtag? All right. Help me welcome to the stage. I'm not going to name all of them because we are all pressed for time. But help me welcome to the stage these amazing influencers, amazing personalities, amazing business people who have had a journey with mental health or have insights. And to start us off, please help me welcome Dr. Ofweneke, in no particular order, by the way. Penda Ochola, Irene Tarigo, Mike Moshiri, Ayuko, by the way, Ayuko, Stacy Atieno, and Edmond Wandera. All right. All right, who do you know here? Ati busy signal. Oh, Atieno. All right, who else do you know? Who else do you see? Hey, you guys, I can't even hear you. Ofweneke. All right, these are amazing young people, are they not? And they are here because they have something to share with us. So, because we follow them, we let them influence us, we let them, to an extent, shape our thinking, sindio? But as we learned earlier, they also have experiences that they do not share. They have ways that they deal with mental wellness or to have their mental wellness in check. And that's why we are here today. Yes? Sindio, tulisema ikuwe nini? Conversational. Sindio? This is interactive. It's after lunch. I don't want you guys to sleep on me. Sindio? So we're going to get right into it. Please introduce yourselves in no particular order. We can start from the far right. You name, what you do, what we expect from you this session. Tukisonga.
All right. Praise Jesus. I say praise Jesus. And of course, my first identity on my ID. Please get my voice back to where it was. Get it back to where it was. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, my first identity is I'm proud to profess the blood of Jesus Christ in my life. I'm very much sold out for Christ, and I'm not ashamed about it. Number two, thank you so much. Number two, my name is the Eagle himself, the Duke of Kakamega. Dr. Ofweneke is my name. I am Kenya's #1 TV host, Kenya's #1 radio host, Kenya's #1 events host, corporate trainer on leadership and matters character integration. And of course, on top of it all, I am head of events and deputizing corporate affairs, Cape Media, which houses Radio 47 and TV47. On top of it all, I'm the latest YouTuber with the biggest and fastest rising YouTube show called Lessons at 30. God bless you.
A big hand for Dr. Ofweneke.
God is good? I think God is good again. Unfortunately, I don't have an elaborate CV like my brother here, Daktari. My name is Edmond Wandera. Disclaimer, I'm not an influencer. I work with the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. We are part of the sponsors for this. So glad to be here and looking forward to the discussion.
Jambo jambo. Gosh. So, wow, tena. So, my name is Atino Stacy. I'm an on-air personality, and I'm also a fashion and lifestyle content creator. And mnanijua na stories za gym. I didn't know it's gonna pick up that much, but I'm also a fitness enthusiast. I want to be a coach as well. And aside from that, hey, Ofoneke, you have a lot of things. I am a girlfriend. That's all I can say. But I'm really excited to be here. It's my first time being at your end, not as a student, but as a panelist. This is my first time being a panelist as well. I'm anxious, but imetulia kidogo. And of course, God is good all the time. And happy Sabbath, happy day. Thank you.
Hey everyone. My name is Mike, Mushiri Mike. I'm a content creator. Many of you know me by, yeah, I do comedy. I do lots of stuff. I sing sometimes. I'm also the founder of Civic Rise, which is an NGO running civic education programs in Kenya. And aside from that, I mean, the atmosphere dictates that I say that I also love Jesus. So yay. Yeah. Yep. Also, would you rather I speak with my sunglasses on or I wear my normal glasses? My normal glasses are. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Oh, you have your mic.
Ochola, remember, again, just remember the atmosphere dictates.
Love God.
Yes, yeah, it's dictating all the way.
Happy Sabbath.
Happy day.
How are you guys? How are you doing? How are we feeling? Tunafunguka? Tunaanguka nayo pia? Hapo sawa. My name is Pendo Ochola. I'm a hospital psychologist. I'm also a digital strategist at Chiromo Hospital Group. I am more than honored to be here with you today.
Praise God, everyone. My name is Irene Tarigo, and I'm a clinical psychologist by profession. My role is that I am the interim head of the mental health services at HealthX Africa, and I'm very happy to be here, and I love the atmosphere. Thank you so much.
Fantastic. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible?
No.
Sound? No?
No.
No sound? Okay. Am I, guys? Uh-huh. Aya tuendelee. All right, let's get into it. Dr. Fweneke, how can we leverage social and digital media to help with the spread of mental health awareness rather, and mental wellness? Let's just get right into it, Tusonge.
I think the first important thing for us to ask ourselves, first of all, is when you are opening up your social media, your digital platforms, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, the likes of us who come all the way from the days of To Go and High Five, what is your intention, first of all? Are you opening it up for business? Are you opening up for lifestyle? Are you opening up for spiritual matters? Are you opening up for entertainment? Are you opening up as social media for the sake of bashing others? And I normally say this: your first level 1 stage of being a witch is commenting negativity on people's posts. You're already a witch. So don't even wait for anybody to tell you. Not all witches fly at night. Some are flying on people's comment section. And I want to say this, and I'm sorry, I will not even mix my words on it. If your work is to use your bundles or your Wi-Fi to bash the gym that Stacy went to bash the skit that Mike Mushiri did, to bash the statement that Dr. Fweneke made, then there's a lot you're dealing with yourself that you're looking for an excuse to lash it out. So this is what I keep on saying. Use your social media to improve somebody's life. Those of us who followed me all my brand life since I joined digital, if you check Dr. Fweneke's page, the past 10 years, especially on when Facebook was launched, I must post 2 posts. One is a Bible verse and one is an inspirational quote. You can check now. That has happened for the past 10 years, every single morning, Monday to Friday. And it has become so hard. Thank you so much. And it's become so strict that there are guys who, if you don't post anything in the morning, they'll DM and tell you, Fonike, I was looking forward to an encouragement from you. If you don't post, you've not built me. All right? So I think we should really be very intentional about our social media platforms. Are you talking to somebody's life positively? Or are you the one killing people's dreams? There's a day when I was working for Media Max back in the days, and there was a show that came on K24, which was a replica of it was a replica of a dance show that was on Citizen, and I was given the chance to host the show, and I did poorly. Truth be told, I did poorly. Twitter was crazy. Like, who is that guy? Get him off air. He doesn't have talent. He will never host any other TV show in this country. And trust me, I went behind Media Max and I cried, literally. That was almost 12 years ago. And if I realized, if I allowed the words of people and the comments of people to control my future, what I thought about myself in the future, then trust me, I will not be on Mr. Right. I will not be on Dr. Fonike Tonight. I will not be Lessons at 30. I will not be on Thousand Life with Dr. Fonike. I will not have hosted all these shows, both local and international. So we need to be careful. Every time you're commenting on somebody's page, you need to ask yourself, how many lives or how many dreams, how many ambitions am I killing by one click, by one availability of data? You need to make sure your platform is building a life and not killing a life, because everybody is serving a purpose. You need to be very careful about that. And what you guys don't understand, let me just collaborate with Michelle Intalami. Anything that you can touch with your physical hands, anything that you can destroy with your hands is very useless. But that you cannot touch with your hands is very important. The social media is more spiritual than it is physical. And I don't know if you guys understand that. That's why I tell guys, stop posting baby bumps, stop doing baby showers, stop posting those things on social media. You post a baby bump on social media, it's equal enough for me to go and be with you with that picture. Take care of yourself. Take care of your social media spaces. So as you're going there, Michelle Intalami is serving a purpose in the kingdom. But what you do is you come and kill her on the comment section. You've killed 1,000 souls that were supposed to be saved through her story on social media. Trust me, you must pay for it. Every time you go wrong with the spirit, you must pay for the spirit.
The mic, it stops working.
Please.
What I hear you saying is that if you can use it for bad, you can use it for good, right?
Exactly.
And that goes into cyberbullying when you're using it for bad.
Mm.
So psychologically, Pendo, then how does social media and psychology and rather how do they merge? How can you use psychology for mental health on social media?
Let me start by appreciating what Dr. Fonike has said, that this is a double-edged sword. The same thing that we use for advocacy is the same thing that is used for cyberbullying and the likes. And that's why we have to be intentional about how we're using these platforms. I like so much what you've said. Sometimes we don't appreciate the impact we have on other people from a simple comment, from a simple post. We don't appreciate how much we can affect someone else. So that's why we also have to work to counter it. One of the things that we do heavily as Chiromo Hospital Group is to pass the message that mental illness is not, your diagnosis does not define you. You have depression, you have bipolar mood disorder, fair, but you're also an architect. When you're msanii mahali, you're a dancer, you're more than your diagnosis. And the best way we can use to reach as many people as possible, that's these social media platforms. I mean, how many of you are here today because mliona post Chiromo, kwa Mushiri, kwa Fonike? How many are here because of that? Nimesikia nduru mob sana za mic bana. Haezi kuwa ni mlifika tu hivyo, si ndio? Some of us umeona sawa sawa. So we use these platforms to create awareness about matters mental health. So we can leverage the different platforms that are there. We have posts, we have videos, we have X's, the Twitter spaces. How many of us have joined those spaces and seen how impactful they are? They talk about things as they are on the ground, and there's nothing as powerful as that. So these same platforms that are used for cyberbullying, for harassment, and all of these things are powerful tools that you can leverage on to destigmatize mental health And
Yeah.
actually, right now, I'd like to challenge each and every one of you here to use the platform that you have to just send a message, a kind word, a kind message to someone. Let's use these platforms to destigmatize mental health.
Good. And Irene, being a clinical psychologist, not everyone wants to come and see you. Yeah? There are so many reasons. How can we use the online space, coming from you as a counselor or in your practice, to impact people not being offline? If they don't want to come see you face to face, rather, how can you use that space through online to still pass the same message? Yeah.
Thank you so much for that question. Thank you so much for that very practical and, it's a very, it is a very practical question, because when you talk of mental health, there's a lot of stigma, associated with mental health. Meaning, and especially in Africa, somebody hears you're living with a mental health condition, and automatically they stigmatize you, they label you. So the beauty of digital technology or even social media is that, it accords you the privacy, meaning you can actually talk to a clinical psychologist, you can talk to any psychologist, because we have different types of psychologists, at the comfort of your home, at your convenience, in your privacy. There's also the issue of affordability. Yeah, so there's so many benefits to digital technology and access to mental health. So that's the beauty. Yeah, and digital technology did not come to replace the in-person services, but rather to just enhance what is there. So we should try and make use of digital technology to access mental health, because it accords us, that extra, the leverage of privacy, convenience, and affordability. Thank you.
That was profound. That was really good. Mike. Ukoaje leo?
Niko fiti.
How are you feeling?
Nilikuwa nimeandika vitu mob kwa iPad.
Zimeevaporate.
Yeah.
So tell me, or tell us rather,
Mhm.
what's the role of influencers when it comes to combating cyberbullying?
What's the role of influencers
When it comes to combating cyberbullying?
when it comes to combating cyberbullying? What is the role of influencers when it comes to combating cyberbullying? Your question haikuwa kwa brief. Haikuwa kwa brief, but I'm gonna answer it. While still answering your question, I'm gonna start by digressing a bit, by telling a story. But it's a foundation of what I want you guys to get, because this is a topic that I'm really, anything to do with mental health, wellness, it's something that I'm really passionate about, because I'm also in my journey of self-discovery, and that's why I made the video I made about Rono, and one of the reasons why you won't find such content on my page, because for the longest time I have struggled with how people perceive my vulnerability. But now I'm past it now. I really don't care. As long as I'm getting the word out there and it's helping someone, I'm still gonna say it. And I'm working on my YouTube channel, and I'm not using this opportunity to market my YouTube channel or to market myself.
No, you are. It's fine. You can say it. It's okay.
I am really not. The reason why I'm giving that disclaimer is because I'm gonna tell you exactly, if you're gonna watch, when the video on my YouTube channel goes up, if you're gonna watch it, it's the exact thing that I'm gonna say. And a few weekends ago, one of the things when I talk about mental health, because I do talk about mental health in such spaces, in Christian spaces, and even in spaces with friends, and I'm gonna say a lot. This is probably the last time I'm gonna speak. Inakuanga. Wait, what did I say? I speak, yeah? Yeah. A few weekends ago, I was saying a few weekends ago, I went for a solo vacation in Lamu. And Lamu was very good. Lamu was very good for me and for my mind. And one of the triggers that made me go for the vacation, I'm used to going on vacations and holidays with my friends. But this time I was like, I'm doing it alone. And I went to Lamu. And in Lamu, it was just me, my thoughts. Lamu is very quiet. Lamu hata hakuna gari. I was in a place called Shela. There are no motorcycles. The place is so quiet. If you want to go for a vacation to clear your mind, to strategize for your business, for your social media, for anything basically, for you and your thoughts, go to Lamu. So Lamu was really good for my mind. It was just me, my thoughts, and my journal. So one of the things that triggered the solo vacation is I was getting these feelings of emptiness, loneliness, and for lack of a better phrase, I felt like my mind had too much going on. I felt like my mind was crowded. I don't know if that makes sense. There was just a lot of things happening in my mind. And I went to Lamu. But before I went to Lamu, I was just reminiscing on how I've been trying to rekindle friendships and relationships that have died. And I was thinking about how, I was asking myself, why is it so hard for me to rekindle a relationship or a friendship with someone who I used to be very close with in the past? But then, while I was in Lamu, I was listening to this podcast, and he mentioned one thing, and this guy, he's called Jim 14. He has a podcast on Spotify called Transforming Your Life from the Inside Out. He said, and this is the only statement he said that sometimes growth can feel like a loss. And that hit me. I was like, yeah, growth can actually feel like a loss. And it's sad. And it's okay to be sad because you're constantly growing. You're not the same person that you were 8 months ago, 4 months ago, 3 months ago. You're not the same person, including everyone else in your life. It could be your sibling, your friend, your family. You're at different stages of life. And sometimes growth can include letting go of certain people, letting go of certain relationships, letting go of certain friendships. And it's okay to be sad. And when you finally let go of the things that you need to let go for you to become the best and the better version of you, sometimes it can feel like a wound and a hurt to your heart. Yeah? And it's still growth. And the other day, I was speaking to someone who is, I was speaking to my girlfriend, and she was telling me she's having these feelings. She's feeling sad, and then I was asking her why she's feeling sad. She was telling me she feels like she should be at a better place in life, career-wise, because her friends have gone abroad, her other friends have opened up businesses, and I'm telling her, she is growing. And probably there is one of you in the audience who is also in that same place. You're asking yourself, why am I stagnant in this place? Why am I in the same place that I've been in so many months, in 2-3 months? But you're not, what you do not realize is that you've been growing constantly. Over the past few months, you've been growing. And it's okay to be sad. And I'm glad that guys like Ofweneke are giving a different story. Akina Michelle, Akina Rono. And Rono is one person, and I will say it over and over. I did a video, and I will say it over and over. It's not easy to watch someone's journey of them transforming their life, transforming their mind, transforming their mindset, changing their habits, and deciding to become a better version of themselves and actually be successful at doing it.
Yes.
Because you are the person, and then at the end of the video, I said that when you are told that no one is coming to save you, it doesn't mean that no one is coming to save you from something external. It means that no one is coming to save you from yourself. Because you are your mind. Your mind creates your reality. And I love it that we are talking about mental health. Because if your mind is creating your reality, you should constantly be taking care of your mind. Right. Your mind should be constantly clean. You should be constantly taking care of your mind. And men don't journal. Men don't cry. At least the men, that's the culture. But I'm gonna tell you, men, probably your mental health side, it's in the gutter. It's in the gutter. And I'll tell you one thing for sure. Your life currently, everything in your life, it could be your phone, your iPad, your laptop, your bank account, the relationships you have with the people around you, they are as a result of your habits. They are as a result of your routines. They are as a result of your habits. And sometimes, and most of the times when we are mentally down there, we usually think, it's very human to think that we are waiting for this grand gesture that we are supposed to do for us to become better and for our minds to be, I'm finishing up, and for our minds to get at a better place. But sometimes, maybe the thing you have to do is, the first thing you need to do probably is to clean your house. You probably can't think clearly with all the mess around your house. Probably the first thing you need to do is to take a shower, is to change those pants, is to change those bed sheets, for you to actually think clearly and be in a clean environment. Sometimes you don't have to do like a grand gesture for you to get at a better place mentally.
Yeah, I feel like, sorry, I feel like this sounds like, I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you short. We have 13 minutes. But I feel where you are going is, it can take an emotional toll, right? Stacey, I don't know what you do when that happens, or how you take it up with your influence. And because people like yourself mean that you decide to become an influencer and you have opened yourself to the public. It can be emotional. What do you do?
First of all, I'm not an influencer.
Apologies and regrets.
I am a content creator. I tend to believe I don't influence anybody to do anything. I usually even say this like on my Instagram, even TikTok as well, because there was a video trending, people talking about how content creation now is boring, manyumba zinafanana, kuna white console. I don't know whether you guys follow me on TikTok. I talked about it, and I usually tell people this, 2 words, tumia akili. Like, just 2 words. I know it sounds harsh, but nile nye, be very, sasa nimepata confidence. Be very careful with what you consume online. I'll listen to you, and if you say one thing I don't agree with, mute. If you say something I don't agree with, or umenikujia some type of way, I will block you. Like me, I protect myself always, you get me? And one thing that has always assisted me when it comes to, because I didn't know anything about mental health, mi nimelelewa getu, Kayole hakuna kitu ka, I'm depressed, uko depressed nini? We, depressed kitu gani? Wenda tumia Chavez, unajua Chavez? Unajua Chavez, ndio? Yeah, unawatumia ni Chavez na mtakuwa fiti, you get? So nile yenye, I left Kayole, I'm in a better place right now. And the gym, mi ni gym. Mi kila kitu tu ni gym. Nikiachwa
gym.
Watu wakienda maandamano wanaambianga watu endeni wapi?
Gym.
Mkimbie kwa treadmill, si ndio? Stress ukipigwa nini when it comes to work, enda wapi? Gym. Because when it comes to working out, different machines, I usually treat them like dealing with different people. Like for example, if I'm doing, acha niseme squats, right? Kuna ile machine inaweza inua 60 kgs. Kuna ile machine siwezi inua 60 kgs. So I'm like, this is person A, this is person B. Gym imenifunza patience, gym imenifunza kutulia. In that space, I'm really quiet. So I usually tell people, imagine, uko na stress, umeenda gym, body goals, na stress inaisha. A win is a win, you get me? Like it's not simple.
Stacey.
It's not simple. You get your flat tummy and your glutes, boom.
I started working out. I started working out the other day, like 2 months ago. Sijui naona. Baya, mademu ujifanya bana. Unaenda gym unapata dem anafanya lunges na dumbbells za 30 kg. Kwa nyumba anakuambia, siwezi inua hii shuge.
You wanted to open up. Mr. Edmund. Wambaji.
Salama.
Uko salama? Data protection. Inaingiana wapi na mental health, mental wellness? What's its relevance in mental health?
Thank you. I hear a lot of ethical use of digital platforms. And actually, my brother here emphasized and cautioned a lot of us that on these platforms, even as we seek to gain competitive advantage over our peers, to be mindful of what we are posting. Now, allow me to tweak it a bit and now speak about some of the legal frameworks you need to be aware of, even as you exercise this exploiting the potentials that come with technologies. I don't know how many of us have heard about Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, by show of hands? Wow, good stuff. I hope you've heard about us in good light, right?
Well,
no.
No. Good stuff. We are a public entity charged with the responsibility to regulate processing of personal data, right? And personal data here, we're looking at information that can individually or collectively be used to identify an individual or a natural person. That's the data subject. We are creation of the Act, the Data Protection Act of 2019. And of course, those of us, I don't know, those of us that are legal minds, I'm not. Dr. This will come in. Right to privacy is actually a fundamental right from the Constitution, right?
Oh, unajua au kujua?
They didn't.
Oh, I am a wakili by profession, guys, by the way. Yeah. Yes, so we were matters legal, all right.
Fine. So what I was talking about is we are creation of that particular act, and our role is to regulate processing of personal data. How does it come in when you're talking about leveraging on digital platforms and what we're posting out here? There was a question from Ofweneke to be mindful of exactly what you want to share out there. The act provides for rights of the data subjects, who is you and me. But again, it also confers obligations to data controllers and processors. That is a person or an entity that processes personal data. Processes here is handling, is not the context you have in your IT class, the middle input, process, output. Okay? So anyone who is handling personal data in whatever platform is considered to be processing personal data. And therefore you are bound by the act. Now, how is it important to us, even as we leverage on this particular platform? And I'll pick an example that my brother here used. Some of us, in a way of attracting traffic to our pages, we want to go and share a lot of personal data for individuals, right? We want to go to the extent of even sharing what we consider to be sensitive personal data. Mental health is actually part of that, because this is a health whatever, right? So it's part of sensitive personal data. If you are processing personal data, you need to be aware of the act. The act requires that you ought to be registered. The act sets out principles of data protection that you must adhere to. Remember, this particular individual that you're sharing the information about has got a right set out in the same act, right? And the office, which is now the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, has got quasi-judicial powers, meaning that part of our regulation, we also do complaints handling. So actually, a data subject who feels aggrieved can actually file a complaint to the office. It is investigated, a determination is arrived at, and there is remedies, which it actually includes compensation to the complainant and also administrative fines. So even as we leverage on these technologies, I think it is important that we get to know about some of these legal frameworks that exist. Over and besides that, we've got the Computer Misuse and Cybercrime Act that is being enforced by the Communications Authority, right, so that we do our businesses ethically, even as we seek to attract traffic to our platforms.
Okay, you guys are doing a good job. Good job.
Thank you.
Irene, benefits of online counseling. And the reason I ask is probably after what is said, it means you might find cases that originated from a place like this. Have you found such that someone comes to you and they say, I was cyberbullied, I've not been able to handle it? Have you seen that? And I'm going to tie it to you and ask, what are the effects of cyberbullying that you have had people come to you also and say, no, I'm going through this, but it originated from here? Yeah.
Right. So the benefits of online counseling, or teletherapy, as we call it these days, is that one, it does help when it comes to the issue of privacy. Because as we have rightfully heard, there are people who actually get bullied online. If you look at the data on mental health in Kenya, 80% of, 80% of the population is made up of the youth. And out of those, 87% of them are actually affected by mental health. So you find that the fact that...
Wait, what? 87%?
Correct, yeah, which is a very huge number, are actually living with mental health conditions.
That means out of 100 people here, 87 of us tuko na kashida fulani.
Yeah, it's sad but true, yeah.
Well, see.
Yeah,
okay, sorry,
right?
go on, killing your time.
Yeah, and to just tie, to what you've said, it's very normal to live with mental health conditions. Anxiety is a mental health condition. A lot of people live with anxiety, and it's very normal. So we shouldn't, look at it from that aspect of stigmatizing. So
right,
it's okay to live with these conditions. So back to the benefits of teletherapy or online therapy is that one, say for example, you've been bullied by somebody, or you've been cyberbullied, you've been body shamed. The beauty of teletherapy is that you can actually, from the comfort of your home, call a therapist, somebody who is qualified, and the services are very affordable. So there's the issue of privacy. If you've gone through anything traumatic, you've been sexually assaulted, and you're too traumatized to leave the house, if you cannot afford the services, because having said that, a lot of the youth in Kenya cannot, are actually living with mental health conditions. That means if you look at this population, some of them do not have jobs, so they cannot afford to go for therapy. The average cost of therapy out there, if you're to see a therapist in person, that would be 3,000. But teletherapy has made therapy quite affordable, because you find that the services are much, much more affordable. So the benefits are privacy, confidentiality, because at HealthX we are regulated by the Data Protection Commission. So there's also quality services. If you look at the therapists that we work with, they are qualified.
Yeah.
And also accessibility. You don't have to leave your home. That means even people with, people living with disabilities do not have to leave their home, do not have to struggle to get to a therapist office.
Yeah.
So accessibility, affordability, privacy, convenience.
Okay. As we close, Pendo, are the effects of cyberbullying the same as probably effects of other forms that that people are abused in? Let me repeat. Are the effects of cyberbullying the same as what happens to people when they are abused in a different way?
Well, I can't say it's an equals kind of relationship, but you find that some of the experiences that people who have experienced cyberbullying have are similar to those who have gone other forms of injustices, or people being unkind, or even trauma. One of the most common mental health experiences where cyberbullying is concerned is anxiety. You posted that one post, and someone said this thing, and the next time you're thinking about posting something, your mind just goes on overdrive.
You remember what they
going to
said.
say? Yeah?
You remember what they said.
Exactly. There's one person, an influencer somewhere, who says she posts her videos at night so she can just hop into bed and sleep. She doesn't want to think about who is seeing this and all of that. And you can imagine that level of anxiety to a point where you're linking it to your sleep even, So one of the most common experiences is anxiety. I'd like to also bring in the aspect of depression, not particularly clinical depression, but depressive episodes. We all have those down moments, yeah? And someone said that being in the social media space can be quite isolating, where people are either with you to try and gain something from you, or people feel like they cannot even relate to you. So sometimes people get stuck in that point where, am I having genuine friends, genuine relationships, and all of that, and it can be quite isolating. Because of that, some people will develop feelings of hopelessness, feelings of, this is the thing that I wanted to work on now. It's taken away from me, so what's left, yeah?
Okay.
And you can also look at the aspect of trauma. We've seen and heard of cases where people have leaked even intimate photos of others online for whatever reasons. I don't agree on it. I'm glad that we have ODPC here to even give guidelines on such things. But you can imagine the trauma that that person would experience, yeah? And just to finish off, there's also imposter syndrome. It's easy to get stuck in between, am I looking at what is happening to keep up with trends, or am I comparing myself with other people and seeing what they're doing? And it's very easy to get caught in between that. So there's a lot, it's quite complex and it's quite broad. And because of that, the approach that we would take to support someone who has gone through that is very specific and particular to that individual. There's no cookie cutter approach in this. We have to look at person A. This is what they're experiencing, this is their personality, this is their age, gender, and tailor something that works for them. Just to wrap it up nicely, I think, yeah.
All right, thank you. That was good. Guys, we are done. Tumemaliza. These guys don't want you to leave. That's why they're not responding. Did you enjoy the session? I feel like it's very informative, and Mindfest should have this very session longer the next time we have this festival. Do you agree? Yeah. Guys, that has been our time. A big hand to my panel, or for my panel. Big hand. So guys, since time is out, I want you to give us strictly your handle or where we can find you, and then we're gonna do pictures.
Hi microphone. Guy nasalimia wase wa tech. in my mind I thought people will ask us questions. So, right? Wataka kutuuliza maswali? I feel like let them just ask us questions even if it's for 5 minutes.
Sorry Stacy. Umeenda gym unaweza
Alafu
Naweza kuinua like literally.
Unataka kufight na msee wa gym? Masikia anasema gym enthusiast. Do you know what being an enthusiast is for gym?
Ufeneke.
Bana utagongo hapo nywele itatoka.
Nimesema
wamenkuruma wewe.
So what we're going to do is have 2 questions. Is that fair? 2 questions because time has run out and I have been MC, I've been harakishani people wamaliza on time. So I don't want to be that guy. Sindio? 2 questions. Moja hapa, moja kule.
Okay, Ed, number 2 ruhusa.
Oh, sorry.
Kama kuna yote yangu niulizwe.
Utoke.
I have another gig right now, Aki. If there's any for me, if not, thank you very much. God loves you. Niende.
2 questions ambayo ni ya Ufweneke. Iko? Is yours for Ufweneke? Kuna
socks.
Pande.
Oh, you're giving us socks? Chukua moja wa mwana. Ikienda hivyo, Jume nyinyi mnavanga za blue ndo mvae na zile kuna zile nini common. Za blue stand up na ile zile tights.
Wow.
Is there any question for me before I leave kindly?
There is a question for does not seem so.
Even though William Achali usikia. Socks every time.
All right. Thank you so much.
Please tell us where we can find you.
How do I handle stigmatization?
But as a man, how have you handled the pressure? Because maze, at the end of the day, huku nje lazima hustle, provide for yourself.
True, sir.
Na lazima pia you protect your name. Because there's a verse I love in the Bible, ulisemanga kwa Rema Fest. A good name is better than silver and gold.
Of course.
The first Rema Fest at Westlands.
Oh my goodness. Ulikumbuka ya kwanza?
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
I'd ask, how do you protect, how do you overcome stigmatization na hizo vitu zote zimefanyika? And then lastly, maze, how have you built your capacity?
Okay.
Unaweza ambia nini wanaume huko nje wenye wana hustle huko nje? How do you build your capacity and also capacity and mental health yako? Thank you so much.
All right. Just in case if there's another question, Dr. Ufweneke@gmail.com, Dr. Ufweneke@gmail.com, reach me there. Question number 1, how do I deal with stigmatization? The only time you're affected by stigma is when you don't identify or know yourself. This is what I keep on telling people. Do not ever give the world the opportunity to define who you are. Whether you're a celebrity or not, you're a brand. A brand is anything that has attributes or qualities to it. Don't let the world identify your brand and characterize your brand. Because once I know your value before you know your value, then I dictate your value, right? So before the world decides who you are, decide who you are first of all. Trust me, 15 years in the game, there's nothing anybody in this room can tell me on the comment section about who I am that will affect me. You come and tell me I'm not funny, that's your problem, not my problem. If your problems are bigger than my jokes, there's nothing I can do about it. Your issue is spiritual. Right? So you ain't gonna come and tell me I don't find Ufweneke funny. I also don't think your life is funny. Right? It's been 15 years. Who do you think you are? 15 years to come and tell me I'm not funny. Ulikuwa wapi? You get? So before you come on the comment section of Ufweneke, just be very sure I will come for you. Number 2, it is my phone. I bought 250,000. You don't have a right to insult me on my phone. You don't. Right? My favorite button in this phone, even my knows, my favorite button is block. Oh man, I block people. I block even my fellow public, whatever. You speak negativity, even when you've not spoken to me. You just put a weird post, block. Oh man, a scam, block. Marriages don't work, block. Kenya has a bad economy, block. I don't entertain negative energy on my phone. Protect and guard your peace. Nikimalizia.
Malizia.
On the second one, you talked about how have I been able to sustain. It's because, again, Ufweneke doesn't live a fake life. I've made sure that my progress as a brand is very constructive, very audited, and I'm very keen. I don't buy a new car unless there's an addition to my income that is constant. Number 2, buying the car or my wife giving birth was a personal decision. I didn't consult you to impregnate my wife. So there's no need of me coming to inform you that my wife is pregnant. You right? Then it's going to come very soon. And I'm speaking now as a lawyer. It's going to come very soon. Our children will start suing us when they're old enough because we didn't ask them for consent to expose them to the world. So it's coming. So just know your favorite celebrity, 18 years from now, if the child is, I'm like, Mom, you made me a brand ambassador for a diaper, a company, a milk company, and a school company. How much did we make? Can we do an audit? Let's go to the records. Now this is how much I need from you and Mom. And it's coming. I am the one who has sold myself to you as a brand. So attack me. Leave my family. That's what you guys realize. It's very rare you'll see about Ophonicus kids and all about my failed marriages. Again, they are my failed marriages. They are not our failed marriages. Are you getting my point, guys?
Yes.
So by the time you come to attack me, anisha your weakness here. So by the time you come to oh, Ophonicus kuna mapua kubwa, I know I am Luya. That is the number one number plate for any Lunje, isn't it? So I don't like your dental formula. Trust me, I know my dental formula. I have seen it myself. So you don't come and attack me on a weakness I don't know. And as I finish for the men listen to me. It's my last statement, Edmond. Please take this home for the men. The devil finances your weaknesses. God grows you through your weaknesses. Always know that. That's why if your weakness is alcohol, you'll always find yourself in circles that free alcohol is available. If your weakness is women, you'll always find yourself never struggling to get women and cheapos. Because the devil, that is your weakness. The devil doesn't grow you out of your weakness. He finances your weakness. And because your weakness is the biggest obstacle to you, your achievement and achieving your goals. I knew my weakness was women and alcohol. January was my last whiskey. And since January until now, I've not slept with any other woman apart from my wife. I am progressing. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
My partner, please,
yes?
Thank you so much.
Makofi Ofweneke, he has an event he has to go to. Thank you very much, sir, for being with us. Last question. There were 2 questions. We need to hear from a lady.
There's a lady back there.
From a lady. Where?
That was the one with white.
Oh, right here in white. Aya. Microphone hapo kando.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Ann Rose. I'm a counselor. I'm a psychologist at the Retreat Rehabilitation Center. I'm glad to be here. So the question to the eligible panelist. So Pendo talked about intimate photos, explicit content. And for those of us who have been Telegram, we know it. That unapata sijui mtu fulani ama kwa group fulani. And so I always wonder, these are teenagers, people who are growing, social media personalities. And I always ask myself, how is this person supposed to go to work? How is this person supposed to function in a family? Some get disowned by their parents. Nobody wants to associate yourself with such a person. If you're my friend, nitakwambia uvae hood, tusipatane mahali in public. I'm asking myself, even for our social media personalities who are here, how do we help such people? Because I'm sure these are teenagers somewhere. And even because we have Edmond, thankfully for Edmond, he is able to tell us how can the Data Office of Protection help us to protect data, because I'm sure some of them are not intentional. Though there's some others who are intentional about it, but kuna wenye wanajipatanga kwa hiyo story.
Yes.
And I always ask myself, this is somebody's mother. This is somebody's sister. How are we supposed to help this person come out of it, grow out of it, and become a person who's joyful? Thank you.
Okay. I think that's a question for Ed. Could you answer it in a minute?
It's actually intertwined, partly mine and partly for
Pendo?
the psychologists around.
And for Atieno, amesema gym. So I want to
Tafadhali,
hear.
ni wakati tafadhali.
So for
I
me,
just want one person to answer, please.
You know, there was the bit of what does the office do about that situation, and there are 2 facets to it. That you're taking willingly, and that you found yourself into it, but you had not purpose to do that. I think it boils back to what Ofweneke said here, morals. We're not trying to be moral police for morals here. But again, if you're doing it willingly, And then you find it out there. By the way, the act in its own sense does not cover personal data that's already out there. So if you're filming this by yourself, sharing it out, and then you want to go and complain, unless if you want to coin it to mean that whoever that is using it for monetary gain. So if it's information that you already shared out, the videos that you already shared out by yourself, like I see a lot of them, some interesting quotas, people doing some very interesting videos and sharing out. Really, you can't come and complain because you've shared it out by yourself. But if at all you had not purposed to, probably you were in a situation that you were not there willingly. The office provides for a complaint handling mechanism. So for the office to look at the complaint, okay, so you file a complaint which will be investigated. Of course, the accused, in our context, we call them respondents, will be notified. They will be given a chance to give defense and evidence of what happened, whether you did it, they did it with their consent or not. So that will go through the whole process until a determination is arrived at. But the bit of how do you deal with that at home, I think that is where they come in. For us, we will not know how we want to deal with it at home, unfortunately. Us will be looking at that violation of your right.
Let me just add on to something, Kiasiake.
Yes, please.
If somebody, for example, I may put a video outside there, that, like, for example, you send your boyfriend a photo, mkaachana kamua.
Kiniangalia sema your girlfriend.
Your girlfriend, but women, we don't do such things. I think it's just dudes because there's a way they can't handle rejection. You get me? So, kama nimekukata huko like niko na picha yako nitapost. We post it. You know what I'll do? This is what I usually do. Let me actually even stand up. It's pretty simple. You see the way I've stood up with confidence? Take accountability. You get me? The way Aziad does. She's a good friend of mine. There's a video of us that trended on X, right? She went ahead and said, that is not me. You know, after talking, when they say huni mimi, nobody else will come and tell you, Cheki, hey, ilipostia, now we can use it against you. We shall take your accountability. Ni mimi. Now, just talking like that and opening up will help you out. Then after that, shut down the noise. Like, Vilofoneki anasema, mute, block. I've blocked multiple people. I'll keep on blocking multiple people. I am 25, I'll block you till I'm 50. You get me? I will block you till I'm 50. It's only noise. Because in my head, I'm like, there are days where I used to like gombana with people online. I'm like, oh, mesema hii, pia mimi nimesema hii. Then I sit down with myself, I'm like, after I've scrolled, nimekusahau. So instead of be arguing with you, tutapatana eye to eye, and we will never meet, even outside social media. Hey, block.
Block, my guy.
Now we're in the gym.
Block na ufanya nini? Now we're in the gym. A big hand to the lovely panelists. So now back to Karibu. We have a group photo. Did you guys enjoy it? Yeah. Would you want to have them back? Yeah. Will you come back for Mindfest 25? All right, tafadhali. Photographers mtupange. Tafadhali hapana. Ninataka kuunga maswali right here. Hapa? Okay. Karibu hapa. Oh, tupendane. To change pose. Aya. All right, I have a request. Tafadhali, any of you who have a nice phone to piga selfie moja ya nguvu? Yes.
Which phone?
Cell phone.
I have one, don't worry. So a selfie?
Yes.
Oh, like this?
Yes.
Like with the audience as well?
Yes. You want to do it?
Tunafanya kisauti sol.
Hey,
Dani.
Thank you guys for your consent. Say Mindfest 24. Mindfest 24. I am Mindfest 4. Thank you guys. Coming to stage next is an amazing entertainer, an amazing content creator. I'm using this very carefully. Sitaki niseme influencer alafu ikuwe ni content creator. Poleni sana Atieno. Anne Muli is an amazing online personality and she's gonna be... Unamtambua? Yes. She's gonna be taking us through the next segment, which is complete entertainment. Tutaentertain sana hapa, si ndio? Welcome to the stage, the amazing, the very talented Anne Muli.
Does it work? Hello. Fantastic. Good evening. Are you guys saying it back? Say it back. Good evening. Unajua, I'm just trying to make sure some of you mongea. Mnaweza kuwa mnanuka mdomo juu hamjaongea the whole day. So, good evening. Fantastic. Just kuwachangamsha kidogo because we've had a heavy session from morning till now. Nataka tuchangamke kidogo. So what I'm gonna do is play a little game. I have this stress ball I was given as part of the package. So I want to throw it randomly to anyone. And then ukishika, I want you to say something you're grateful for today. It could be your dog, your cat, your neighbor who gave you some food. I thank God for my neighbors because sometimes I don't cook, so thank God for them. I'm actually here because of my neighbor, Pendo, who, thanks to her, I'm here to MC this next segment. So randomly, I'll throw it to anyone ukishika. You tell us something you're grateful for today. Sawa? Fantastic. Woo! Can we get a mic? Ama, you'll just shout. Yes. Mike, thank you. Your name and what you're grateful for.
Okay. My name is Maximilia Osebe. I'm grateful for today because I met very new people, very amazing people, and I came here solo, so yeah. And I'm grateful for seeing Mushiri Mike because I really, really love his content. Yeah.
Mushiri Mike, I hope umesikia hiyo. Hey, so at the risk of hitting the screen, Suji, if you can throw the ball back up. Nilicheza kati. Usinifanye hivyo. Aya, one more. Yes. Hey. Pursue a career in basketball. Tell us your name and what you're grateful for.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jabez, aka Jababy. Yeah, and I'm just grateful for everyone that I've met today. My friends, my lovely friends, I'm with them over here. I appreciate them, and I've loved the panel discussions. Yeah.
Fantastic. Neza, just return it back. Thank you so much. I'm sure all of us have learned something new. I personally have, in my family, a history of mental illness, and I wish some of the things that have been talked about today, I knew when I was younger because it was part of my childhood. So thank you so much to the guys organizing this. To Lovely.
Mother of light. Yet light comes from darkness. See, we all have those moments in the dark. When we fall deep into scariness of depression, yet depression knows no light. See, she's bright. But darkness eats even a shiny smile. He's strong. But when depression knocks, not even his bones can withstand. We are social beings, yet at times want to be lonely. We go into places no one has ever seen before. We see death and make love with its scariness. But our mind is the power we have. So nearing the dark, reach out for the light because depression is real. Talk to people. Talk to people. Lonely. Scary. Darkness. Darkness. It's scary. Scary. Depression is scary. Darkness is the mother of light. Yet light comes from darkness. See, we all have those moments in the dark when you fall deep into scariness of depression, yet depression knows no light. See, she's bright, but darkness eats even her shiny smile. He is strong, but when the depression knocks, not even his bones can withstand. We are social beings, yet at times we want to be alone. We go into places no one has seen before. We see death and make love with his scariness. But our mind is the power we have. So nearing the dark, reach out for the light, because depression is real. Talk to people. Talk to people. Talk to people. Talk. Talk! Talk. Talk. Talk.
That was beautiful. That was very expressive. A round of applause again for the Lost State on Mind. Wow. Did you know that the oldest dance dates back to 9,000 years ago? It's one thing for me, it's a very good stress reliever. Nikiwa kwa nyumba, niko na stress. Two things I do is I stress clean and I dance. So it's a very good way of relieving stress. I encourage it. So for the next act, we have Kaya Artistics with a pencil and paint showcase. I'm really looking forward to this one. A round of applause for them, please.
Wow, how are you guys? How are you feeling? So I want us to try a greeting. Like I be we, you say wa. Are you ready? So we. Awesome. So on stage coming is Kaya Artistics. We have a representation, but for real, I don't know what we are presenting for sure. So basically, we are here Mindfest 2024 edition, and the main reason we're here is the theme, mental health in workplaces, right? So just before I proceed, my name is Sarah, and this is Eric. We represent Kaya Artistics. So I'm also sure hajui anafanya nini. We were just told tunafaa kukuja kwa stage. So the reason why we're here basically is to let you know, or rather, just expressing what we think about mental health is Kaya Artistics. And we basically felt our mental health ni nini. Anyways, we thought for you to be in a place that you want to be, you first of all need to take a leap. Right? So basically taking a leap is getting out of your comfort zone. I thought so, but taking a leap is getting out of your comfort zone. Yes, but how do you get out of your comfort zone? You get out of your comfort zone once you decide that I'm doing what I'm good in. So as he's doing this, let's say he's painting, sijui anafanya nini, but once you take a leap, I believe that beautiful things comes out of taking a leap. And I'm hoping it's going to be beautiful. Anyways, the main point for us being here is letting you know that mental health is real, and getting out of mental health is not easy as people say. Kila mtu mwenye amekuja hapa anasema unaweza fanya hivi, but it's not easy as it is said. So maybe out of our experience, we took a leap and he had the guts to come and do what he's doing. He has never been in a stage, I'm sure. So it took him a gut. So for you to take a leap, you need to have the guts of taking the leap. So it might not be easy, as people say. And once you take care of your mental health, I'm very certain that you're also protecting your shine, right? So we have a presentation as well, a song that represents that.
Protect your shine, protect your star. Kuna sawa naitaka brav. Kila time na feel fika mwisho najikumbusha ndo meanza farm. 10 toes na everything that I got. That's why niko hapa man. I be feeling blessed so lately vitu nilembea napata man. Protect your shine, protect your star. Kuna sawa naitaka brav. Kila time na feel fika mwisho najikumbusha ndo meanza farm. 10 toes na everything that I got. That's why niko hapa man. I be feeling blessed so lately vitu nilembea napata man. Vitu nilembea napata man. That's why I give thanks. Mali metoka ni Mungu man. Born and raised na masugu man. I can't associate with voodoo man. Cause I'm a good man. I can't associate with voodoo man. Cause I'm a good man. Kuna lot nime sacrifice. Life ni game tuna roll the dice. Inshallah unless one can't do it twice. Nisha pay the price. Watch me rise like a kite in the sky. Look deep in my eyes. In a harbor you can't see me cry. Look deep in my eyes. In a harbor you can't see me cry. Only once now was it one.
Hello guys. My name is Eric. Kaya Artistics is my art name. So I do portraits and color paintings. Sikuwa sure itaendaje, but I believe it looks okay. Yeah, so it's about taking a leap. Venye ameisema, like si lazima ukuwa unajua pali unaenda. Like you see for the picture, as it expresses, ni mse ako kwa bahari. So wherever you are, the struggles you're taking, kama una feel hauko comfortable, you can always take a leap na huko mbele kutakuwa tu poa. You will fly eventually. Sawa sawa. Thank you and protect your shine.
Protect the star. Kuna sawa naitaka brav. Kila time na feel fika mwisho najikumbusha ndo meanza farm. 10 toes na everything that I got. That's why niko hapa man. I be feeling blessed.
I want him, just before he goes, have you told us your handle on social media? How can we find you? Because I love art. I would actually want something like this or something similar or something that I have in mind for you to draw for my house. So we have to support the arts. Sindio, being an actor myself, I want to make sure I uplift those in the same industry as myself. So tell us your Instagram platform.
On Instagram, mostly ni Kaya Artistics. Kaya Artistics 254. So for portraits, any kind of art, I'm your guy.
A round of applause for Kaya Artistics. This is so beautiful. How much would this go for? How much? Sindio, how much?
For this size, it's an A0 size, and it goes for 15,000 shillings.
Only. Only. Thank you so much. Right. So next up, to get deeper but also in a lighter way. So for this next one, it's some poetry. So up next, round of applause, please, for Bradox. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Bradox Ochieng.
Itakuwa best. Itakuwa best.
Sana ngoja nisikie. Iko sawa sili mbona? Hebu change kwa R. Weka kwa R. Hebu mwambie aje.
Awo. Hello. Mbona mmeboeka na nimetonde? So my name is Brad Oksocheng. I'm a fashion model, but today I'm going to perform for you poetry. It's something relatable. Enjoy. This is our guitarist today, Tajezo. Atakuwa anachuna guitar. Can you hear me? Vitu ni mingi akilini, zinanisonga mimi, sijui itaisha lini. Nisonge hii story na sijui nitaanza kuzitaja vipi. Never mind, juu hata unisikii. Najua kinicheki already kwako niko helpless. I'm needy, nataka do, mi nataka calmness, a peace of mind, lakini mi sika nyinyi. Acha mchapiwe kwa hii piece, very simple, nice and easy. The way I'm missing a piece, ndo nikuwe full kama moon. I'm now overthinking, sijui nifanye vipi, juu zinaniathiri all through. Mentally sidai zima, nimefanywa kusahau moon iko beautiful, hata ikiwa crescent ama nusu. Nakaa sina macho, but ninazo. I see through my feelings and through my family's eyes. I also possess a heavy sense of touch. Nikikuguza utatii, goosebumps utafeel hadi ndani within. Na ni hivyo ndo naona kwako na incapable. Sisikii, ni mikono imenibebea senses. Language ni science, lakini watu hawaelewi nasema nini. Nakaa napiga gang signs, kumbe I'm just able differently. A unique being, huku nikibleed, ndani deep, juu umetangana nami. Nimefungiwa nyumbani, wakazidi hadi akilini. I can't do or suggest anything, juu niko hivi. Hata watu wakea kwangu, wako careless na mahitaji yangu. Na si uchawi, ni maisha na hali niko. Sina pa kurest akili until nikuwe na marafiki real. Na mostly it's the same flock kama mimi, una get? Do the rest have rested their cases on we, the stigma and its killing. Mixed feelings na mostly negative from within, una get? Burden ni mimi, juu siwezi ongea. Burden ni mimi, juu niko handicapped physically na niathiri mimi. Juu hadi pastor atapreach akisahau mahitaji yangu mimi ya kupata neno. Nitasikiza nani ama nini niweze kushikilia imani kaa nyinyi? Na get mpaka nimeanza kushukuru reality. Nataka wafanyika miracle nirudi normal, nikuwe free kama mtoi baby, equality for all physically and mentally. Nataka kuweza kucope up with my stresses of mind. Burden ni mimi, juu siwezi ongea. Burden ni mimi, juu niko handicapped physically na niathiri mimi. Juu hadi pastor atapreach akisahau mahitaji yangu mimi. Nataka kuweza kucope up with my stresses of mind, niweze kurudisha smile kwa face, ni feel niko healed and held by my support system. Hapo mentally nitakuwa fit and fine instead of ill, una get? Nikikufikia nitakufikia vizuri ukijifunza braille ama ukishika macho ya hisi tu communicate, tupige luku mabatini, tuongee fiti, tucheke na tufurahi. Manze niko na ideas mingi sana kwa akili na solutions za kumake but nimefungiwa nyumbani na akilini. Ni kama niko in a foreign world like I'm from Mars. Nikipita masses with them eyes on me, na si normal na feel abnormal kidogo. I'm stuck. I'm a swampy serene. Niko infested with all kinds of disease kama discrimination towards me, all because I'm able differently. Drought inakuja one time na mimi ndo nitakuwa oasis. I promise my disability is not inability. Check on me and engage with me before ni turn mentally ill. Hizi vitu zote ni real. Thank you guys, that was my performance. I hope you enjoyed. Give it up a shout out to Tajezo. Yeah, na mimi tena. Thank you.
Please tell us your Instagram handle, ama where we can find you on social media.
Sawa. When you just type Bradox Ochieng at Instagram, at Facebook, everywhere, that's me. Thank you.
A quick one. How old are you, Bradox?
23, yeah.
So basically huko high school. Lakini najua Bradox alikuwa na wakunywa na hizo mamail, si ndio? That's some powerful poetry, I'm sure. Walikuwa na tuma mails. I don't know if people still send mails in high school these days, but walikuwa na wakunywa. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for Bradox, please. Okay. Next up is Shazi with some Afro-feel music. I was really hoping we get a chance to dance at the end.
Sindio. Welcome. You're so pretty.
Hi guys, mko fiti? My name is Shazi, singer, performer, songwriter. My style is Afrophil and I hope you enjoy whatever I have for you today. Hapo mwanzo nilikupata, sikuwa ready, toka ile siku nilikuhisi tumboni mwangu. Wazazi, marafiki zangu hawakutarajia mimi sikuamini nimezawadiwa mtoto ambaye misikupangia nanzaje maisha. Wazazi wangu itakuwaje juu sikupangia nanzaje maisha, nawe masomo yangu itakuwaje misikupangia nanzaje maisha, na kazi yangu itakuwaje juu sikupangia nanzaje maisha, nawe lakini nimeamua nitakupenda. Unanipa nguvu, unanipa raha, nimeamua nitakupenda, nitakulinda, nitakupenda, mimi nitakulinda, nitakupenda, mimi nitakulinda, mimi nitakupenda, mimi nitakulinda. Zaidi majina nishapata, mi niko ready, oh niko ready. My baby nakuahidi tutakuwa sawa, nitang'ang'ana juu wewe ndiye mwanga, unanipa mifuraha, wewe kwangu ni baraka. Haya, nashukuru Maulana, usoni tutapanga, wewe kwangu si gharama. Haya, na nguvu nanipea kila siku, upendo ukinita mami, na nguvu nanipea kila siku, upendo ukinita mami, nitakupenda, nitakulinda, mimi nitakupenda, mimi nitakulinda, nitakupenda, mimi nitakulinda, mimi nitakupenda, mimi nitakulinda, Thank you. Thank you guys. I go by the name Shazi on Instagram. Shazi Msanii. Shazi Msanii. Thank you. She's a dancer. Yeah.
She's here. Please come back. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your voice. That was so expressive. I was thinking she's an actor. Apparently she's a dancer, but I'm here to tell her, ni kama unafaa pursue some acting. That was really powerful. What's your name?
My name is Jennifer, but my friends, my art friends call me Jenna J. So that's my art name anywhere, but I'm more active on Instagram. Don't expect me to see some work there, but you know, you'll find something there. Thank you so much for having us, and enjoy your weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope to see you on our screens one day. All right. So now that the numbers are really reduced, I want us to move closer together to Achekukwana. So many empty spaces. I don't feel like I'm alone in this room. So can we tupendane kidogo? Let's move from this side. I think you can move to this side, and those on this side, we can move to this side kidogo. Yes, and I also have some shirts here to give away. So I'm back with my stress ball. Nataka kurusha, mtu akishika. I'm going to say 2 truths, 1 lie. If you can pick out the lie, you get the t-shirts. Sawa. In the meantime, see, we move closer. Thank you. Hi. Sawa. Aya, okay, so I'm just going to throw this for this before I introduce the next act. Hapa ndo naona mmekaribiana sana, so let me just throw it. Kai, my aim game is terrible. Okay, remind me your name. Did you tell us your name? I remember you talked. What's Gina? Sandra.
Oh.
Okay, 2 truths, 1 lie. One.
Make a move.
Sorry. Okay. 1, I have a cat. 2, I love Githeri. 3, I live alone.
Can you not take?
Which one is the lie? Okay, that's true. That's I don't have a cat, so I think we can give her a t-shirt over there. Thank you, Pendo. All right. Yes, I love Githeri very much. Very, very, very much. So for our next act, we have John Mwema with an expressive art showcase. A round of applause for John.
Hello guys, Saseni. So my name is John Msiemi and my artistic name is Johnny96 and I'm a visual artist. So I do graffitis, kama mnajua murals na pia charcoal art, and also I'm an art teacher. So leo nimekuja hapa to showcase what I have been doing, and the first art piece, I think, let me just put this here. So I like painting as well. So hii ni one of the artwork yangu. Ukiangalia napenda mixed media. This is a sugar paper. Na hiyo ni hizo ni paint, and then I like putting something like different, si kama artist wengine. Like niki paint mostly artwork zangu ukiangalia ziko different kidogo, si kwa canvas. So this one is a warrior. So mina hii piece ilini motivate kunaonyesha like whatever in life lazima iendelee, si ndio? Like challenges lazima zikuwe kwa life, si ndio? Pia ukiangalia a good example I'll tell you, like ukiangalia battery ya simu kuna kwanga na 2 terminals. Nani atajua gani na gani? Exactly. So kwa life lazima kukuwe tu na negativity, si ndio? Na pia positivity ndo power ikue, si ndio? Yeah, so hii inanikumbusha like lazima tu niendelee kwa kama warrior, si ndio? So I have another art piece over there. My colleague atanisaidia. So this is another media yenye mimi hutumia. So this is charcoal. So it's an elephant ukiangalia kwa mbali. Yeah. So I try to do something different because a lot of artists wamefocus na a lot of paints, unaona. But for me, I usually like to be different kabisa. I remember like kuna viatu nilinunua zilikuwa different colors. So unapata moja ni red na nyingine ni white. So nikitembea hivi siku nyingine kwa barabara, mtu akaniuliza, huyu mtu hizi ni bangi hizi. So I was like, kufika mbele tu nimepita nikasema sitaongea. Nimetembea vizuri kufika mbele nikasema, sisi ndo wajinga by the way. Notice viatu zinatoshana. Like as much as hizo viatu zinafanana, size ni same. Kitu yenye tu shida ni rangi. Umeni notice? So be who you are no matter what. Sijui kama una get point yangu? Exactly. Do whatever you do and love whatever you do. Hapa najua hii part mlikuwa mnaongojea sana kuisikia. So hii ni nganya by the way. Najua mnapenda nganya, si ndio? Yeah, so natoka kwa organization inajita Artistic Ones Hub, and we have partnered with organization inajita Art Vista run by Christine Ombima. Alafu kwa organization yetu si upenda kumotivate watoto, tuna nature talents zao. So hii imefanywa by the way na mtoto mwenye ako 12 years. Believe me. Yeah. So kitu enye ndakwambia funny about this toy, hii ni recycled materials zimetumika. Plastic zenye zimetumika huko zimetupwa, makaratasi zenye unaona hapa ni stickers, hakuna kitu imebaiwa na pesa. Trust me. So hii nganya bado inawaka lights, but watoto nao walituchezea nao wakakimbia na battery, so sitawakisha for now. Sawa, hiyo mtani excuse. But now another thing, now hii ndo very interesting. Hii gari mkiangalia hivi iko na Bluetooth. Believe me what I tell you. Inacheza music by the way. Can you believe that? So hiyo ni nganya by the way, si simu. Many notice? Yeah, so tunataka kuambia you guys, thank you. Yeah. So by the way inawaka ndani, and then viti, I wish, I don't know cameras kama zinaweza like ukiangalia Sorry. Let me just remove this. Ukiangalia ndani vizuri utaona viti mpaka huyo mtoto alipanga one by one. Hata ukiangalia ni kama viti zimeshonwa. You can look from the screen. Unaona? Exactly. So from detail to detail. Ukiangalia chini pia kidogo, maybe ageuze hivi. Now you believe me what I tell you guys. Recycled materials. Imagine. Anachukua raba anakata kama ni slippers, tunamsaidia inakuwa shape poa. So I think next time when we'll have another audition over here, ama like show, tutakam and then we showcase whatever we have and then it will be great. Ni sawa? Yeah, so I don't know if anyone has a question. Kuna mtu akona swali somewhere? Okay, that's a good question. Ameuliza like kama tuko based somewhere like mali tunafanyanga hizi kazi zetu. So tunapatikana Ng'ando. I don't know you guys, you know a place called Ng'ando. Iko along Ngong Road. Race course. Yeah, I think nimesikia someone amesema. Nice, thank you. At least mtu amejitolea kutusupport, ndio? I love that. We'll really appreciate. So by the way, organization yetu naweza sema ni youth tume come up. I team up with my friend. Alafu we don't have donors by the way. Alafu something also like tunapatanga a lot of challenges like most of the like since hatuna donors hustle lenye mimi naenda napiga nje kama ni graffiti nimeenda kupigia msee job ama ka mpesa mahali nimepaint. By the way mimi ni hustler, msinione hivyo. So nikienda kupaint somewhere nikipata dondo at least tunafanya nini, tunalipa rent at least your place ndio isifungwe. So sometimes tunapata pia imefungwa but yeah ni challenge ndio. Tumesema lazima kuwe na negativity ndio. Ndio vitu zimove. So tukipata wase at least you guys I know maybe you know someone who can at least you know someone who knows someone mali place plan anaweza tusaidia ndio. Yeah, so thank you guys. I don't want to take a lot of time. I appreciate manze ndio. Asante. Yes.
Why didn't the person who made it come?
Oh, okay. Ni since unajua ako shule, so mambo ya tuition nini atakuja, but you'll see him by the way. He's a boy. He's a boy. Mbona mnacheka? You guys you're fine.
Mimi niko tuna swali moja. Ulijuaje tu unaweza fanya hivi? Like is it something that you used to do as a child? Something you used to do as a child? Ama is it something you started doing as you grew up, when you grew up?
Okay, vile nimetoka tu kusema sasa si mimi nilitengeneza, ni huyo kijana mwenye ako 12 years. Sawa. So huyu kijana naweza sema walianza like unajua ile design ya kutengeneza box, gari za box. So akakuja ikakuwa like manze teacher naweza make kitu at least ya maana. So tukawa motivate wakuwe like kutoka kwa hiyo box at least wakitengeneza kitu at least yenye iko at least na plastic at least kinyeshewa haitafanya nini, haitabondeka. You get my point no? Yeah, so kutoka hapo ndo akaona oh nice, kumbe tunaweza enda another level. So hata mostly I know like I don't know how they can get more toys zenye wanaweza onesha hapa, but next time kiko na show you'll see. Yeah, social media tunapatikana kama Artistic Ones Hub. You can go to Instagram, that's our page. Facebook still Artistic Ones Hub. Ni sawa? Yeah. Asanteni.
Thank you so much, John. This is so cool. All right. 2 more acts left. Maybe before that I give out 1 t-shirt. Sindo? Okay. Hii side ni kama sijawaona. Okay, 2 truths, 1 lie. 1, my best friend is seated in the crowd. 2, wow, now I feel like I'm thinking, so it's obvious. It's not so obvious. So I said 1, my best friend is here. 2, I was born in 1998. 3, I... I'm a content creator. Yeah? Which one is the lie?
You were born in 1998.
I thought I look young. Gosh. So, yes. Give her a t-shirt, please. Your name is?
Nicole.
Nicole, thank you so much for coming today. All right. For the next act, we have Dream Vico. More poetry. Round of applause for Dream Vico.
Nasi bado niko, sijaikata safari, bado niko. Nasi bado niko, sijaikata safari, bado niko. Nasi bado niko, sijaikata safari, bado niko. Basi bado niko, sijaikata safari, bado niko. Rafiki, leo umetuleta wapi huku? Mindfest. Nataka tuongee. Na ukispeak, bonga na words, lugha na sentences true. Mira, define me. Mimi ni nani? Mira, take the lead. Nipeleke mahali mbali. Nataka kuwa free. Take more steps closer to me. Kuja nikupeleke. Mira, speak about me. Ni show real na nitajua fake. Ni show truth, nitaipa false. Mira, nimechoka. Take the lead. Niongoze, nitakufollow. I promise. Mira, turn umuone binadamu. Turn umuone binadamu. Turn umuone mwenye anakunid. Turn uone mwenye atakuheal. Turn uone mwenye anakunid. Mira, nataka kuwa free. Mira, the smile on my face. The smile on my face. The smile on my face is an ongoing scene. My skin is on fire. I burn from within. I'm in the darkest, deepest place one can travel alone. A solo journey filled with struggles and groans. Thoughts begin to eat away. Makes me want to end it today. Cluttered mind, cluttered thinking. It's hard to keep in touch with what's happening around me. People say I have a lot going for me. I'm sorry, but I just can't see. I can't see because the worst enemy is not my life, but inside of me makes me want to end it today. if I turned around and walked away, will you notice I'm gone? Will you even care? When you look at me, do you see the smile on my face? Or do you see the tears I try to hold inside? I try and try to ease the pain. A fallen effort with no gain. But si bado niko, sijaikata safari, bado niko. Basi bado niko, sitaikata safari, bado niko. Basi bado uko, hujaikata safari, bado uko. Basi bado tuko, tunaijani safari, bado tuko. Kata safari, bado niko. So guys, that's a piece I wrote for myself when times were hard, when you think there's nobody around, there's you. Nimekam na flower na nimekam na thorns. Nimekam na thorns na ziko na flower zake. Nimekam na home lakini amechafua temple yake. Nipeleke mahali. I want to be free. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for the flower. A round of applause again. Okay. Our final act is an art showcase by Camilla. And right after that, we're going to have a cake cutting ceremony. So I hope you didn't eat your dessert. This is the dessert before you leave, the highlight of the day. Let's welcome Camilla.
Hi everyone. Hello. So, my name is Camilla Ogol. I represent I work with Fun Masters Kenya. Mostly I work with kids. I love small kids, like their vibe. I really love their vibe. So today we had an opportunity to do this activity with you. So the idea was we have one canvas where everybody comes to express what they feel, if they are feeling sad, if they are feeling happy, you know. So, and also here you can see like this represents like the mind of someone. So for example, there was someone who came to express, like this is a sad face, you see like the crying here. There was someone who was drawing who painted a sunset. You know, like sometimes we have the idea that flowers can be a certain color, but here they decided to do black and a bit of blue there. And also, you see, like here, different pictures. And someone wrote here, live like it's your last day. So, yeah, so this art is a way of expressing yourself, especially when I now relate it to mental health. It's a way of expressing yourself without verbalizing it. How you feel, how, like releasing anxiety, and when you're going through something. For me, even when I started as an artist, I didn't know anything, but you know, like the interest, and also personally, it helped me go through some phases in my life, because now, you know, sometimes we go through things in our lives that we can't verbalize, or we don't get people like we can talk to. But now when I did art, it really helped me a lot. So I would encourage anyone to do art. It's fulfilling. The process is fulfilling. So yes, so that is what we did today. And thank you at Vista for giving us this opportunity to come and have fun with you guys and do this activity with you. Thank you. You have any questions?
Yes, any questions? Maybe tell us, can we find you on social media?
Yes, Fun Masters Kenya.
Okay, yes. Fantastic.
Physical location, you can find us at Gigiri Koched, near UNEP. That's where we are based majorly.
How much would this size of a painting cost? Plug kazi yako, plug kazi yako.
Hiyo tutaongea inbox.
Tukuone kando?
Yes,
Nyuma
tent.
Sawa.
Yes.
Another round of applause for Camilla. All right, so as promised, a cake cutting ceremony. But I think before that, tusimame kidogo. Siji DJ utwekeka. Set it. Pick up. Wapi, there's somebody else to help me changamsha the crowd from Banjuka. Ako wapi? To set it kidogo as they set. You guy, my guy. See what we can set it. DJ. Let's stand. Tusimame.
Yeah. Big beats. When you drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what me prefer. Set it, pick up. Set it, pick up. When me set it, you have it, pick up. So when me set it, you have it, pick up. Simsima, ukate keys tumebima. Kisikia Kim Jong Call tunajua nkuririma. Female Benzima, goddamn na go ina. Reproduction tunaifanya backseat ya Caldina. Bad girl Didi, bad girl Kariri. Nipate ex Tuesday nikiwa Vombortiris. Rosa Nyoro, fika fiti. Siku zombo tote tunawashombor. Man, me a look where you there. Your girlfriend know me better than them. Man, me a look where you there. Me cause problems everywhere, me a got step. When me drop it down low on the floor, yeah, that's what you prefer. Put your money where your mouth on there, yeah, that's what me prefer. Set it, pick up. Set it, pick up. When me set it, you have it, pick up. So when me set it, you have it, pick up.
Nige ni chape ni setie ni shande goja mapikin baka lale anguka nayo twende down niche down kwa carpet. Bad girl kariri nafanya na come s up only fun window recording hizo videsa dema uru lakini ni peng makutesa Don Julio ananyonyanga bila chesa namba uno mini mzinga na ningam nikikama tupotezi idapati namba uno mini mzinga na ningam nikikama tupotezi idapati.
Yo, mad thing. Big Bob. Yo, Metro Sukato. Mishuka now, trench coat na trao. Mastingo mingi na hizo dead window zao. Yo selector, goda tena. Kwanza chuma stingo ni
Deadly.
kuzilika, napenda kicks, napenda thigh cuts, napenda hizo hits, six zikiwa bamba. Napenda hii, napenda that, snapati ile chap chap. Napenda hii, napenda that, snapati ile chap chap.
Kutate, inadudeda, ninakana mwa, anamanala. Kutate, inadudeda, ninakana mwa, anamanala.
Cheki mina we, tunadudima, sarena tekova joa kushama vita. Ukisi umedoma kwanza peji inafaa. Siya tinachota mina penda hiki fa. Ukikida pale tu kwenye macho. Mina sikia ni kama niko macho. Sahi niko zone, mamizinga ni za chrome. Matina ni baba mahali, mina chukua long.
Twende!
Matu mahali, pale sehemu flani yani. Na utamwaga misi tui, joni majigani. Nikimaliza utasema joni nani. Alikres ule mwana mashini nani.
Napenda kuzilika, napenda kicks, napenda thigh cuts, napenda hizo hits, six zikiwa bamba. Napenda hii, napenda that, snapati ile chap chap. Napenda hii, napenda that, snapati ile chap.
Kutate, inadudeda, ninakana mwa, anamanala. Kutate, inadudeda, ninakana mwa, anamanala.
Woo! You wired up.
Clearly, I can't dance.
Peter boss kwa nini niko sikose nguvu baby girl mimi kula ndugu back to the bone lazima nikunywe supu shake that thing hadi upigwe marufuku kifo cha mbele kama mbele na tembe kimbuku vitu zetu usiseme wacha wapaki wakidhani kuna venye peleka juu peleka chini usiogope kuu ikishika sana toa ulimi zako zikipanda cheza na nani tuko area
bado nachukuliwa madam, so anguka nao itabaki meflow na vibe. Anguka nao koko single for now. Ndagi mdagris mteja patikani hadi late night saa 6 ndo taniwai. Nikupin location ankofana na hii sukate call niko chomba ya G. Mimi najua utakuwa irizo riris. Acha nikushow kwanza form ya Didon. Nishashika mpua na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mini. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Teka video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Kantel Kuraps ni talent G. Anguka nao, anguka nao, check it. Anguka nao, twende down low now. Stand up to your feet, mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu
Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. Woo! 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 High five. Thank you so much. I actually needed that. I can't dance to save my life, but clearly ni kama nitaendea dance lessons. All right, it's time to cut some cake. Can I get an amen? Imeandikwa Mindfest 24 edition, which is why we're here. It's been such a wonderful day, and I would like to finally hand over to Gathoni, who is going to give us the closing remarks. She is part of the brainchild behind Mindfest. So a big round of applause for this huge event that has been a total success. Karibu sana.
Wow, good evening. I like the word part because I definitely did not do this alone. Just allow me to invite Pendo, Lucy, Adrian, Yeah, let me first introduce this team that we have been with starting this Mindfest and working with us all the way from 2020. You heard Pendo's voice. I don't know if you'd like to hear her voice again. Again? Yes?
Hi, guys. Mejibamba. So, thank you so much for coming in. It means a lot to have you all here. Let me not say much. Let me hand it over to my colleagues.
Hi, everyone. My name is Adrian. What else should I say? Yeah, thank you so much for coming as well and making this day a success. We could not have done this without all of you. So, yeah, I appreciate all of you for showing up today and staying up until this point. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm trying to match his base. My name is Lucy Wanjohi. I was running around like a headless chicken, but thank you for those who paved way. Thank you for those who assisted. We really, really appreciate this. Would not have been successful without you. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
We have officially come to the close of Mindfest 2024, guys. Mindfest 2024. But the conversations on mental health cannot end here. Not today, not now. There's still a lot more that needs to be done. And this would not have been possible. Why not for all of you? And why not for our partners who supported us financially? Yeah? And the ones who supported us in kind. One of the first people who ever came on board and we had the first conversation with, that was sizzling and sparkling, that birthed the idea of making this as big as it was today. Allow me to welcome Karen Waithera. Yes. Makofi Athau. Just look at her. Yeah. She's the CEO and founder of Rayham. I'm sure you've seen people who are taking videos and wearing t-shirts written Rayham. Please feel free to reach out to her. But allow me to also do just a brief rundown of all our partners. There have been so many, but they've all been so special, so thoughtful, and just special thanks, first of all, to Rayham and to this team for all the prayers said and all the sweat. I don't feel comfortable saying sweat and blood. It's just been sweat, yeah, but we are so grateful. But to the Ministry of Health, Johnson & Johnson, Office of Data Protection Commissioner, the retreat, where are the retreat people? Yes, where are the people from Cradle Arts? Mental 360, I don't know if you're still here. Oh, nice. We've also had people from HAGS, from AR Hospital, from Britam, IHRM, Fancied Story Networks, SPM Buzz, ZTech, UON, Brava, SDG Kenya Forum, Rotary Mental Health Initiatives, Ghetto Classics, HealthX, Art and Flickr, Banjuka, Kenya Medical Association, Art Vista, LVCT, Low State of Mind, Kenya Film Commission, Wajibika, Drink IQ, Let's Talk, 247, Psych Rescue, Pulse Cares, Village Market, Ngoma, Stand Out for Mental Health, Esther Katiba Conversation, Wowzy, 91 Degrees, Blueprint, Drift Photography, Grey Apple, and last but not least, Tufunguke, My Mental Health First initiatives. We are truly, truly honored to have had all of you on board. And a special thank you from our chairman, Dr. Frank Jenga, our board of directors who are super, super supportive, our team leader who is our CEO, the EXCO team, and all our staff members. And with those short remarks, I would like to invite all of you. You come, we cut this cake because we are all mental wellness champions. I'm a VP. Yes, we are all mental wellness champions. I heard Kalama, please come and help us move this to the front. Yes, I don't know if we have a knife. Yes. So let's cut. Please feel free to come and cut the cake and have a representative. Yes. I don't know if Karen is coming back. Karen, where are you? Please come. We cut this cake. Let's have. So I guess some music, please. Mercy, please come. I can see you. I can see all the representatives. Some music, please. Please come. And some ushers to help us with the cake. I don't know if we are ready with the, okay, Kuja, cake cutting. Gladys, please come. Okay, come. Come, Shiko. Let's have a representative. Mercy, please come. I saw you with your little people. Please come with them as well. Yes, Dr. Kathomi, I see you're still here. Please come. Where is Karen? Karen, please come.
drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She said she know I leave. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris. You fucking with a creme de la creme. Say she never seen a guy like me. She confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really want to flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the air. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know.
Dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu. Dance ikishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left unazungushia juu. Ini dance ya majuu, ini dance ya majuu. Ati dance ya kudonjo ni dance ya majuu. Dance ikishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left unazungushia juu. Ini dance ya majuu, ini dance ya majuu. Nilimwita hey kuja straight Kilimani. Msupa libambika nikisema yeni mali. Na hang na majika ni form tuna kill. Ini doba safi na nigenge imeti. Kabingine real kishika mic ni mzii. Kolabo siyo free tukipop wana breeze. Wanakwanga wametii wakijita wasanii. Wanakwanga wametii wakijita wasanii. Na manzi ako Insta, Snapchat, ali kama kaitisha. Juu kuna time nilidate sisters. Wanafanana lakini misi daiti. Flow ukiwa mavitu ni ngumu kuwatofautisha. Wote wa Somali, Halima na Hadija. Unapimanisha ukitumiwa mapicha. But kitu real sureze kuchanganyisha. Napigia Shakilo, ni dance la lisho. Ni dance ya majuu. Dance ikishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left unazungushia juu. Ni dance ya majuu, ni dance ya majuu. Ati dance ya kudonjo, ni dance ya majuu. Dance ikishika unazungusha mguu. Right to the left unazungushia juu. Ni dance ya majuu.
Unauliza niko wapi, niko Rurasho. Inika Nairo mind your business 254. Nani follow manze kama jiza disciple. Rapa round mi nakandanga kama chapo. Kauna lugha enda west ukatuke mamboch. Kani ngoma mi nasikizanga world boss. Eti best rapper Kenya ni Calligraph Jones. Sasa yenye utopizo ko roundi huko New York. Niko insecure ile design ya Sauti Sol. Mademu amepararaka dansa wa Willy Paul. Kwela ni nderere ya lafu ball. Role model wangu manze si ni Frida Lo. Nikidai tambla nucleus Meja Joe. Tuna enjoy mpaka tunavunjika hiyo ko. Sherehe za kitanda silete matanga bro. Kelele za mkuu bado hazipasui choo. Mtumi na rang maze pipi na Dior. Kelele za mkuu bado hazipasui choo. Eti tulienda wapi si tuko Jibagajat. Tulienda wapi si tuko Jibagajat. Ai Jibagajat, Jibag na Jag. Jibagajat, Jibag na Jag. Jibagajat, Jibag na Jag. Utauliza tuko wapi si tuko Jibagajat. Jibagajat, Jibag na Jag. Jibagajat, Jibag na Jag. Jibagajat, Jibag na Jag. Utauliza tuko wapi si tuko Jibagajat.
Gone down to save myself, but see I started it all. Guilty pleasures I take part in those. Disconnect the internet, cause I'm feeling intellectual.